Like 9/11?
Well done, mate.
Right, just bring that back up. I'm sorry.
All right, at least we know where you stand. Thank you.
Well, we all
I
here
think
because
the
of
Earth's
9/11.
clearly a sphere. If
Just
you take
use a
all of the
method.
evidence on an aggregate, it becomes clear that it's a sphere.
How did you get to the globe? You used Earth and you got to the globe. How? Just instead of trying to save people, just show your science. Show your
Sure.
method.
Okay. There's a south celestial pole. That's my science. It's
So
not
the
really
sky.
science, it's geometry. Yeah, geometry. There's a south celestial pole. If you don't have an answer for that, then there is one. And there is a celestial sphere that none of you disagree with so far. Do you agree that the stars fit into the celestial sphere? Crit?
No.
Crit, do you believe the stars fit into a celestial sphere?
Yeah, but you wanted to get people away from flat Earth. So how would you do that with the sky, not flat Earth?
Well, I'm trying to get there with you, but it's difficult if
How
people
will you
don't
save
answer.
us?
Do you believe the stars fit into a celestial sphere?
Yeah, use whatever answer you need to get back to Earth. So you've got Earth, and you're using not Earth to make a claim about Earth.
Sure. If you treat the two surfaces as parallel, that yields accurate predictions. That's what I'm suggesting.
Okay, so we back on Earth now,
And in
or
you.
not Earth?
Yeah. I know that, like, a gyro compass, something that works just off rotational forces, F equals ma, rotation of masses, can find the rotational axis of the Earth and show me due north, as if I was spinning around a central axis, and the stars look exactly like we're spinning around a central axis. So it doesn't know. A gyro compass is not magnetic. You fail. Sorry. Wrong.
Hang on. But to show true north.
Gyro compass finds true north, not with magnets.
No, a compass.
No, gyro compass finds
true
north.
Did you say gyro? I'm sorry. I'm saying compass.
A mechanical gyro compass
finds
true north.
How does the compass find true north?
A mechanical gyro compass is what I'm talking about. If you want to talk about a different kind of compass, sure, tell us about it. How does this change the fact that we live inside a celestial sphere?
We
just making mouth noises to make.
Sorry, we live inside a celestial sphere.
Yes, we live inside a celestial sphere with a center point of a celestial sphere, despite being on a spherical surface ourselves.
You're so wise.
You don't treat the sphere as having any left to right, unless you're dealing with the moon, because the moon is close enough that if you treat it as infinitely far away, your predictions will not be accurate.
How far away is the moon?
However you do that, if you triangulate it, if you adjust for its distance, you will make more accurate predictions.
How far away is?
However far they say it is probably right, because they use that.
So
if
it's directly overhead in the equator, and then I'm 45 degrees away from it, and I measure it, and it's 4,000 miles. How far away is the moon?
But I don't know. If you're going to measure it, you tell me. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I gave you the answer.
But you're the predictor.
I'm not predicting other people's shitty measurements. I'm saying when I can make some things are hard to predict.
It's math.
If I can, when I can,
you guys
make
rely on. I use the things that you guys rely on.
You explain your case. If you want to make a case, I invite you to. I just invite you to actually make the fucking case.
Just made it, bro.
Rather than assuring me you have one. What is the case about the two concentric spheres? Just make the case.
You said something about the distance to the moon, so it's closer. I wanted to know what the distance is that you know.
I didn't say I know the distance to the moon. I said you treat all of these bodies as infinitely far away except the moon.
Why don't you know the distance to the moon?
Why is the moon different?
Look it up. The moon is so close compared to the sun. The moon is
Prove
so
it.
Close.
You need to have a distance measurement at least to the sun and the moon, and then I'll let you have the stars.
No, I'm saying, listen to what I am saying, so then maybe you can try to rebut it, which is, if
You
I
have no
make
idea
this
how far away the
prediction,
moon is.
I'm agreeing with you that I am just making a prediction. I'm guessing. I'm positing. I'm going, oh, maybe this is 2 concentric spheres.
I posted
I'm
Miss
agreeing with you
Cleo
on
in the
that.
chat.
What I'm
Not a
saying
prediction.
Follow me
I'm
now,
s-
Miss Cleo. We got the predictions for ya.
so you don't
Come
want to
on
hear
down
that,
for a
okay?
free reading.
Holy
if you can
shit.
address the central point, that would be great. Otherwise, you just all do this thing where you circle the wagons and you do anything else rather than address
Yeah,
that this
get 'em.
completely debunks your
I'm
worldview. You
trying
cannot
to
explain it in
address
flat Earth terms,
everything you're
and do
saying.
anything but address it.
I'm trying to
Address it.
address you.
Go
You
for
won't
it.
answer. You
Sure.
used that the moon is closer. We know that. So, how close is the moon?
Or however close they say it is. I'm happy to stipulate to that.
I'll still
I'm
just
also
believe
not
anybody.
4,000 miles? 4,000 miles?
I'm just saying 2 concentric. Let's call it 3 concentric spheres.
Oh, so
and
you
the
just believe
moon is
anybody.
one
That
of
makes
those.
sense.
So you don't know how far away the moon is? And you're
So
telling
it's
us
actually
about
measured,
stars.
it was actually measured to
I'm
be
just trying to talk about 2
39.
concentric
It
spheres.
was actually
If you guys
measured to
want to
be
talk about the moon,
39.59 miles high, believe it or not.
the moon is exactly the given. How did you determine that? That's interesting. Go on, tell us about that, Doctor. Doctor, you made a positive claim, then go for it.
Somebody already did that. Flat Earthers and a
You just
globe
made this
earther
claim
went out
now.
and did that.
So you just made this claim now. Defend it. How is the moon 39.59 high? Go for it. Go for it. Do it.
That's what they came up with when
Come
they
on,
measured it.
guys. Don't be so pathetic that you cannot defend.
Let me go find this for you.
What are you
fucking
asking? You
claim.
You're like a
To defend
bad penny.
something, to make a claim, stand there and like a man, defend it.
Like if you're
Rather
going to talk
than
about
every
stars,
time you make a positive claim.
Dude, you're having a
you just
mental breakdown,
run
and
from
it's just
defending.
kind of like no one really wants to engage with the crazy person in the corner.
Well, the one that's pointing out you won't defend even your own claims.
I don't even know what you're saying. I mean, like,
Well, at least he knows how to entertain himself, I guess.
That's true. Like, come on.
Yeah,
I'm
eggshells,
glad you're having a
man.
good time, bro.
Oh.
You're
what is your point?
fighting something and somebody.
Let me
Yeah,
guess.
maybe.
Concentric
Like,
circle.
I feel for you guys. I'm like, how can you fall for this silliness?
Here
You
you
don't
go.
have to.
Surely I can wake you up.
Here
That's
you
my
go.
point.
Here's the guys who measured
Please
it.
do.
So we're
Right
dumb.
there. I posted
No, you're
it.
not dumb.
Watch it.
That's the
It's 8
annoying
minutes
bit.
long.
You're not dumb at all. That's more annoying.
Okay, because he's going to talk over me. Watch that banned PBS clip, 8 minutes long. They're going to show you how it was measured, the sun to be measured at 4,000 miles.
Is it the Twitter link?
I'll see you in 8 minutes.
Is that the Twitter link? I don't see the amendment.
Yeah, it didn't embed. It doesn't
Can you
embed.
explain
for
it to
some
us as
reason.
well while we're
Bubble
watching
cut.
it?
Ah, okay.
Bubble cut. Oh, there it is.
Is this a Flat Earth Zone banned PBS documentary? Is that what you want us watching, Doctor? Because I think you can just defend a point yourself rather than requiring us to go and do some
Shut
reading
up and
before
watch
you
it.
defend your point.
Oh, I like the first one.
Ptolemy. No, I'm not listening to that.
I got a black woman shaking the booty.
Why? I don't know. I don't understand, nor do I like this worldview that one can demand that other people watch a video rather than just, if you just say, here's the case.
Some people
Just stick with
are
it.
not as good as orators as you.
But then, just imagine I did that. That's what I want you to think about. Just imagine I did that.
Just imagine.
Yeah. Just
You would be-
I
rather
can't
than
imagine
tell
you
me
listening to
why
anything
I
but
think
yourself.
No one's asking you any questions. That's the thing. So you can't really present a video to
that is
begin with.
false.
You
That
wouldn't
is
be
false.
so
All they're
interested.
doing is asking questions.
I'm guessing
because
there's
they don't
what,
answer
6
them.
minutes or 5 minutes left in your video now?
He's not started.
He hasn't watched any of it.
Yeah.
I skipped through it and then I just said,
No,
make
you
the
can't
point
skip
yourself.
through it. I
Yeah,
want
that
you to
would be
watch
not
the whole
watching it.
thing.
No, I'm just saying I don't find that a reasonable conversational strategy. Convince me it's a reasonable conversational
It's he's trying to
strategy.
communicate
Let's tell me what's in the
something
video.
to you. He's trying to communicate something to you
Then
that you asked
communicate
for.
it
So
with
he's
your
giving you
mouth
information.
gums,
So
flappy
take it
your
in the form that
jawy
it's given.
bits, clickety clack your teeth and tell us what you're saying.
Exactly.
Like if you can't, what do you want me to do? Like
I said,
Go lie down. That's what I want you to do.
argue with the video
I
or with
said, guys went out and did this. You said, oh, prove it, show me. I showed you. You said, I don't want to see
you?
that.
No, I said, why do you think that is the case? I don't need a video to tell me why you think something. That video is going to tell me one thing, and that is what somebody else made a video.
Wait, aren't you the one that when we asked you something, you said, I don't know how far away it is. I just trust what they know.
I just said I'm happy to stipulate to whatever.
So no one else is allowed to refer to anything
25,
else?
250,000, whatever. No, you can refer to other things, but if I say, why do you think that? I don't think it's reasonable to demand somebody watch a
Yeah, we asked
video.
why you thought that. And you said, I don't know. Some guy said
Okay,
it.
I've got a video for you to watch. If you think it's okay to demand somebody else watch a video, I've got a video for you.
You were the one demanding, dude. You were demanding
No,
proof.
I wasn't demanding it.
You weren't demanding shit.
No, I was asking him to defend a position. It's all I've been asking all night. Is like, if
You're
you're going to
demanding
say
proof.
something, can you defend it? And no, again and again, it's like, no, I won't defend it. I'll demand that you defend it. No, I won't defend it. I'll change the topic.
dude.
I'll make some noises. I'll mute him. Or I'll demand that he watch a video rather than just defend the fucking point you made.
Okay, now I just heard you rambling as I walked back in. So, what did the guy say wearing the, he's sitting, there's two guys talking, not the interviewer, the
I'm
other
doing
one.
a test, man. Make your point.
What did he say about when they measured?
I'm not doing a test. Make your point.
I just
You're not
asked you to
gonna
watch a
accept tests
video
from me.
so we could review it.
You're not going to accept tests from me. Okay, here we go. I've posted a 2-hour video. We're going to play this game once you've watched that video. Until
Okay,
then, I'm not
I've
playing that
already
game with
seen
you.
this one, but that's okay. I need you to watch
No.
the one I posted.
Right. If we're allowed to do that, we will have this conversation once you've watched that one and I test you on it. Okay. Until then, we'll just continue having a reasonable conversation amongst human beings who are here like this.
He doesn't want to hear it.
It's just, yeah, I want to talk with you about what you think, and I want you to hear what I think, not let's talk about videos. It's pathetic. Be a man, defend a position. Come on. Stand up.
There's no. What position am I?
How far away
defending?
is the moon? It's 3959. How did you come to that conclusion? Did you come to that conclusion? I asked you how you came to that conclusion, and you said watch a video. Did you come to that conclusion by watching a 4-minute video?
No, I saw the Earth that water is flat and level with my P900. I don't need to know anything
So you
else.
didn't answer the question correctly. I asked you, how did you determine that the Earth was 3959 away? Apparently now you use your P9000. This video doesn't include that.
Oh, I didn't determine that. Why would I care what the moon is doing? You're
said the moon is 3959. I said, how did you determine that? And now
you know the distance to the moon is closer than everything else. So I said, what's the distance? I don't know. And I said, well, we'll go. You said you'll go with whatever they say. And I said, well, some other guy said it's 4,000 miles. You said, oh, well, show me. So I did, and you don't want to look at it.
No, you claimed it, and I said defend it, and now you're saying I just said show me why you think that. I'm pretty sure. I'm only curious why you think it, not why it's true, because obviously we're going to disagree on whether it's true, but why you think it is interesting. And when I asked why do you think that, you posted me a 3-minute video. Is this why you think this, or can you defend why you think this? It's just you. It's the things you already think. You don't need to do any research on this. You don't need to test me on what's in the video. You just need to tell me why you think this thing. This is the only question upon which you do not need to do any research. You can just tell me, why do you think the moon is 3959 miles? Is it always 3959 miles above the surface? Does it go up over mountains? How accurate is that?
Pointless.
Is it over mean sea level? Does it go up and down with the moon, with the tides? Does it get closer and further away ever? Why does it stay the same angular size? Do you have any answers to any of these questions?
Why do we have tides in a flat Earth?
Oh, plus
what's
they claim they
controlling
never
that?
find curvature. You'll love this even better, Beelzebub. They claim they don't find curvature despite the fact there are clearly tides. So obviously water is necessarily always curving. And they're like, we proudly admit to you, we cannot detect it. We don't find curvature. Like, well, it's there. We both must agree that it's there because tides are higher in some places and lower in others. But we admit we cannot find it. That's our win. Our win is our inability to find curve. That's what we're taking to the polls on Monday. We can't find curvature, therefore it doesn't exist. Do you have a model? Proudly not. What's the point? Tell me, Eggshells. Tell me, sorry, what's your normal name? I forget your normal name. You've got an awesome voice though. God, you got it. I love a good voice. Luluka. Tell me what I'm obfuscating away from. I'm just trying to talk about two spheres making accurate predictions. If I treat them as two concentric spheres, I make accurate predictions. Doesn't that make sense at a base level? If I make accurate predictions, that is useful. It probably means my model is right. Whether it's about what fuel my car takes, what's a good saw, blade, tooth, something ratio that I don't understand, how to sharpen a chainsaw or tune a motorbike or fill a car tire or reseat a bead or...
You don't predict how to sharpen a chainsaw, by the way.
You predict what will make it cut more, and that is a good filing. Filing it at the correct angle with an even hand or something. I don't know. I don't know how to do it. I've only ever done it like twice with nobody competent watching me.
Oh yeah, I've got chainsaw grinders, the blade grinders, and I've got chainsaws in my shed. So
right, you would know more about it than me. You would make.
I don't predict when they're going to dull up. I just keep extra chains already sharpened.
Right. Why do you keep extra chains? Why do you make extra chains? Because you make a prediction that some chains will break, correct? I wouldn't make that good a prediction. You'd know more about chainsaws than me. I can use them. I've used them a lot. But like only like for a few hours here and then never again for the next 10 years, you know. So you'd be better at chainsawing than me. You would make better accurate predictions at that than me. And that's what I'm saying. You would be if both of us are standing there and one of us needs to chainsaw a road out of the, you know, log out of the road in a post-apocalyptic hellscape, you're holding the chainsaw. You're going to make more accurate predictions about what'll make it kick back and chew into your calf. Right? Those accurate predictions are useful. I can make accurate predictions by assuming the Earth is a sphere within a celestial sphere and knowing where stars are and which direction to go to bring them up in the sky. That's all I'm suggesting, useful predictions. Not just the stars are going to be here because they're always here. It's I know where I am based on what stars are in the sky. I can predict what the sky would look like if I were somewhere else. It's not really a prediction because it's happening right now. But if that's correct and I make assumptions based off that, I'm more useful. If you can't make predictions, if you proudly say falsification is independent of replacement, we don't have to replace the theory. We don't have to show you what the shape of the Earth is. We just have to show you what it's not. What you're saying is, I can't prove to you anything else that works any better than the globe with the sphere inside a sphere. All I can do is nitpick at what words you use at the beginning of a sentence or quibble over some definition or try to take you down a rabbit hole talking about gravity. But if you just simply doggedly sit at this point where you say angular distances only are linear in a circle which only exists on a sphere, and we are a sphere within a sphere, and we use that to make accurate predictions about what stars will be where and where I need to travel to get where and how I could use trilateration to figure out where I am despite them not being circles because they're treated as parallel light rays. And despite the fact that no flat earthers can do any celestial navigation, I'm still going to stick to this belief. Like, that's some faith. We say it defeats your case. We will sit on this hill for you to attack, but you're still going to sit on a hill that people sat on in 2011 where they're like, no, you can't see around the curve. And then everybody's like, oh, shit, you can. You're like, I'm going to sit here beating these globers who existed 10 years ago rather than the ones today who've got good proofs because finally the debates raged long enough to drag in the autards. But I can beat the previous arguments. This one kind of stonkers us. They don't want to have two globers speaking at the same time, I think is the idea. I don't know who Beelzebub is. Like the whole thing of we don't have to defend it. We're the null hypothesis. You're defending the burden. Wouldn't you want to defend a burden? Wouldn't that be the proud thing that you boldly choose to do?
We can hear from Beelzebub. What's up, dude?
Why was I muted?
The other day.
Oh, you don't want him.
I don't know. Somebody's saying you go degenerate on the mic. I don't know. They are.
No, they just talk
don't know
about like
anybody.
whale farts and stuff. It's kind of funny.
Oh, I sometimes go degenerate in that way.
I can't remember the original account that Beelzebub had. A different name. It's been a while. Like it was like not Cali or something. Oh, jeez. No. Beelzebub, what was your original account name? No, the one before that. Oh, fuck's sake. No, it wasn't. Or what name did you use then? If that was you had a different name, did we give like a K or something? Okay, there you go. Beelzebub. Yeah, you had another account name. Or
I
another
don't know.
name that you called yourself before? Like, what did it used to be?
It used to be Kisa Misa or Daenerys Targaryen. That was it.
No, there was another one before that.
Kisa Misa.
Oh, okay. I'll think of it. It'll come to me sooner or later.
Yeah, I tend to forget all the names I have.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, I suppose, yeah, because which one you use at which time. The one I'm thinking of is when you're just spamming gay porn in the Flat Earth chat. And then,
When did I ever do that? That was on a whole different server, dude.
yeah, I know.
Oh, hold
Okay.
on. Wait a second. He said, when did I ever do that? Then he said, well, that was on a whole different server.
Yeah, because
Oh.
I think he was thinking this server. He didn't do it here, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, I remember that." It's like a different.
But
server.
he's on notice. I see, which is probably a good idea. If
I
he's up
think
in
my
that shit.
name was Lobster Puppy at that time. I would never
Maybe.
do it on this server. That server was different.
Yeah, that server was like a free for all. It was like anything
But
goes.
yeah, it was Lobster Puppy. And the owner wanted me to post gay porn in your server. I mean, in your chat.
It wasn't the
So you
owner.
guys could get mad.
It was an admin.
Yeah, he was like, lobster puppy, send gay porn to Flat Earth. And I was like, sure. And I just, I didn't even searched it up. I just went on the GIFs.
Yeah, I know. Maybe just type in men kissing or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, it worked. Like, look at you guys now. You left that place and now you have an even better, more popular VC here.
Who left what
So
place?
without me, this place wouldn't
No,
exist.
it got deleted. The server got taken down.
Rhetoric?
Yeah.
Yeah. That place got taken now. But they made a whole new server.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But anyways, let's continue debating. I was only here to listen.
I mean, overall, just saying that you've come a long way from when the first time I talked to you. It was like
Oh,
spam gay
thank you.
porn because
Character
someone told
development.
you, to now at least you come up with some kind of arguments, like whales and stuff. Whales are too heavy to be on the flat Earth.
Yeah. Even orcas, which are just dolphins, are too heavy too. Some porpoises are also too heavy because they're too dense.
What about
They're not like us. Like what?
there's I guess I'm trying to manatee. There we go. How about manatees?
Manatees? Well, manatees, they're spread, like their bodies are spread out. So even on land, they won't be crushed. The thing about whales is that all of their weight is next to their organs and their rib cage. So once they're on land, it's just crushing them, from the inside out. And that even when you save like a whale from being beached, it'll still die because of internal bleeding and hemorrhaging and stuff like that. Once it's in the
That's
ocean.
just what Big Whale wants you to think.
Yeah. The truth is that the earth is flat. Wow. Okay.
That is so perfect what Omnivore posted. That is so perfect. That's exactly what I've been talking about the whole time. Oops, sorry, that's not it. Copy image. Also, yeah, celestial navigation. But the
Rude.
concentric spheres, desktop sphere, that is so cool.
So talking about spheres and proving that they exist are two different things.
Well, no, showing that I can make accurate predictions is the one thing I'm talking about. Isn't it really?
Toys.
Is that thing made to do accurate predictions or something?
Sure, I bet I could make some accurate predictions off that. Better predictions than you could make.
What kind of predictions am I going to make? That's already happened. We just have to look it up.
I don't think you'll make any. I think you'll just claim you could. Like me claiming I could slam dunk a ball from flat-footed. Like I can claim it, but can you do it? Because I can. I will. I'll do it again right now. Okay, here we go. I've made another prediction. If you got one of these balls, I can't see it, right? Because it doesn't appear to be on that ball. But if you got that ball, what's his name's belt of Apollo, is it? Apollo's belt? Sorry, the panhandle? Yeah, whatever the panhandle is. Apollo's belt. Is it Apollo? No, whoever it is. The Archer's belt. Orion's belt, thank you. Will be on the join between those two hemispheres. Right? That's the prediction I would make. So if somebody wants to buy that exact sphere or just figure out another angle of that same sphere, some part of Orion's belt will be on that metal plastic bit. This is a prediction, right? I don't know this because I haven't seen this before, and that takes up a certain amount of space, but I'm pretty sure from memory, Orion's belt crosses it pretty perfectly and is a very tight little relationship. So I even think I could predict where it is based on the ones I can see. I can go, well, there's Cancer. So if I line up where Cancer is, I can know where I should look for Orion's belt. And
It's
it will be on
amazing.
that thing. That's what I can say. I can make an accurate prediction and test it and win, and Flat Earth can't and won't and never does.
You know why? I don't know what flat Earth is, but I live on Earth, and on the Earth I live, it doesn't move. So the sky is basically always the same. It just revolves around me. And based upon that, I can always predict that I can see certain types of star constellations every night, which is awesome, right? Because in my world, I don't know what a flat Earth is, but I live on the Earth, and on the Earth that I live on is pretty cool. It's very simple. So I don't know where you come from, but yeah, my Earth makes the same thing happen.
Does it? How?
Yeah, I already told you.
No, you didn't. Because to me, a degree equals 60 nautical miles, which describes traveling over a curve, is only possible if you're traveling over a curve. That is incompatible with all verticals being parallel. So saying I do it the same way as you when my way does not allow for your way to be true is just saying I can't answer this. Can you
No.
answer this? How does it work?
Yeah,
when
very
I
simple.
go around the
I tell
curve,
you.
I see the north pole
Yeah,
rise in the sky.
amazing.
Because it is higher in the sky.
Yeah, I can tell you how. So when I go outside and look in the night sky, I can look at, let's say I do it tomorrow. Hopefully there's no clouds, and then I see the star constellations. And I'm gonna do the prediction, say tomorrow, if there's also a clear sky, I'm gonna go outside and I will be able at the same time, or roughly the same time, see the same constellations. That is equal to me.
You're just saying if I make a dumb
moon.
prediction, sure, if you make a dumb prediction about something that's meaningless, that'll be a dumb prediction about something that's meaningless. But if you make a useful prediction,
It's not
like which
meaningless to
direction do
me.
I need to sail in order to succeed and not die,
I don't
then
say
there are
it.
useful predictions you can make.
I don't
that will
say
tell
it.
you. So don't like this idea that some predictions can be bad doesn't make sense to bring it up. Obviously, if I'm saying predictions are good to be able to make, I'm talking about good predictions. Things that are good are good when they're
You
predicted.
made some weird insertion. You talked like about some kind of flat Earth or about some globe model or whatnot, right? But on the Earth I live, it's pretty simple. I can do the same predictions. I don't even need to use math. I just can do it visually because I know that I don't shoot through an ever expanding universe while it's spinning and so forth.
Can you predict where the south celestial pole is, but based upon the stars you can't see, can you predict the position of stars that you can't see?
I don't know. I never did it, and I also have no need to do it.
Right. I can do it. I
Wow,
can make better
amazing.
predictions than you.
That's wonderful. You want me to send you a cookie?
No, just
Okay.
admit that when it comes to the shape of the Earth, there is a realm in which I can make better predictions than you.
Well, you have a lot of assumptions about the shape of the Earth, but I really don't
And
care.
if I
live
make
on the
those
Earth.
assumptions, I make accurate predictions and I win, and you can't make predictions
Wonderful.
and you don't win.
Wonderful. I applaud you for that. Anyways, on my Earth, I don't need to do these kind of predictions.
You don't need to make useful predictions?
No.
You don't need to make useful predictions is what you just said.
No. My life works without assuming any predictions. I can make basic ones, like I already told you visually, but anything upon that is very much unnecessary or not needed for me. I'm not a sailor. Neither do I think that most sailors are useless in navigation anymore.
Do you think generally in life one would attain more advantage by making more accurate predictions than the person next to them?
But
if
I
all
think
other things were equal, and you had one person who was bad at making predictions and one person who was good at making predictions, would you agree that the person who's good at making predictions would win more often?
I don't know. I haven't seen your predictions yet.
No, I'm saying theoretically, take two people. The only difference you know between them is that one makes good predictions and one doesn't. Would you agree that the person who makes good predictions are more often accurate or precise or whatever fucking word you use? That person is a more useful person. Is that
But that
you
person
able
is
to agree
not
to that?
you.
No,
I agree.
I'm not saying it's me. No, I'm saying in principle, is it useful to make accurate predictions?
Sure, 100%.
100% of the time. Is it ever useful to make bad predictions?
No.
Right.
It's
never
just
useful to make
learn
bad
from them.
predictions. Is it pretty much always useful to make good predictions?
Sure.
Right. Is it useful to not make predictions?
Sure.
Is it as useful to not make predictions as it is to make accurate predictions? Which is more useful? If I was going to do one or the other, if I was going to not make predictions, or if I was going to make accurate predictions, which is more useful to do?
I would say it depends on the person and also what you're trying to predict.
Anything. Pick anything. Who to meet, how to get a job, how to make a sale, what to say next in a conversation, what country to live in, which direction to drive your car, what to fill up on, literally anything. You pick a single thing on earth, how long to put the steak on for, whether mayonnaise should be kept in the fridge, anything, pick anything. And I would say it is going to be more useful to make an accurate prediction. And it is going to be, if you were going to make inaccurate predictions, that would be bad. You would be better off not making predictions. But clearly, making accurate predictions is better than not making predictions. What the Flat Earth says is, we don't have a model. What they say is, we're not able to make predictions. All we get to say is, well, however you do it, we do it the same way. Even though your way is 2 spheres and ours is not 2 spheres, it's 1 sphere and then a big fucking question mark. Right,
Is that your
hanging
mental
in the
state
ether.
currently display now?
Yeah, he's been going off the deep end for about an hour now.
Sorry.
How about to
I was
forget
by myself.
predictions? How about to
Yeah.
forget predictions and start to measure something?
Sure. Can you make an accurate prediction? Is more important.
Can you make
than
an
measuring.
accurate measurement?
Imagine making
Sure, I
a
think I
model.
can measure things.
Can you make an accurate measurement?
Sure, I think so.
Let's make accurate measurement then.
Right. Tell me the most accurate measurement you've ever taken.
I ever taken. I see the island on 20 miles. That's my measurement.
You see the island on 20 miles. That's your measurement. What's the
Yeah.
accuracy of that measurement?
Google.
No, what's the accuracy? Is it 20
Google.
miles exactly?
Google
Or is it 20?
and
Google.
how you call, как скажи на strike на английском? And
Google is your
ferry, you know, the captain of the ferry, it's how to say, has the ship and it's going every day from one coast to another, you know, and it's 20 kilometers, 20 miles, you know. And you can check that in if it's true, if he is navigating, you know. You have that every captain of ship is doing that, navigating the distance.
Yeah, making accurate predictions.
Accurate distance, yeah.
Yeah.
For
Are you a
example, if
captain
you
of a
are
ship? I'm
traveling with a
asking, have
car
you done
from
that?
New York to somewhere to another town, there is accurate distance.
Right.
Right.
So
Then we go
do
to
you
the
think-
beach. You have also accurate distances on the beach, you know.
do you
Then you
agree
have
that
some
Australia? Do you agree that
No, I
Australia has
live in
accurate
UK.
distance?
In Bolivia, you have accurate distances, for example. You have
In
Salt
Australia?
Lake in Bolivia. You have Salt Lake in Bolivia, and it's 4,000 miles squared, and its elevation change only 1 meter. That's accurate measurements of people who and you can read that about that on internet. And you can go there and see if that's true, and it is true, because there is the biggest mirror in the world.
So since my conversation was quickly diverted, I just want to quickly, close it up by this.
Only one
If-
question. Which kind of prediction will change the surface?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. So if I would make to build a model and I would use the celestial sphere or the sky above, right? I would build that model around the assumptions that I derive from it, right? And then I would just apply it to the ground equally, and then I would come up with a sphere. Because I make the false assumption to think that the ground is equal to what I see in the sky, and that's what the heliocentrist model is. It's all based on the sky. That's why it also works using the sky, because first of all, they came up with it by getting it from the sky in the first place. The only thing they do is insert a ground that you don't even use in celestial navigation, because in celestial navigation, you're actually going to use a flat horizontal baseline as a ground base from which you're going to use your device. But anyhow, what we figured out is we don't assume or derive things from the sky falsely. But what we did is we actually figured out what the ground is, just like Shabahas Havehipik or whatever his name is said. And we measured the ground and looked at the ground and figured it's not the sky, okay, that where we falsely assume a spherical surface from. So yeah, if someone asks me here in chat, what is his name? Omnivore, if the star globe puts the stars where we see them, doesn't that count as evidence it's a correct model? No, the ground is basically just an assumption derived from what you see in the sky. But dude, you can trust me. If you go out into reality and you look at what the ground presents itself to be, you realize that the ground is not equal to what you see in the sky, okay? So sky doesn't equal globe. There you go. So no, if you have any question Omnivore should answer, please use your voice. Thank you.
That's fine. I don't wanna upset people. So if I
you guys,
see,
hold on here. If you're gonna ask some questions, you can't put them on mute. You can't answer you then.
What? Okay. So if I see a certain set of stars in the,
So did you hear what Clay said 1 minute ago?
I did, but I don't believe
And what
he's
he
right.
said?
I
Can
don't
you
think he's
repeat
right.
what he said?
He's saying that what you see in the sky doesn't affect what's on the ground.
Okay.
I don't think that's right. I think that's logically incorrect.
Okay. What in the sky can change on the ground?
What you see in the sky will.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see. Whatever you see in the sky, how that can change something on the ground?
Well, let me explain. It's going to take a second, but not real long. So if I'm in North America and I see a set of stars that are, where that model, where the desk globe puts them, right? And those are the stars I see. And then I go to Australia and I see the set of stars in the same location, in the locations that are shown on that model.
Okay.
From Australia, then that indicates to me that model, that desk model, it's evidence that it's a correct model.
Okay.
Okay.
What if you go in Bolivia and watch the stars, and you have the flat surface all around you? Then you go to Holland and watch the stars, and you have all around you flat surface. How that tell you that what are you watching in the sky? What is going on with the surface? Why surface is flat if something is going on with the sky?
Well, Shabazz, let me address why I think the surface is flat.
Why you think? Do you know that it's surface not flat?
I just put a picture in the chat, so zoom in on it. It's a pretty large picture, so you probably want to open it in the browser.
Can I quickly ask you something? Can I just quickly ask you something? It's very simple. Maybe you have a misunderstanding how the heliocentric model was derived, okay? So, if I ask you this, if we would have a flat baseline, right? So imagine in your head, okay, I'm going to do what the globals sometimes do, right? Just to make you simplify it. You have a flat baseline, just a horizontal, endless stretch, or not an endless stretch, actually with a big circle that would fit in a celestial sphere, right? Or even just a celestial dome, right?
Okay.
So, would you agree that if that thing that you would one more assumption we need to make is that the flat baseline is non-moving, it's stationary, but this celestial sphere with the stars inside of it, that thing can move around you. Would you agree, even if you would then record all the constellation and positions of that celestial sphere and would it put on paper, and then would you agree that you can then just go ahead, because you have the exact position, you have mapped the whole spherical sky, right? You have mapped the spherical sky. Would you agree that you then just can assume or change the ground because it's just gonna wrap that flat baseline into a ball, and it then would work equally, even though in reality you would still walk over a flat baseline, but because you have just applied that ball onto the ground, you're just gonna make the equal observations in the first place.
So I don't think so.
That is
No,
possible. Okay.
I don't think you can. Okay, so because the act of taking a dome and mapping it to a flat ground is going to put stars where we do not see them. Remember how
Why are you using a dome anyway?
Because the sky looks like a dome.
Okay, I guess. I mean, I just see stars up there, but
Well,
this
right,
is what you guys say.
Doctor, don't be triggered by dome, okay? It's all right. So, look, you know how you say that...
Use if statements in there I already saw, so we're going to approach that here shortly. We're going to learn how those work. We're going to learn how to test if statements.
You know how you say that there is no map that's correct when people ask for a map of the flat Earth? Right? You say no map is correct?
Or the globe Earth, too. No map is correct.
You don't have a map of the flat Earth either.
Can you show a globe map? Can you show this globe map you're talking about?
And it's a globe. It's a globe.
So
yeah,
if
but there's
globe
no
map,
correct
then
map.
globe map.
So let me explain something.
There is no correct map, man. Everything is distorted.
The globe is the correct map.
No, it's distorted, dude. There is no correct map. Look it up, man.
Clay. I understand that. Clay, the globe isn't distorted.
So you verified the globe with the globe for a globe.
The correct
you don't
size
see a circular logic there.
No. What I'm saying
is globe, then globe is globe because globe.
No, crit. Listen to me.
Because it's all distorted.
If you take a globe, right now, I know you don't think the globe is correct, but for this hypothetical, assume it is.
There is correct map.
If you take a globe and you flatten it out to a map, right? You want a map that you can lay on your table, right? When you take the globe and you flatten it out, you get it. The globe will have to be torn in places, to make it flat, right? Which creates yes. You can't.
When you wrap a map around a globe, that's when it distorts.
What if there's a scale on the map? Then what?
The scale is going to be wrong on a flat map.
Okay.
It will be right. So depending on which projection you choose. The scale will be
projection. Nothing.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. No,
because
the scale is always straight line.
Isn't it funny how we use flat maps and not a ball to navigate? Every human being existing has used a flat map. You don't use a ball model.
My walls are full of maps with different projections. I have a fuller projection, like right to the left of me.
So you're like the sea captains of old.
No, I just happen to like maps. So what happens is the Mercator projection, which is the most familiar one, has pretty good accuracy at the equator, but it gets way off towards the poles, which is why it makes Greenland.
Yeah, I wonder
Do you know why?
Could be.
You want to know why? It's because latitude and longitude lines come from the sky. So the projections are projections of latitude and longitude lines, not the Earth. The Earth measurements come from the ground. That's what the scale is for.
Yeah, but the Greenland isn't to the right scale. If you look at the Mercator projection,
map, a scale map of Greenland will be
but the
right
world
size.
map. In the world map, when you look at Greenland, it looks. I mean, Greenland's pretty big, but it's not that big.
So just
You mean the
get
globe's
a scale
inaccurate?
map of Greenland. You're good to
Well,
go.
no, but we're talking about maps of the world. See that? Okay, so leave the goalposts where they are. The maps of the world.
Right.
Any flat map that is, any flat map is going to have distortions in it. The globe is the one that doesn't have those distortions. Greenland on a
There is no
globe.
scale map of the entire world.
There are maps with scales. Remember, we were talking about scales on the map. So if I
Not
look
of
at
the entire world.
yes, there are scales. If I look at a globe and it's 1/1,000,000th scale or whatever the scale is, then if I take a measurement on a globe and I multiply it by the scale factor, I should get the actual scale of the continent.
Yeah, but your issue there is that your globe is oblate, so the scale won't even apply to the entire thing because it's pear-shaped. So that's a problem.
Well, you're going to have minor inconsistencies, but not like Greenland being the size of Africa.
Well, it's gonna be distortions, like I said, and there is no correct map.
No.
I just
want you to understand.
Yes. Look it up. It's in your own paradigm. Your own paradigm tells you that there is not one projection that is 100% correct according to reality.
I'll take 99.9. That's fine.
Neither does it say that. Look it up, man. There is no correct projection.
I'm not talking about a projection. I'm saying that if you want an accurate
map, there is no accurate map.
Because the maps are flat. The maps that you're talking about are flat, taking a globe and flattening it, which is why you get all those different projection types.
Oh, God.
What came first?
You don't know how the map projections work.
No. What came first, map or globe?
I don't know. Probably map.
You just said someone was. So, but how then could we then take a globe and stretch it out if the map came first?
Because we started making globes when we had a good view of what the Earth looked like. I mean, early maps didn't show Australia, so do you think Australia doesn't exist? Okay, it's an argument.
That's not an argument.
Well, that's the argument you're making.
No, I'm not.
Early maps didn't show the entire Earth, or even
I didn't say anything about that.
Yeah, well, you're asking which came first. What came first were early maps, and
I meant between map or globe.
Yeah, but what you're saying is that early maps didn't show the entire Earth, therefore the map came before the globe. But
I asked you.
And I told you, I think the map probably came first, but it did the early map.
So what I'm saying is, if you're saying that we're taking a globe and taking it apart and making it into a map, but
that's
you're
how.
saying
No. That's how the.
Understand that.
Okay, you don't understand that. I gotcha. Okay, so what happens? So when you see a map of the whole world, right? We're talking about maps of the world, not maps of a small area or a specific, not maps of Europe. We're talking about maps of the world, right? Okay. When you take a map of the whole world, which is everything that's been explored, it shows all of the continents we recognize. It shows the North and South poles. It shows the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean. When that's what we're talking about, then those maps are made from flattening a globe.
So when was the switch?
Yeah, how big does a map?
When we had mapped the world, when did the Mercator projection?
But what if it's not all mapped?
You did this? When did you do this?
I can't promise that it's all maps. Where did I get this?
No, when did you?
Then
you
we should keep the map going.
What? Say again?
You said when we mapped the globe. When did you do that?
Humankind. I believe I'm human.
So all of humankind mapped the globe, and you were part of that. When was this? When was this massive co-venture of all humans who worked together?
If you don't like me saying we, I can just say they.
No, you can say we, but who the fuck is we?
humankind, the human
So
race.
all humankind worked together and they made
Don't
the
get-
map, and you
don't-
were there on it.
Don't get triggered by me saying we. I don't know what else to say that would
Just say, if you're going to use a we,
Whoever
say
did it.
who. Who is this we?
I'm using it as human.
Just all human. Okay, so when did
You
this
don't
happen?
speak for all of us.
It's been happening since recorded history. We started exploring, and then we explored a little more, and then, the Vikings discovered North America, and then Columbus, discovered the East Indies, and, Magellan sailed a long way, and Captain Cook went down to the ice wall, and all of those people.
And you were there the whole time.
What do you think?
Well, you're saying we.
Yeah,
and you verified this? You
I'm
verified
counting.
all this data, and they all got exactly the same map and exactly the same model. Like, none of them were different. That one of them had variations in it. They all got exactly the same answer.
Crit. Calm down. I'm talking about just putting the continents where they belong, okay?
Well, this is easy. Just say, I'm not part of that we.
Oh, I'm not part of that we. I'm part of the human race, which is what I meant by it, but I'm not part of the we that was on Magellan's ship.
Magellan.
Can you say one
Whoever.
name? Can you say one name who significantly measured the surface in order to get the right right map of the globe that you presume? And how did he do it? Did he just use the sky and assumptions of longitude and
He
meridians from the
pastiche
sky?
together multiple maps.
Clay, you're losing the thread here.
No,
Maps-
I'm asking you something. You said we have come up with the right
I'm
measurements to
sorry
determine
for saying we. I apologize for saying we.
That's why I'm
didn't
saying.
mean-
Can you say one name that was
I
significantly measuring the surface?
I didn't mean to upset you.
Omnivore,
won't
I'm
say
not
we.
upset. I want to have clarifications since you seem like
I'm retracting the we.
Are you a knowledgeable man? Are you a knowledgeable man?
No,
Are you
I
a
don't know
knowledgeable
if I'm.
man?
I don't know if I'm more knowledgeable than anybody else.
Okay, that's okay. But you have some knowledge, right? And I'm just asking you for clarification. Who is the specific person who has neither used longitude lines or meridians, which are all derived from the sky, in order to get precise measurements for what the ground is?
Clay, I think you should read this article on map projection.
I haven't found one yet. That
sure,
actually doesn't use the sky. All the guys you refer
Put one in the
to
chat. I put one in the chat. If you read that,
I want to hear it from your mouth. I want to
Read
hear
that.
it from you, man.
What do you want to hear from me?
I want to hear from you that you agree that there's no person in history, okay, up to this point, who has measured the Earth by not using things that have been derived from the sky, either if it's longitude lines or meridians, whatever you want to call it.
I think they use things from the sky. Yes.
Okay, so it's all dependent on the sky, right? That no one has actually verified the surface, but just using the surface, right?
Clay. Well, people have like the size of Greenland. Surveyors have, surveyed the size of Greenland.
Do they need to use the sky as a reference point?
I don't know.
Well, then look into it. They always need to use things derived from the sky.
Clay, this doesn't work. The reason, okay, so I say they're using. If you say they're using the sky, I say yeah, they probably are. That's why that map of that celestial sphere map is really important. That's why it affects. So you can tell all the people who say it's astrology that the way that the celestial sphere works, it doesn't matter because it doesn't affect what's on the ground. You can tell them they're wrong, right? Because if I'm using the sky and that model, that little plastic desk model, puts all the stars where we actually see them in different locations, then doesn't that mean that in order to have a correct model of the ground, which is what you're saying, you have to have a correct model of the sky? And if that's the correct model of the sky, then that's pretty good evidence of a sphere, right? Of a globe.
Again, I'm talking about someone who has measured the surface without using or having the need to use anything they see in the sky, right? because you already said from your own perception, you say the sky looks spherical, right? So maybe that's a false bias that should not be included in any measurements or calculations. So why in order to always have the mathematical spherical surface come up, why do they always need to use the sky? A matter of fact, if you look at the observations we stupid crazy flat earthers did, we have actually not used the sky. We have used direct line of sight. We have used all sorts of laser tests.
Yeah,
and
but
so
all
forth,
of
directly using the surface in order to create measurements. And we have what we have figured out that
Clay.
the measure. Listen. This is very important that you get this in your head. We have figured out that the measurements that are being assumed mathematically and being put out there in coexistence with the things derived from the sky are not the correct measurements, and the spherical Earth assumed with a radius of roughly 4,000 miles is not what we can observe through laser tests or direct line of sight tests on the actual surface without using the celestial sphere that your surveyors or people who you claim who have measured the Earth need to use all the time. And that's where the false assumption of that curvature comes into. Because they use the sky. That you have also claimed to say looks spherical. But this doesn't say anything about the ground.
It
Because
does.
You can measure,
It absolutely
does. Just go ahead and do it in reality. I did it myself. Falsify the proclaimed radius for 4,000 miles yourself and come to the conclusion, understand that you see way too much. You see too far. Water does not act the way they assume about the ground that is only derived from assumption of the sky. How hard is this to understand? We have made the work for you. We have figured out, yes, celestial navigation actually works the same in reality as it does on paper in mathematics. Assuming a flat baseline is the same thing that you will have in reality. It is a flat baseline when you're on the ocean, for example, with no topography. Okay?
Clay.
Oh, golly, man.
Your visible, all of your line of sight stuff is using light that's subject to reflection and atmosphere. You know this. So do I. I mean, refraction.
If that's refraction and light, bendy light is your only reason why you don't get it, then I can't help you, man.
Well, I believe refraction exists. Do you not believe refraction exists?
I believe refraction exists, but it doesn't make lasers bend around a curve. And your sugar water experiments, please don't bring it up, man. That's just pathetic. The globers with their sugar water, putting a laser through sugar water. That's not a real medium that we observe in reality.
What?
And I've been through all of this crap. Yeah, what? There's actually globers who want to explain to us that lasers bend around a curve by using a tank filled with sugar water. Okay?
Sugar water.
Yeah, sugar water. Where the laser starts bending because the medium of sugar water is refracting it.
Okay, Quad. You ask me.
I'm done.
That's Clay, not Quad.
Next.
Dude, no one's asking you any questions. You don't know anything. You only speak to some vague we or us or whatever. You don't have any first-hand knowledge or experience. You haven't done any of these things. You just come in here talking about some sort of belief system, and even surface level, like clarification questions, you can't even answer. There's no reason to even go deeper. Because even to say, like, what globe are you talking about? Can you show your work? No, you can't do that either. Like, what scale are you using? You can't do that. Like, there's no way of trying to find some sort of shared reality with you because you're so far off in the weeds. Just like the other day. You're so far off there that you think the definition of, like, gas pressure included altitude in it.
No, Crit. No.
You're so far off the reservation that you think a map doesn't need a scale.
Crit. You're really you're really missing things here. You're really misunderstanding things, and I don't think you're unable to understand them. I think you're just choosing not to understand them, or refusing to admit you understand
That works
them.
too, and you can write that down.
Well,
Okay,
let me
take it to. Hold on, you can take that to the bank and try to cash it, and see. Let them get a good laugh at you too.
Okay, so
just walking with all these assumptions and these things you're thinking, and see what they're worth. Because I think my feedback, my prediction, we are all about predictions this morning, is that
no, I wasn't.
That and 25 cents won't even get you a cup of coffee.
Okay, so
it's worthless. It's just basically making word sounds. You're sea lining.
You're
Thanks
triggered
for
by
reminding
this.
me to get a cup of coffee. Thank you.
Yeah.
Coffee's good. So
okay, so let's go triggered, right? If I'm triggered, what would happen?
You would go
let's
off
follow
and
your worldview. Okay, I'm inside. Let's use your.
You wouldn't let me talk. You wouldn't let me talk.
Okay, there we go. So I'm triggered. Let's use your worldview. So now you can't talk. See, now you won't like your worldview, and this is what I'm hoping will happen. You'll recognize the contradiction because you want to talk, but you also will want to have a logically consistent worldview. Yeah, predicted inside your worldview. I'm just holding your feet to the fire. You made a claim.
He doesn't get it, man.
Yeah, you made a claim. I'm triggered. So let's follow that, okay? If I'm triggered, then you're muted. So now you're being held to your worldview, which is what should have happened from the very beginning. It's like you come in here making all these wild accusations and wild claims, just expecting people to argue like against it. If you think you're an expert in me and you know all about me, like you've walked, not only have you walked a mile in my shoes, you know my whole life, and you don't even know my shoe size. So let's follow that logic, because your logic is against even basic reasoning. Just a very simple phrase about not judging someone until you've walked a mile in their shoes completely destroys your worldview. Completely. It obliterates it. Completely decapitates your worldview. So let's just use your worldview so you can see how contradictory you are. You want and don't want at the same time. That one too. If you think everyone here is in bad faith, then why are you here? I'll help you with that too. So there's two things inside your worldview I'll help you with. Number one, you think everyone here is triggered but you, so they wouldn't let you talk. Okay, now you can't talk. And now you think everyone here is in bad faith. Bye. If you think everyone here is in bad faith, you wouldn't be here. Duh.
Still, I think he didn't get it.
He'll never get it because his whole shtick is he wants to evaluate your worldview and not have any fucking clue what you're even talking about. Like, I don't understand why gas pressure needs a container. You read the definition. Okay, see, gas pressure, walls of the container. He's like, yeah, but how do you get delta X if you don't have, X? You're like, holy shit, dude. So then you've got sea level. It was just bizarre yesterday, or whatever, how many days ago that was, a couple days.
It's just bizarre that the Globers just do not understand that their circle Earth is just an assumption, not proven, an assumption derived from the sky. How can you not understand this? And that in their own mathematical equations, in order for celestial navigation to work, you're gonna use a flat baseline. That's in every equation that is not a straw man. So what we did is we have looked at the ground without using the sky as a reference point, and our calculations or measurements show that the Earth is not a sphere of roughly the radius of 4,000 miles. So the assumption derived from the sky that the sky is equally a ball like what you see in the sky is false. And I don't even think that the sky is a complete ball. What I actually think is they split up the whole. It's a dome-like structure, what I believe, and they have multiplied it into two, or let's say no, they have halved it and made it into a ball. Because
Let's see what Meds has to say.
Anyways,
Do you know it's a dome, or is that just what you believe?
that's what I believe. I don't know it's a dome. That's what
Do you
I
have
believe.
any evidence whatsoever?
Yeah, I would go with a planetarium.
I know. I don't know it's a dome.
Hey
It's
Clay,
just
I
what
got this one.
believe.
I got this one here. So a planetarium shows a flat surface, the floor is flat, and the sky is domed. And they're able to kind of recreate almost exactly what you see using a planetarium. It's almost like a walk-in. It's a model of the Earth in the sky you could just walk into. And what's great about a planetarium is it can show you different parts of the sky without having to actually go there. And then if you just take the roof off the planetarium, you see exactly the same thing. So it could be a dome, it could not be a dome, it could be all kinds of things. But inside that model, it seems to work pretty good, having to be a dome.
But there's
I mean,
some
if you've
form
never
of
been to a
Big Bang.
planetarium, you might not get the reference, what it looks like. But
No, I
have you
have.
ever walked into a planetarium?
Yes, I have.
What's the ceiling like? Is the ceiling flat or is it a dome?
Domed.
Okay, there you go. So there's a pretty good guess, right? You could say this seems to correlate well enough that most likely the sky has some sort of dome-like structure to it.
But you're basing that off of the luminaries in the sky?
No, off a planetarium.
I know why are you basing the what we live on off of a planetarium.
Okay, because the sky is projected on the dome ceiling. And if you remove the dome ceiling, it's pretty close to what you see. So
Sky's
then,
projected on a dome ceiling. How'd you get to that?
Yeah, a planetarium.
Interesting. Okay.
Well, I'm gonna just by listening to that, I would think I live inside a planetarium.
Pretty
You might-
close. Yeah, it'd be pretty close. I mean, it seems to be well enough where a lot of times you get these guys say, a flat earth can't do celestial navigation. And you're like, dude, even basic, like beginner courses for celestial navigation, they take you to a planetarium to do it. You're using a flat baseline to do these measurements. So that's why the globe says, well, yeah, it's not really flat, but it's locally flat every 69 nautical miles. You get plus or minus 69 miles when you do a celestial navigation. And you're like, okay, so you got a disco ball? Your Earth is now like a disco ball Earth? Oh, no, it's not. It's not really a disco ball. What happens is every observer dependency has their own locally flat section. Okay, so then so how is flat and not flat the same thing? How do you get to not flat via flat? So you got a locally flat area, observer dependent on each individual has their own instance of a locally flat Earth. And then how do you get to not flat from that? See, this is the problem when globalists said the globe is true because it's not flat. The Earth is not flat. But you claim the globe so large. Your globe is so large that it presents at a human level as flat and stationary. It's moving so slowly you can't detect the movement. So it's presenting itself as flat and stationary. So if you come out and say not flat, you just killed your own model. You had nothing to do with flat Earth at that point. Because what you did was you highlighted a contradiction in the globe. You said the globe is so large, it's so big, at a human level it looks flat, and then you said not flat. Flat and not flat at the same time. That is a direct contradiction in your model. You'd have to say why it looks flat and it's not flat at the same time. Like, what would be your explanation for that?
You would never claim that the Earth is actually flat, though, right? You're just you're agnostic about the shape.
No, there's flat is not a shape. See, there's another thing too. Nouns and and adjectives. So if I say the Earth is a noun, I describe the Earth with an adjective called flat. Somehow you heard noun, a flat. I'm like, holy shit, dude! This is like grade school English. Nouns, verbs, adjectives, and adverbs.
No, I see what you're saying. You're just talking about like the observable. Or
Yeah,
what
like
we
describe
observe
what you see.
flat.
Do you see a flat Earth or you see a curved Earth?
Right. But you would never claim to know what the shape of the actual thing that we live on is, right?
No, I would just call it Earth.
Right. And it could be, it could be any shape, but it just looks observably flat, right?
Or I would say it's probably out of shape, right? It's in bad shape.
It's probably what?
In very bad shape.
It's a bad shape. What does that mean?
Yeah, like it's like out of shape. It's like talking about like the ecosystems are collapsing, the climate is warming, like all kinds of craziness going on. It's really
Hold up.
bad shape.
What shape?
It's
No,
out
no,
of
no.
shape. It's bad shape.
I'm talking about like a physical shape.
Yeah, physically.
Yeah,
Very
the
physically,
globe-
it's not well. The Earth is
Yeah.
dying.
I posted a picture of Greta. She'll tell you what's happening to the globe. People are dying, ecosystems, people are suffering, ecosystems are collapsing. The whole world is just fucking, going to shit.
Why don't you
Yeah,
care?
But none of you guys would actually claim the actual shape of the thing we live on, right? Because you don't.
It's actually out of shape. It's in bad shape. It's in very bad condition.
I don't
It's
think Are you
misshapen.
understand? I don't know if you're picking up what I'm saying. I'm not talking about like the. I'm talking about the actual physical shape.
Yeah, physically. Physically, the Earth is in very tough shape right now.
Okay.
Like I live in. Check this out. I live in northern Minnesota. I live in northern Minnesota. Oh, go ahead.
Crit, I'm talking to you. If you watch TV, we're almost on the brink of extinction.
Yeah, I live in northern Minnesota, and normally this time of the year it's always like heavy snow, blizzards. There's not a drop of snow on the ground. It's 60 something degrees. It's 57 degrees yesterday. It's like December in northern Minnesota.
Fellas,
That is
I'm not
not
talking about
healthy. Okay.
fellas. I'm not talking about the political or
So
societal
why is it?
shape
Yeah,
of the Earth.
even that is in bad shape. Like the Doomsday Clock Committee is about to meet here in about I think 2 more weeks. Do you think they're going to move the clock forward or backwards? Which direction do you think that clock is going to go?
I have no idea.
We'll make a
Gonna
prediction.
move it forward.
We're all about predictions today. Yeah, that's what I would say, right? They're definitely going to move it forward.
Absolutely.
So is that good shape to be in, or is that a bad shape to be in? If your doomsday clock is moving forward,
That's definitely a bad shape, but that's not the shape I was talking about. I was talking about the physical ground shape of the actual Earth. Is what I was asking.
What's a lake shaped like?
What is a lake shaped like?
Yeah, what's a lake shaped like?
Man, I've seen a bunch of lakes, and they come in many different shapes.
That's about the shape of it.
Okay, nice. I was just wondering if you guys. I was just trying to make a point that you guys don't actually claim to know what the shape of the Earth is. You're agnostic about the actual physical shape of the Earth.
Yeah, it's
I don't
shaped
know
like
what
a
you're trying to
lake.
get.
We don't have all the information.
It's shaped like a lake. Got water and shores and all that, like a lake.
I don't know what that means. A lake is not a shape.
Either is flat.
I agree. Because a visibly flat Earth could mean a bunch of different things. The
But
Earth
you
could
want
be
us to make up a story that competes with water, gas balls inside a vacuum chamber forever, being held together by mystical force.
incorrect. That's not what I was saying. All I was saying is that you guys don't claim to know the physical shape of the Earth. That's all I was asking.
Like a lake, I guess.
I don't know what that means. A lake is not a shape.
Go to a lake and look at it, and that's what the Earth looks like.
There's so many different lakes that you can look at that have
But
different
they're all
shapes.
flat.
Okay. Do you guys think that the ability to know the shape of the Earth is possible? Like, do you think it's possible to know what the shape of the Earth is, whether it's
No.
flat?
No.
Impossible.
Yep.
Okay. Why?
Can't travel everywhere.
Can't travel everywhere.
Yeah, why do you think it's possible?
Why do I think it's possible? I mean, I feel
Yeah.
like if you could travel everywhere.
If you could, but you can't. So why do you think you?
So where can't we travel?
There's no fly zones.
No fly zones. Okay. Could we maybe fly around the no fly zones and then kind of
Yep. Then you didn't go where you're not allowed to go.
where are these no fly zones?
The 500-mile radius around the North Pole.
Really?
Really?
This is the first I'm hearing about that. There's a no fly zone 500 miles radius of the North Pole.
Doesn't that make you suspicious?
It would if that were true, but I've never heard that before. I'm just curious where you got that from. Crit? Crit? Maybe Jack, do you know about this 500 no fly zone?
Do I know of it?
Yeah, is it what is it?
Do you mean who imposes it, or
Yes, what is who imposes it? What is it? Where does it encompass? I've never heard of this before. I'm just curious what the 500-mile no-fly zone around the North Pole. Because 500 miles, wouldn't that be? Let me look. So 500 miles radius from the North Pole, people are not allowed to fly. What North Pole are we talking about? Geographic, magnetic, or what? Who made the claim? Crit? Was it you? Can you help me out here? I'm genuinely curious about this. Okay. Well, I mean, my main question was really, do you think it's possible to know the shape of the object that we live on? You guys seem to say no. Curious why you guys think that.
You can't travel everywhere.
It was you, Doctor.
Yeah, I thought we already mentioned that.
Doctor, what is this 500-mile radius around the North Pole that we can't travel?
A
Can you
no-fly
expand?
zone.
Yes. Can you expand on that?
No, not right now. I have to look it up.
Where did you hear that? Can you tell me that at least?
I have to look through my shit. I'm on a different computer right now, so.
That's just a huge claim to present with no
Have
evidence.
you ever heard
You
of
know what I mean?
Have you ever heard of no-fly zones, or is that a huge claim?
No, I've heard of no-fly zones, but a
Okay.
500-mile radius from the North Pole.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of a big claim, wouldn't you agree?
Well,
Sort of a big claim to provide with no
take a
evidence.
plane and fly directly to the North Pole. Let's see what happens.
Okay, I don't own a plane. I don't fly plane. I'm not a pilot, so I can't do that. I'm guessing anybody traveling from, I guess, Russia, the northern tip of Russia to Greenland, maybe might fly that way. I don't know if there's any flights that go that way, but I don't know. That's just an insane claim to say without providing any evidence whatsoever, but go with it.
You aren't allowed to fly north of the 82-degree.
North of the 82nd parallel?
Yes.
Okay. Who's enforcing that?
Natural Federation Aviation, what is it called?
Natural Federation
Federation
Aviation.
of Aviation. I don't remember the name of the agency. One of them three-letter agencies.
Whose government agency is this?
I believe it's the United States.
So the United States is restricting people flying across the 82nd parallel. How are they
It's probably
enforcing this?
agreed upon. It's probably agreed upon in some international convention. I don't know
Probably
the
agreed
details.
upon?
Well, yeah, I don't.
So you don't know.
No, I don't know. And then didn't I just say that?
Why are you so the 82nd parallel? How do you know this?
Because I read it on the site.
What site?
Shouldn't that be the Antarctic Treaty with our coalition,
just tell
the
you.
coalition between the countries and nations?
What site did you read this from?
Antarctic Treaty, mate. Look it up.
I've heard of the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, how many nations are involved in that?
A few. I know that.
Few.
59, I
Is
think.
50 a few? Is 50 plus nations a few? I don't think
Yes.
so.
I guess a few. Okay, sorry, a lot.
No, that's not a few. Yeah.
Okay. A lot of
Good
news.
on you. I mean, yeah. There you go. There's your answer.
Okay, and all of them are restricting planes to fly.
No, the Arctic Council is okay. This is nations including Canada, Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, Russia, Sweden, United States.
And out of all that group, United States is the ones who's going to enforce it. Everybody else will throw rocks and sticks in the air.
So they're enforcing it how? Like, are they flying like
Military.
jets?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a plane will fly up next to you and say, turn around or bang bang. They'll show you bang bang out the window if you can't listen on your radio.
And you guys know this how?
There's a news special on it.
It's a
Send me
belief.
it.
Some shit.
Send me it. Please give me your source. Genuinely, I want to know. Maybe you guys are right. I
I'll
have
try to
no
find
idea.
it for you.
If there's a no-fly zone, the Earth is flat.
I'm sorry?
If there's a no-fly zone, the Earth is flat. Correct?
If there's a no.
Oh, well, then what do you need to know about it for? What's it going to do for you? If
Also,
this doesn't help you at all, it's a waste of our time. I'm telling you, we all been through this. We know what time wasters are like.
my bad. I thought this was one of your claims, not mine. So that's why I'm demanding evidence.
So if
You just got it.
yeah, if there's a no-fly zone, he already gave it to you. If there's a no-fly zone, the Earth is flat, right?
Are you asking me? I already told you.
Yeah, I'm asking you.
No, not at all.
Oh, so then it doesn't matter if you care whether you get information on no-fly zones or not.
True. But
See how that works? You just said true, so we can move on.
Yeah, we can, because this no-fly zone is bullshit.
You doubt it? You don't think it's real?
Yeah, I doubt it heavily. without knowing anything about it, I doubt heavily that there's
What
a
didn't
no-fly
we
zone.
just? What information didn't we give you except for a video of a news special that you asked for?
Okay, so you gave me. So somebody linked an article in the chat. That's the
That's
only
your
evidence
Glober
you gave
friend.
me.
That's your Glober friend to support you.
What?
It's your Glober friend in support of you.
Who's my Glober friend?
Jesus.
Anyway, sorry. I just wanted I was just curious. So, thank you for giving me the article.
Dude, I gave you enough to go find out for yourself. I mean, were you just sitting there waiting for somebody to give you all the answers?
See, the problem with that worldview is that,
Actually,
say
curious,
I
don't
give
get it.
you an answer, and then I change my mind. What just happened to your worldview?
If you give me an answer and then you change your mind,
Yeah.
does that happen to my worldview?
Yeah, like if you base your worldview on what answers I give you, then I change my answers. What just happened to your worldview?
Well, if I was basing my worldview off your answers, then it would absolutely collapse once you change your answer.
Right, so go get your own answers.
Yeah, which is why a lot of times when people say Google it, hey, the Earth is a globe. How do you know? I Googled it. Now, what happens if Google changes their answer? They have, by the way. You know, people seem like every nothing in Google is written in stone. You'll see them change it in real time to match the political climate.
Absolutely. It used to say men can get pregnant. Now they changed their wording.
Well, I want to read this article, and I'll come back to you guys.
All right, sounds good.
Oh, I just heard they want to possibly close travel to China because of a new special thing coming out of China again. Here we go
It
again.
must have finally got cold. It must have finally got cold outside.
Yeah, the temperature's changed.
That's it. Outbreak.
Be careful with that verbiage.
I'm sorry. I've been talking about this movie I saw once with monkeys in it.
And all because the Earth has tilted itself away from the sun. Amazing, however that works.
Even I can bring movies like Outbreak to Flat Earth because there was a Flat Earth map in it where they showed all the little dots.
Guys, I don't know if you've ever seen this video, but it's the most cringe anti-flat earth propaganda that you can actually imagine. Like, this is just pathetic. Paying someone to be a pretender clown and saying things that no flat earther would ever say. Unbelievable. And then you have kids buying this bull crap.
Hey, so can anybody provide me like a link or a reference to the 500-mile no-fly zone around the North Pole? Is that possible? Specifically, Doctor and Whisper Jack. Can you guys provide me that? Looks like Doctor's muted. Whisper Jack, are you there, my friend?
Didn't you already clarify that even if you would be shown the no-fly zone, that it absolutely will not tell you anything about the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, correct.
So
But
why
I'm
would
curious about it.
why? If it doesn't
Because
mean
that's
anything to you.
no, that's because it's one of the reasons flat earthers use.
No, I don't use that reasoning. For me, I look at the ground. The Earth is what it represents itself to be. I don't need Antarctica or any flight.
Okay, but you don't claim to know the actual shape of the Earth, right? You just say it's observably flat, but you don't claim to know the actual shape of the object that we live on, right?
Well, my assumption is that if I observe it to be flat, it must be equally everywhere else. It's a
So you
topographical
assume.
stationary plane.
You
Yeah, I
assume?
see. Yeah, from my calculations that I've derived by falsifying the supposed claim of a bendy ground 360 degrees in every direction to form roughly a sphere of a radius of 4,000 miles, I came to the conclusion that the ground is not adding up to that. So, which means that we probably live on a topographical plane.
So what you can observably see, it seems flat, right?
Yeah. What we can measure repeatedly is what it is. Yeah.
Okay, but you haven't measured the whole Earth, right?
We don't need to. So if there's a claim of a model that says that the ground is bending 360 degrees in every direction to form roughly a sphere of a radius of roughly 4,000 miles, then you can just take a little part of that supposed mathematics of the supposed sphere or bendy ground. You go out, you figure, oh, actually the ground is not bending 360 degrees in every direction to form a ball. Oh, shoot, maybe the model I've been given is wrong. Oh, shoot, actually everywhere other friends of mine have also done the same and figured that it's even measured to be not curving there. So what is it then at the end of the day? A ball with many flat spots, or Do we live on a hexagon or something?
I don't know. That's the thing. That's why I'm asking. I'm just
Well,
asking if you claim to know that the whole Earth is flat.
Well, I mean, what age should it be? So should it sometimes be curved, and sometimes it has like these weird anomalies where, for some reason, only where flat earthers are, it just doesn't present itself to be curving. Like,
Can
how does it work on a globe?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat again? Your accent is hard to understand for me. My bad.
Oh, that's the first one. So is it just an anomaly that it only is for some reason not that bendy ground 360 degrees in every direction curving to form that sphere of roughly 4,000 miles when flat earthers are present, that somehow we just are so unlucky to always find the flat spots on the globe, or what is it then? What would be your assumption if everybody that through the internet or in reality at different locations always come up with the same conclusion that the ground is not measured to be roughly 4,000 miles bending in every direction as a radius, then what else should it be than just a topographical plane?
Oh, I'm not claiming that the Earth is bending in any way. The only thing I'm arguing against is that you know the whole shape of the Earth. You know what's observable to you, and what's observable to you, in your opinion, is flat.
I assume, my friend. That's a big difference.
Exactly. You assume.
Yeah. So welcome to Flat Earth, since you also don't agree that it's bending 360 degrees in every direction.
Oh no, I definitely do. But my point
So you
is
just said
that
you don't. Why did
give
you
me 1
change your
second.
mind?
Let me just explain my point. Is that the Earth could be, to you, the Earth could be a fucking pyramid, right? Observably flat, but you don't know that for sure. It could be a pyramid, it could be a fucking square, it could be a rectangle. You have no idea because the only thing you're going off of is observation. Right? Is that correct?
I can't follow your logic, sir. That's very unlogical.
Explain to me how. So you observe something
I already
that's flat.
did. It's kind of frustrating because I did the things 2 times by now to you. Again, there's this claim out there that says the ground should be bending 360
Don't
degrees in
talk
every
about my
direction.
claim. Don't talk about the spherical Earth. I'm talking about
So you
your
don't
claim.
want to hear the answer.
Okay,
How
sorry.
how
Go
I
ahead.
derived it. Okay. But again, so there's this claim that I need to falsify, right? That comes even with mathematical calculations. So what I do is I go out, for example, of a big lake of water or ocean or whatever, or just the ground, it doesn't really matter. And I do, for example, long distance observations, and I falsify the supposed claim of bending curve. Does that make sense to you? So, ergo, Earth is not a ball.
Okay. Earth is not a ball.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm with you on that.
And no, it's also not a pyramid, because then if it would be a pyramid, I would see clear anomalies of that being the case.
What anomalies?
First of all,
Corners.
the simplistic way that water behaves would not function on a pyramid, right?
How do you know that?
Because everything that I observe when I put water on a pyramid is that the water will just spill off and fall.
A pyramid on the pyramid that you live on?
No, a pyramid that I would. Dude, this is, very non sequitur what you're trying to bring up. I don't really understand why you're bringing up. What is way more important is to actually figure out, do you live on a spinning ball or not? That's actually the reason why we're all here.
I think the question is to figure out what we are living on.
Yeah, and I already told you from my observations, I can only assume that it's a topographical plane. Have you ever heard that they say Kansas is flat as a pancake? Or flatter than a pancake? Yeah. So it's a topographical plane with valley, hills, mountains, and so forth, right? I hope you understand what a topographical plane is, right?
I do. Yes,
Okay.
I do.
All right. I'm just asking for clarification. I'm not trying to you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I'm not
no, you're
natively
good.
English.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So still, what I'm trying to figure out is why do people still believe they live on a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceboat flying through never expanding void of darkness while hurtling around other planets? That's what I'm trying to figuring out.
I could
To
give a
figure
shit.
out.
All I care about is what we live on, right? I don't care about the spherical Earth. I don't give a shit about anything else. I just want to know what we live on, and I'm
On Earth.
what I'm at. Yes, exactly. And what I'm curious about is how you know it's all flat.
But I already told you, right? If there's multiple people all over the plane from different locations from you, what else should it be as a conclusion?
If there's so you're saying if there's people all over the plane,
Yeah, that
observe it to be flat.
let's say make observations that conclude that there's no bending of the surface. What else should it be? A cube? Come on, man.
What could it be? Have you been to every place on Earth? Has
Come
anybody?
on, man.
You
This
don't
is
need
the
to
same thing you guys
go
asked
to
me.
every place on Earth. We already have giant machinery, precision machines, manufacturing machines, and production lines, which are directly dependent of a flat plane.
Gippy,
Yeah.
good to see you
When,
again, comrade.
good morning. Good
Steve.
to see you too. So when you install these machines, you need to have a flat floor. On a sphere, yeah, that's possible to make a flat floor. Constructions engineering allow us that, but on a sphere, it doesn't allow you to actually change the down vectors. We cannot manipulate those.
I agree. My only point was that nope,
Yeah.
you guys don't claim that the whole Earth is a sphere. You guys have no idea because you can't know that because you claim to never gone to everywhere on Earth. You claim that people can't go to Antarctica. You claim that there's a 500-mile no-fly zone radius around the North Pole. So how can you claim to know what the whole shape of the Earth is? You can't. So
Flat isn't a shape.
I agree.
This isn't omniscience 24/7, rhinoceros.
Oh,
You've been informed of that before.
yeah, old
Yeah.
Hoss, he's having a hard time with that one. He's asked it like 25 different ways.
No, I've heard of it.
Yeah.
Bizarre.
So, Rhinoceros, what country are you in?
I'm from America, USA.
USA. Okay. So, your down vector in USA is perfectly parallel with my down vector in Germany. It is not 180 degrees opposite to each
Are you
other,
German?
those vectors. No, I'm not German. I'm Romanian,
Oh, okay. That's what I thought.
but I work in Germany.
Very nice.
So, but
Uh,
did you understand what I told you?
I do. So you're saying
Okay.
if we lived on a spherical Earth, my down vector would be parallel with your down vector in
Yeah. So
technically
if you take a
Romania,
yo-yo,
somewhere in
if you
China.
take a yo-yo in your hand, yeah,
Mhm.
and you just let it drop from the string, it's hanging on that string, uh, still. And if I hold one in Germany, though the strings of those two yo-yos will be perfectly parallel to each other. They are pointing the same direction.
I get what you're saying. Not
Yeah.
exactly, but I get what you're saying. Yes, I'll agree.
Yeah.
What?
So that's a problem,
He doesn't get what you're
because
saying. You know why? Because he just said, yeah, yeah.
yeah, I know he wants to leave. He creates a backdoor.
I'm just saying that. Sorry. Then yes, Germany
So
is
they
not
are,
perfectly.
so all plumb lines are parallel then, right? They don't point to a center point.
Yeah.
I've heard this before. All plumb lines are parallel.
Yeah, yo-yos are plumb
Yeah.
lines. He just used a different term just so you guys didn't spaz out.
My bad. What term did I use?
Yo-yo instead of plumb line.
Yeah.
Oh, get used yo-yo instead of plumb line.
Yeah, I meant when you let a yo-yo, yeah, from your hand, but you hold that string, it's gonna roll down on the string. It comes up, down, back and forth a few times, but then it will stay still at the bottom of the string, at the end of the string. It will be like hanging from the string. That's all, and it's not gonna spin anymore. So it will be exactly like a plumb line. It's a
Yes.
weight hanging on a string. Yeah. So when you hold that in your hand in Germany and in USA, that those strings, they will be perfectly parallel to each other. No matter where you go in the world, even if you go on the Mount Everest, or on a hill. So in flatland area, where you don't have hills, that down vector is perpendicular with the ground surface, also on the surface of the water, lakes, seas, oceans. So when you go there and you hold the plumb line, you will find that plumb line is perfectly perpendicular with the surface of the water. But when you go on a
I agree.
hill, your ground is actually um, inclined, yeah.
The ground
And
is inclined on a hill.
yeah, when you go uphill, yeah,
Okay.
on a hill.
So if
So
I go
when you
uphill,
hold that, yeah, when you're halfway on the hill, yeah, walking to the top. So when you hold that plumb line in your hand, your plumb line is no longer perpendicular with the ground beneath your feet, because the ground is inclined, has an inclination.
correct. I agree.
But that plumb line is still parallel to all other plumb lines anywhere in the world.
That I would disagree with. I think it would be plumb with your local area.
There we go.
Yeah.
You in Germany, if you go up
Yeah,
on a
so that
hill.
yeah was kind of empty.
Yep.
All right, fellas.
I called
If
it
you don't
from
want
Well,
to
the
have,
What
that's
are you saying? Honestly, think about what you're saying there, Rhinoceros. I'm not trying to just.
yes, sir.
What's
Give it
going
to me.
on? I mean, the plumb lines are parallel, and then you want to say yeah in your local area. What does that even mean?
when did they not become plumb? Where does the next local area now they're kind of slightly off? How does that work?
So that's a good question. Can I ask you guys first what plumb is? Like, what does plumb mean? What is a plumb line?
Like a
Not a
yo-yo.
tool.
contractor or anything.
Vertical.
Yeah. It's a tool we use to verify verticality in buildings, constructions, and not only that, but also in um,
What is plumb?
production lines or production machines calibration.
Okay. What is plumb? What is plumb? So it's parallel with something else? What is that? Surface of the Earth, or what does a plumb line mean?
Plumb is perpendicular with the ground.
Perpendicular to
When
level,
you have
horizontal.
horizontal.
Perpendicular to horizontal, so the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the surface of the Earth is not perfectly flat everywhere.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. Horizontal or perpendicular to, a relatively. That's fine with me.
And
I'm good to go on that
this
definition.
if this was going on water ball Earth, if people were hanging plumb lines, they wouldn't be parallel if the Earth were a ball. Couldn't be.
True, I agree.
Okay.
Well, so
That's the whole point of this whole thing.
He's a flat earther then. He was a flat earther. He said, yeah. Then he said no, he became a globe earther. Now he said, yeah, he agrees, he's a flat earther.
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning. No,
What's
I
your
disagree.
position, Rhinoceros? Are you actually a anti-flat earther or just a person that found out about flat earth and you're willing to actually know and learn?
Well, I can answer for him. I asked him if no-fly zones mean Earth is flat, and he said it doesn't matter. So he asked for proof of no-fly zones, and when we gave it to him, he said that doesn't matter. So he's an anti-flat earther. He's been in here 100 times.
Yeah.
Definitely have been in here 100 times. You definitely did not give me any evidence of no-fly zone around the North Pole.
No-fly
And also,
zone? Are you kidding me? Military bases.
military bases. Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on, Doctor. I want to talk to him really quick. Listen,
Okay.
I genuinely just want to hear what you guys have to say, but I'm gonna demand evidence whenever you guys make a claim. Okay, and you expect the same from me, obviously, right? You're always expecting evidence from globe earthers, right? So whenever you give me a claim, I'm gonna expect evidence. So when we were talking about plumb, I totally believe that a plumb line is perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. That can happen on a spherical Earth too.
Perpendicular to horizontal. Straight line.
Perpendicular to horizontal.
Correct.
That can happen on a spherical Earth.
There's no flat lines on a ball. There's no flat lines on a ball. There's no horizontal on a ball.
How precise are your tools you're using to measure?
Water level.
Geppy gets up. He knows about the installation of a gigantic 3D printer, 200 meters long, that needed plumb lines to be exact at each end. And when they hung them, they were just exact. They didn't really have to do anything to it.
Ooh, I'm an engineer, so I would love to see this.
Yeah, well, the Airbus factory, they built the biggest giant 3D printer. It's a printer
Airbus?
which is, yeah.
Let Geppy get finished.
You know Airbus, they are manufacturing one of the biggest airplanes, commercial airplanes in the world, the Airbus A380.
Yeah, sorry, that's why I sounded kind of confused, because I thought they made airplanes, not 3D printers. But if they're making 3D printers, that's
Yeah,
dope.
well,
Hey, hold on,
that
stop.
airplane.
Just stop.
Yeah.
He's off on a tangent. So they had to create this 3D printer to make the size parts they needed. I made my own 3D printer. I didn't have someone else make it for me. Do you understand that? You're an engineer. You should know how this works.
Yes.
Okay,
So you
So
made your own 3D printer?
yeah, well, they built this giant 3D printer to actually print the large carbon fiber structures, which are the structural resistance components of the airplane.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
they don't.
they 3D printed like the fuselage, or
No, not fuselage. The airplane structural resistance skeleton body.
so they printed the whole skeletal body of a like, what are we talking about? Like a Boeing 747 or some shit like
Yeah,
that?
they are 3D printing large structures of carbon fiber
Okay.
composite material.
Okay.
Yeah.
And a huge
So
3D
they
printer.
don't use aluminum or steel. Yeah. They use carbon
Okay.
fiber because it's strong and lightweight.
It's pretty dope, honestly. It's pretty fucking cool.
Sorry?
Uh, I said that's pretty cool that
So
they're
since
doing
you're
that.
an engineer, you use 3D
Yeah.
printers, right?
So I'm an
Yeah.
electrical and computer engineer.
Oh,
I don't
all
fuck
right.
around
So
with
don't
3D
don't
printers.
throw that word out there as if you understand mechanical stuff.
Well, so I still know about 3D printers. I have one.
I have
Know
3
about
of them
3D models.
myself.
Which ones do you have? I have an Ender Ender V3.
Yeah, I have one of those. I have one of the tank printers, and I have one I built myself.
You made your own 3D printer.
Yes,
That's fucking awesome.
out of 80/20 extrusion. Now, who in here knows what I just said?
80/20. I don't. I have
So
no
I
idea.
don't believe that you do anything where you actually touch stuff
Mm,
besides computer screens.
yeah.
Incorrect.
Oh,
I
so
may not. I don't
now,
3D print a lot, but I make a lot
listen.
of circuit boards. I do layout.
Yeah, that's a joke. That's not actually precision linear motion. It's those are
You only got
toys.
to be.
Yeah,
You only got to be by
those machines that
close
make
by 10.
PC boards.
Yeah, you only got to be within 10,000s to make a printed circuit board, unless you
Yeah,
want to
Yeah.
make it
one second.
perfectly pretty and
No,
nice.
I mean precision of the hundredth
What,
of a millimeter is enough for a
You don't
circuit
even need
board.
that for drilling a
quick,
hole through a copper clad
Yeah,
board.
yeah.
quick second. I just want to know this. Why do you work or do you make a motherboard? I thought these things are made with machines, precise machines. Like, what do you do with a motherboard? I mean,
I
which
don't.
time
I
do we
don't.
live in?
I don't make motherboards. I make. I
No
make. I think
PCBs.
what you're talking about
Yeah,
is PCBs, or what they're called ASICs, application specific integrated circuits, and
yeah.
again, I don't make these shit with my hands, obviously.
Ah,
I mean, these are done through like very precise uh, uh, lithographic sort of
yeah,
Yeah.
but
procedures.
why did you then use it as an example? See, the one guy said, so I don't believe that you do anything but just looking at a screen, and then you said, no, I also make motherboards, and now you clarify that you don't even need to use your hands for doing that.
Keep saying motherboards. I mean, I make
Yeah,
those.
PCBs or whatever.
Okay, fair
Or
enough.
circuits. But you still said you don't even do the circuits yourself. It's a precise machine that does it.
I do. You can get a PCB and all the parts, but
But
all the
then,
parts still need to be soldered onto the PCB.
yeah,
So
why did you just say it's a machine that does it? Why didn't you say you make it? I don't get it, man. That's weird. How you
what are you
switch?
asking me? What's the
But
question?
I was just nah. Never mind. You already answered the question. You said a precise machine. It's what you need. What you
So
need
we're
to
going to
use.
get back to Geppy Gets 200-meter wide 3D printer at each end
Yeah.
has a plumb bob hanging, and they use Renishaw encoders to
Linear
pick up that
encoders.
line moving back and forth, and it doesn't move. So when they started it, really they only had to align the encoders at that point.
Yeah. They actually achieved. They used two plumb bobs at both ends of the machines, and they use a linear encoder on the bottom and on the top, and they measured the distance between the plumb bob strings, and they found them that they were parallel to each other with a precision grade of 1 nanometer. So these linear encoders, which Renishaw is manufacturing, they can measure with nanometer precision, but at normal operating speed. But at stop speed, these linear encoders, they have a margin of error in the reading of the laser. Yeah. So when that encoder moves across the ruler with a high speed, it will get some error readings sometimes. And they write down that margin of error of 65 nanometer, about 60, 70 nanometers. So it's plus minus 35 nanometers margin of error. Yeah. But when they did the measurement, they didn't move that encoder with top speed. They used a speed of precision measuring. So that linear encoder was counting each nanometer it was moving across that track of the machine. And they found the plumb bobs are perfectly parallel. So they establish a rectangle, a perfect rectangle area surface.
Perfect
Because,
rectangle printing area.
yeah,
Okay. Well, I don't know.
well,
To
that
say.
machine, listen, that 3D printing is laying carbon fiber with nanometer precision. Any deviation, when you want to achieve nanometer precision and your machine is moving, yeah, you have misalignments, torsion, all these things happening in the machine. Um, the printing head of this machine is about 4 to 5 meters tall. It's a U shape, yeah, sliding on two tracks on the floor, which are precision linear bearings and ball screw bearings for moving this machine with nanometer precision. They also have harmonic drive gearboxes between the ball screws and the stepper motors.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, and
Yeah.
I can't disagree with you. I know nothing about this, but actually, as an engineer, I would love to
Well, as an
see
engineer, you
this.
don't know what a
No,
harmonic drive
no,
gearbox is?
you're right. I don't. I would just,
Oh my god.
as an engineer, I'm just curious about. I'm curious about this. Could you
Hey,
like send me
don't
what you
say.
read on that?
Listen, to give you a heads up, don't say I'm an engineer in here because it's not going to help you.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to make help
I
you.
mean, you're an
There's
electrical engineer,
more computer than electrical, but
not
yes.
mechanical or
He
mechatronics.
said, or a
Right.
computer. He hasn't made up his mind yet.
Oh,
Do
computer
you want
science,
my
yeah.
my
Geppy Get,
my
Geppy Get,
background, my
try to find
degrees?
that. Geppy Get, try to find that Airbus that you showed us with the 3D printer in there.
Yes, please. That was
Hey,
I'm not disagreeing with him.
Mm.
I'm just genuinely curious because that sounds dope.
Do you
I
know
still
who
like
Ren-
the
you know who
games.
Renishaw? You know who Renishaw is then, right?
Renishaw? No idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. This is interesting. I've never actually talked to engineers who doesn't know any of the terms we're using. Even our electrical engineers at work know what I'm talking about.
Enlighten me.
Renishaw is like the best brand factory manufacturer of ultra precision measuring instruments in the world. They make the linear or rotary encoders, the highest precision grades and quality.
I don't work with linear encoders. I develop FPGAs
But
and ASICs.
you do work with measuring instruments.
I mean, no, not really. What
Have you
kind?
ever used a set of digital calipers?
Yes. I have
That's
some
Yeah,
right here.
that's a linear encoder.
yes, and that's made by Renishaw. I mean, there are calipers which have a linear encoder made by Renishaw.
Let me
Yeah,
find mine and tell you what the
yeah.
brand
Like
is.
Smith Toyo makes their own, I'm sure. Starrett probably makes
Yes.
their own.
Don't know where mine is. Hold on, let me look for it. Oh, here it is. Mine is made by Ultratech. General Ultratech number 1433.
Mhm.
So sorry, I don't work with precision machinery. I work with electronics.
I understand that just by the model number you gave me of that. It's a general. That's like going to Walmart to buy your calipers.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
got off Amazon. It was to honestly, it was to just measure
Mm.
shit around the house. So
Yeah, but you should have a end mass.
I should
Uh,
have a what? A what?
a end mass. Are those steel blocks? Yeah, which are perfect dimensions. So according to those, you calibrate your caliper.
Can you say that? Should I have a what?
You very
You have stops. So when you take your calipers and you wipe them nice and clean with your fingertips and then you close them, you hit 0. So now the linear
yeah.
uh, the motion when it makes it will know where 0 is, and from there it can count up or
Yeah,
Yeah.
down
there's
depending on where you set your 0.
yeah,
But
there's a
yeah,
zero.
when you close it,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you make 0. But
Mm-hmm.
when you open it, for example, like 10 millimeters, yeah, um, your caliper has a little bit of backlash.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can be off 1, 2, 3, 5 hundredths of a millimeter, even a tenth, yeah, of a millimeter. And when you want to precision measure, that will be a big issue. So that's why they make these steel blocks. Yeah, um, they have polished surfaces,
Oh, Joe
and their
blocks, you mean gauge block.
dimensions.
Gauge
What are
block.
they called?
They're
H
called
blocks.
gauge
Yeah,
blocks. Joe blocks
gauge block.
for
Gauge.
the old
Yeah,
timers
yeah,
like me.
exactly.
They're called Joe
Yeah.
blocks.
And mass is in German language. So yeah.
So yeah, like me at home, I have a 1 inch mirrored surface,
Mm,
basically polished mirrored
mm.
1 inch gauge block. That's how I check my micrometers
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I have a 1/2 inch one too. I have a
yeah,
1 inch one. I check my micrometers when I need to, but usually I
yeah.
just zero them because I'm on a lathe and I don't really care how
Mm,
close I am because on my lathe at
yeah,
home, I'm not making anything very precise. At work, that's
yeah,
different. If I'm
yeah,
even go into work and do anything anymore because I don't make parts for people anymore. I just come up with design, draw it out, do prove it out on a
yeah,
machine, and say, okay, see that? There's your model. Make a bunch of those.
Oh,
yeah.
doctor, are you a machinist?
I
Or
used
you
to be a
you must
machinist at one time.
Fair enough.
for a long time.
Mess around with machinery, lathes, and mills.
Yes.
I have too, a little bit. I gotta be honest, it was very little, but I love machining, and I watch machinist YouTubers online.
Uh,
Oh,
I'm
that's
a
another one.
machinist. I
I
work.
also have a, not besides the 3D printers, I also have CNC mill, the 3-axis here at my house, and
Sheesh.
I've got,
Nice.
but my lathe is just manual. But I am going to probably put a motor on the screw that does its motion in and out to the chuck, so I don't
Yeah,
have to
that lead
put.
screw.
So, well, yeah, on mine is a little different the way they did it. I can actually go ahead and put a stepper motor directly on it, which I'm going to, but I have to get around to it. I've got all kinds of parts laying around. I build shit eventually. Nothing ever goes to waste around my house.
CNCs are fucking awesome, dude. Like, I mean, they're basically a 3D printer, but instead of additive manufacturing, you're doing what do they call it?
Robots. Robots are awesome.
Yes, they are.
They
We've got our
offer.
robots. We've got our robots at work now checking parts for defects where we couldn't do that before, especially on our
Yeah.
parts. That actually takes it to the robot, lifts the part from the machine, moves it to an inspection machine, puts it in the what do you call it?
Pantograph or
The comparator. He puts it in a comparator
yeah.
so you can see it on the screen. Plus, it's digitally reading it, and it decides if the profile is correct. Then it looks for scratches. Then it looks for stamps on it, our part stamp and numbers and
Yeah.
identifiers. And if all that's good, it goes into another rack, which it goes down and they get lined up into a. This is our newest creation. This is all done in house, and then it packs them by itself and labels them. And they just have one operator running two machines where that was impossible before. It would take almost two operators or 1.5 operators to run that operation.
Yeah.
And 1.5 operators is a real term in manufacturing.
Yes. Yes.
Why? Because he has already cut off one of his hand?
We usually put those guys to some other part of the building in an office where they can't get hurt anymore since they don't understand how machines work.
Doctor, do you follow Titans of CNC Machining on YouTube?
No, I don't.
If you don't, check
I
them
don't.
out, dude.
Yeah,
They,
but we
they're
do
I
messing around.
know
all that. We
Titans.
already do
Yeah,
all that
I saw
crazy
them.
stuff where I work.
I'm sure it's
They
just,
have
I don't know, it's a cool YouTube channel where they do a lot of cool CNC stuff.
those guys. They are showing you like the newest CNC machines, the newest tools in the industry. Those are very very expensive, and those guys are actually merciless. Yeah. Um, I
And
know you
any kind of
can do
machining
that with
equipment,
tools and machines today,
any kind of
but
machining equipment is expensive, dude.
no, listen, what's the point to pay like $5 million for a CNC machine and you use it in such a way that you can produce only two or three parts? Yeah, because after that, all the mechanisms in the machine are fucked up.
Damn,
Yep, they
doctor, did
have
you
to
pay
be
5 mil
reset.
for yours?
They
You got
have to
five
be
mil for your
reset.
CNC?
So what he's trying to get to is like our CNC machines. When we
Yeah.
pay for them, we expect an output from those machines of parts.
Mm.
If it's going to make one part every once a
Yeah.
day, we don't even look at that. We don't want something
Yeah.
that takes so long to machine. We want high precision, quickly that the operators. We don't care how complex it is. The operator is going to have to adapt to that, but it better
Yeah.
be making parts and not why you're not making parts, because I'm the guy who sees those numbers on when a machine is not making parts, because we're the ones in where I
Yeah.
work that now connect to all these machines, whether they're built in 1940 or 2023. We're connecting them up into our data system.
Mm.
And so the old ones that don't have computers, that's where I come in. I do the new ones too, but that's for the interns and shit, the new ones. All they have to do is plug an Ethernet cable in and configure them.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, boys. 1 second.
So I heard this word that Get Beget said about a transmission that is what did you say again? Get Beget.
Yeah, I was saying that when you work with these machines, you need to know exactly what is your down vector. If your machine is level in that certain position where the working head is operating, So you need to precisely know you have flat surfaces, and they are not inclined.
Our machine, we have machine movers
Yeah,
because we have, oh God, I think it's around 550 machines, and you know what size machines I'm talking about.
yeah, yeah,
So we got like 20 plants, so we move them around all the time. And
yeah.
our machine movers are so precise with leveling that no matter what you can set a steel ball on the table inside of it, it'll just sit still.
And it doesn't roll. Yeah, yeah.
No, it doesn't roll.
Actually,
They use a
actually,
steel ball
you
for
take
testing it.
listen. You take a steel ball, a ball bearing ball, because those are hardened and they jump many times, and you drop it from the top. You know that steel ball on the table of the machine, and it will bounce up and down in the same spot. Uh, if it's start bouncing like moving sideways, then your table is inclined. You know,
It's crazy that everything needs to be
yeah,
flat and level in order to actually exist. But the
yeah.
Earth,
I think the guy left, by the way. I think the flat earthers just seem to have too much knowledge about reality.
well, I don't like him coming and saying, "Well, I'm an engineer. I want to hear all about it." And then you mention one thing. He's like, "I've never heard of that." And then you mention five things. I don't know what you're talking about. So, what kind of engineer? Well, I'm electrical, or I'm a computer. I don't. So throws me off there.
I like how you don't even ever mention what you are, just talking about your job. I think people who actually have knowledge, they will never like say, "Oh, look, I have my master's degree and blah blah blah." They just straight up talk about what they actually do instead of their credentials. Because I have never heard you talking about your credentials, doctor, and I'm pretty sure you have some from your knowledge base.
Yeah, I'm trying not to. I try to keep myself as distant from Discord people, prying, nosy people as possible.
Makes
Oh,
sense.
Radwan,
But
doctor, and there was a guy in here about a week or two ago. He was saying that balls, spherical shapes, are the easiest shapes in nature and the most simple shapes in nature. And that is actually false. It's not true because in machining, um, achieving a spherical shape is the hardest thing, is the hardest shape to machine. A
Absolutely. And
perfect sphere.
we don't we
Yeah,
don't grind ours into that shape. We machine
yeah,
our stainless steel into that
yeah,
shining ball. That's a
yeah,
machine surface. That's how precise our machines are. It looks like a mirror. And
yeah,
that's
but
just that's just a
mhm,
machine surface too.
yeah, but when you measure that ball with precision measuring instrument, you will find that on its surface it will have a spot, a tiny, tiny spot, which is off. You know, it's either um, deeper or higher than the overall surface of that ball.
Yeah, that's where we put the hole for it.
Yeah, because it's the mounting point, you know, and which is cut at the end, and then they try to polish. Uh,
So we hold an RA5 on those balls that we make.
yeah.
The ball inside the valve.
Mm.
So it's an RA5. That's for this is for companies who buy valves and lines and shit to make
Mm.
like cell phone circuit boards, that kind of high precision uh,
Yeah.
printing and that shit they do. So they're printing on a super small scale, and we have to be able to stop the flow at that finish level is high enough to be okay, so those gases don't mix and blow up in the people's faces.
Yeah. Oh, I just bought myself some silicon nitride bearings from China. Man, this material is invented in the 60s, but it is very, very hard to machine this material because it's very hard. And machining it requires a controlled atmosphere. You have to
Did you say
it's
silica?
being done
Did you say silica?
silicon nitride.
Con? Silicon?
Nitride.
I know, but just is it glass?
Um, it's some sort of amorphous metal. Yeah, metallic glass
Okay.
with silica and but it still has magnetic properties. It's magnetic, you know. So magnets stick to it.
Now I want to get some to play with.
Yeah, but
Maybe some
they
more.
have a very, very low friction coefficient, and I recommend you um, in your machines the bearings you have replace the balls with silicon nitride bearing balls. Um,
Like how much?
they will.
So what? Are you going to tell me that there's no wear on those?
Sorry, what? What do
Is
you mean?
there? So bearings wear out. What's the
Yeah.
rate on these?
Oh, silicon nitride bearings. They have 10 times longer life. I mean, even 50, maybe 50 times.
Okay, I put that right down in my notes.
So a chromium bearing, chrome steel, would last you, for example, 3 years of use, but you have the load and the RPM, and they uh, they cannot go over um, 10, 15,000 RPM, you know. But these silicon nitride bearings, they can hold even to 80,000 RPM, 100,000. So
I'll have to bring that up to our
yeah.
maintenance team.
And they reduce the friction a lot in the
How much
machine.
more are they than just standard bearings?
Oh shit! They in USA, if you go to vxb.com, they are about $100 for one. But in China, they do have now like affordable, cheaper, anything between 15, $20. So with about $40, I bought 8 of them with a inner diameter of 15 millimeter for something I need. I'm I'm willing to use these bearings for a spindle, you know. So yeah.
I'm looking at the site right now, trying to find a picture of the ones you're talking about.
Yeah.
I got
You
white
have,
ceramic ones, the black ceramic ones.
yeah, the black ceramic, yeah, those are SI3 and
That's
4.
not bad.
Mm,
$45 for a pack of 1, 2, 10.
yeah,
Yeah. So I'll just post a picture so people don't think we're just talking weird shit.
yeah.
Those are the bearings he's talking about. Without those,
And
machining is
these
impossible.
bearings, they can operate without lubrication and high temperature and very high heat, also very high RPMs.
Oh boy, that's something that we're definitely going to have to look into now, because
Yeah.
when it comes to doing spindles, that'll take a machine down for can take it
Yeah,
down for a month. It can
the
take it
force
down
you
for a
apply,
month.
yeah, yeah. So in a month you have to change the bearings. But if you use these, your spindle is gonna last a lot longer. And hey,
I was saying
for spindles,
just to take the
for
machine down out of production and work on it can
yeah,
take up to a month to get it
yeah,
back in. So
yeah.
if one
Well,
goes
for
down for
spindles, if you want to have the best badass spindle, then I recommend you search cylindrical bearings for made of these SI3 and 4. They have so it's the same bearing, but inside, instead of the balls, it has uh, tiny cylinders, you know, and those have a much higher surface contact, therefore they resist heavy loads.
oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Definitely.
yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have a point, it's got a flat surface basically, or
Yes,
flat
yes,
line surface.
yeah. So the surface contact is a lot bigger, therefore it can take heavier load exponentially, you know.
Well, that's good. We got all new supervisors moved around, and especially the one building that we're focusing on why their machines go down all the time and how can we keep them
Yeah,
up longer. That's part of my job. how using our new technology, and I'm going to say using my new technology, I talked to a guy on Discord and said, get these bearings and put them in our machines. That's how we used our technology. Because I do that to those guys.
Yeah. And you take these two bearings, you install them to the spindle, and then let's say they are not perfectly aligned, but you can use these they are conical um, roller bearings, which actually allow you to achieve this perfect alignment, because you want the spindle, that axis, to spin, but it has no play sideways or up and down, You want to be very, very fixed. So you can do this to adapt them. So those cylindrical bearings, they are taking the heavy loads, and you have low friction and heavy load resistance. They provide you that. But then you have another set of bearings, which the purpose of those is to actually perfectly align your spindle axis. I mean, these kind of bearings, they started the first time they used them, it was in Formula One cars. The silicon nitride bearings. And I think these were actually the only parts which were actually heavy parts in a Formula One car.
They'll be printing those cars in a couple of years.
Oh, nice. Body.
Did you guys ever do anything space related? Whatever your company working for?
We sell to NASA.
Ah, okay. Did you make these very, very highly technical, really good engineering O-rings that never need to be changed?
Well, I
That
I
doesn't work.
actually
Yeah, that doesn't work like that in a vacuum. You can't quite make mechanical seals that move around without leaks.
Are you sure?
Clay.
Because I hear an astronaut saying it's really good engineering, so it should actually work, right?
Yeah.
Well,
I
we
did.
now have mastered just metal to metal seals now, and that's what we're using in a lot of our connectors. We used to use brass in between. You need to have a soft metal in between when you use metal to metal, and what we're using is stainless to stainless with I can't give away our secrets, but anyway, no leaks.
Yeah.
So it's possible in a vacuum of space.
No, you can't move them. Once they're sealed, you can't move that. You'll break the seal.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So how do they do that in the cupola? How do they move the window? Like, what does NASA say?
Well, you got to do that in the Hollywood where they film it. That's how they move those windows around.
Oh.
Yeah.
You can't put camper windows in a spaceship with hand cranks on them and expect that to seal a vacuum.
Huh. That's so pity, because we need that. We have a robot.
I didn't hear about the Vegas race debacle.
Well, they just had it's happened before, but they had a sewer grate that wasn't properly fixed, and sparks a fly. But that seems to happen every now and then when they have these city tracks. I think Monaco's the only one that's actually got it figured out, where they've got the streets of the city and the track good enough for each other. But anytime they want to drop into a city and have a race, they always have some sewer get sucked up into the bottom of a car. It seems like some sewer grate. Yeah, I used to be into F1 a lot, but then I don't know, don't have the cable package that played it at 3 a.m. anymore. So sort of lost. I saw the
So
highlights of the Vegas
I think
stuff.
F1 was at Detroit this past summer when I was there because I think it was F1 because it was some Grand Prix, Detroit Grand Prix, and they had they had grandstands just walking through the city. There were grandstands set up. It was before the race. I was there for a convention for automation. It's called, and yeah, it's pretty crazy. I wouldn't be racing around in Detroit. You break stuff. That's a bumpy city there.
Yeah, it's bad enough going 40 miles per hour through some of these cities.
Yeah, they're going, then they got to shoot down, and they're banking. You could just probably race a regular car against them. You're all going to go to the same speed, except in the straightaways. Taking turns at 15
Yep,
miles
that's
an
where they
hour.
get you.
Taking turns at 15 miles per hour. You can read the words on their tires as they make a hairpin turn.
Yeah, the hairpin turns always kind of blow my mind, because everyone comes to a stop. It's basically everyone goes through the rotary, and it's amazing. But yeah, there was I don't know it was the Ferrari driver. He during the prayer in some garage, someone's preparing for a figure eight race this weekend. I'm sure somewhere.
Hoping they don't get hurt.
Yeah, hoping they live to see next week.
Next race. I'd be at the intersection, just stopped waiting. All right, I can go now. Or just close your eyes and drive. That's basically your only choices. You go real slow, make sure you don't get hit, or just say, put a red flag on your car. When you see him coming, he's not stopping. So you either get out of his way, because you learn to train these people. When that guy's on the track, he's just going to run into you.
Yeah, I don't know what was up with Rhinoceros today. He had a tinge of anti-flat Earth in him. I don't know. I first I heard him speaking this morning when he was talking about pyramid and water. So yeah, that seems uncharacteristic of his previous form. If Kalam Sagan in the house, not sure if there's any relation to Carl.
Here, Geppy, I got the chat bot to concede. Check it out. It tried to tell me that two plumb lines are pointing towards the center of Earth, and I said Renishaw says different. And here's the results.
Is that your own bot or is that ChatGPT?
Standard Glober chatbot.
It even sounds like a Glover, man. Literally. Like, never concede, always end up with, you know,
Something else.
yeah.
So I said, "Oh, according to you, then Renishaw's equipment is really no good. It's not detecting the plumb lines pulling in towards each other. No, they're very precise. I think it says in that one is the second time I got it to say basically that same sentence. Could prompt further investigation into local conditions."
Wow. You see, so he's actually demonstrating. You see, it was programmed to give honest answers.
Well, I told it
It,
you can't be correct because Renishaw says you're wrong, so it fixed
yeah.
itself.
Yeah, and now he knows that we are talking about precision measurements instruments, the most precise instruments of measurement, and he doesn't have a rebuttal. And I like how he said at the end that if this is the case, then we should do further exploration into this, you know. So
Exactly. It
he's
didn't
like,
want to say. It didn't
yeah.
want to say. Well, the Earth's probably not a ball then.
Yeah, but that means like um,
Man,
he's open to the idea, you know.
ChatGPT does the same thing, dude. Like when you get to a point where you can actually just concede that the Earth is not a ball, just gonna say, well, first we gotta have the scientific field come together and look at these new informations, and then there need to be a decision made that would then actually make a valid point. And actually as to what is the scientific group that you actually assign to, um, and then I further ask, can everybody be a scientist? And it says yes. So if everybody can be a scientist, why do you need to have a specific group that can only say
Yeah,
that this is ought to be and this is not ought to be? And then it just goes into a circle jerk. It's just gonna repeat itself no matter what you do.
So I'm hoping
yeah,
that I can get a meeting with Renishaw in 2024 because we got some new stuff coming in, and I think I'm going to ask him, hey, about your 3D printer that you guys helped set up to make airplanes. They'll know what I'm talking about.
yeah.
I'm going to ask him, how did you use magnets to adjust those plumb lines so they were parallel? Or did you just hang them by a line? They're going to say, we just hung them and they're parallel. And then they can explain why it's parallel then.
Yeah.
See if Renishaw wants to explain why plumb lines are parallel when it's going against geodesic surveying according to the bullshit this chat bot put out for me, and going against consensus and everything else that I basically told it, ignore what the other people say, give me the straight answers.
Yeah. And the plumb line string was actually cobalt wire, precision diameter cobalt wire. It was
Well,
very thin, but its overall diameter is precision machined. So y- the wire from the top to the bottom, it had the same diameter. And cobalt is actually a metal which is not, how do I say, elastic. It doesn't
Flexible.
deform, Yeah.
It's not flexible. It's not like
Yes, it's
a
very
cable
hard.
that lifts in a crane that lifts stuff off the floor. It's
Yeah,
like
it
like
stretches. Those
hanging a
cables are stretching. Yeah.
yeah, it's like hanging a tiny metal pole.
Mhm. Yeah.
ChatGPT in a nutshell is just appealing to the general consensus or appealing to authority fallacy. That's ChatGPT in a nutshell. It's always appealing to the majority, appealing to the majority of the scientific field that is currently active. And then I said, what? Yeah. Anyways, it's just ridiculous. But I made my own ChatGPT by giving it a character and telling him it needs to adhere to my rules, and now it actually gives me the right answers. But that took some time to make possible. It is what it is, isn't it?
Yeah. Be right back.
Team Israel, baby. We love Israel in this chat. Yeah, take that, gamers.
You guys ever been to a flat Earth convention?
No.
I want to go. I think that should be fire.
Have fun.
You want to go with me?
No.
We'll do like a group thing.
No.
They'd probably give us a group discount. I got AAA. Reading any good flat Earth books lately?
No.
Have you gone outside lately?
Yes.
Well, that's good. How's your day going? Got work or anything today? Or is it a day off?
It's Sunday in Germany.
People work on Sundays sometimes. I'm from America. We work all the time.
Yeah, we don't in Germany.
Yeah.
Anyways, I don't work at the moment at all. I'm off
Why not?
season. Off
Off
season.
season. Are you a farmer?
No. No, I work in the in a branch for people doing vacations, so in a hotel to be precise. So I work the whole summer, and then I get to spend almost no money. And now I'm not working until April.
You like a bellboy or something?
What?
You like a bellboy or something?
Bellboy?
Yeah, you like take people's bags to their room?
No. But I sometimes do it when it's very old people, obviously, if they need help, because I'm a nice person. But no, I work mainly in the restaurant.
Oh, cool. Are you chef?
No.
Oh, that's cool.
Yep. So I don't need to work at the moment. I can literally every day relax. I'm actually thinking about flying to Florida next year.
Well, that's because you got that socialist healthcare system over there. If you were an American, you'd be working all year round for your healthcare, boy.
Well, that's true, yeah. Even though I need to pay healthcare next year when the next year starts, but it's just 160 bucks or something per month, which is pretty much okay, you know. I mean, I could still, you know, search for a job or anything if I want to, but at the moment I'm pretty good. No reason for me to work.
Yeah.
I actually want to fly to some flat earthers, some fellow brothers and sisters, and meet them.
Me
But
too. I want to go to a convention so bad. It'd be
no,
fun.
not a convention. Privately meeting them.
Oh, like a church thing, or not a church, but you know what I mean, like private. Yeah.
Just how you, I don't know, man. Just how you meet persons in reality, I would say. I don't know how you do it. I show
Well,
up and say
I guess the
hello.
way I see flat earthers they're kind of like a church. You know, they have to have this common belief that they don't think too critically of, but they all agree on, and they can hang out and kick it. And it's
But
really the same thing as like a apologetic or a modern day Christian.
that sounds a little bit like a projection because it's
It's just
obviously.
an observation.
Well, that's a cool observation, but I would say you would need to, if you would need to equally apply your observations, and if you would be honest with yourself, you would realize that the people who believe in the spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball mostly have no clue about the heliocentrism in itself, and they just blindly believe what they have been taught. If you go out in public and ask someone how far away is the sun from the Earth, 93 million miles, they have no clue. So, I mean, I would say if you ask a flat earther how far the sun is away in a heliocentric model that you don't believe, you stupid flat earther, they would say 93 million miles because they know.
Oh no, I get it. I'm an apologetic too. Like you can't prove me wrong, therefore I'm right. That's why I believe the Earth is flat.
Yeah, you're not listening, man.
No, I am. I got what you're saying.
So
I just
what did
disagree.
they say? What did they say? So
About
you disagree. So if you go out in public and ask just random people stuff about heliocentrism, they know exactly what the diameter of the Earth is
well,
or how
no,
far
most
away the
people
sun
don't even
is.
think about it because it's not a
Yeah.
problem for them.
Yeah, they
Like,
just
no,
believe it,
really,
right?
no.
Like a
Like, think
religion.
about the common atheist. You know, they don't really care about God because it's not a thing in their
We're
life.
not
But
talking
most
about
Christian,
God, we're talking
well,
about the
I'm
earth.
trying to show it in a different context. Maybe
Yeah,
you'll
but we're not
understand.
talking about
Do you
God, we're
understand
talking about the earth.
equivocation? No.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, that doesn't make sense at all. We're talking about the earth, and if you
Well, we're
actually
talking about a
honest,
belief, and flat Earth is a
it's not.
belief.
No, it's not a belief. The
Well, it sure
earth,
is. It sure
when you
is.
measure the surface, the surface represents itself to be what it is, right? There is no
No, I don't
need
know.
for. You don't know, so you haven't measured it yet, right?
Well, we're only presupposing any of it. We don't know any of it for sure.
You can't know for sure if the ground
Right.
is roughly a radius of 4,000 miles, bending 360 degrees in every direction. You can know that for sure if you go outside and actually do observations for yourself. I have done it. I have falsified the claim of roughly 4,000 miles, supposed to be a sphere, which,
Now, I have a question.
yeah,
I couldn't demonstrate that the Earth is a globe to you, right? Like, that's not possible.
no.
Right.
Because I've already been out there, tried to look up if there's any evidence for roughly 4,000 miles of a radius, which means the ground must be bending 360 degrees in every direction to form roughly a sphere or a pear-shaped sphere or a plate spheroid, however they're gonna call it in your paradigm, which it doesn't. That's the problem.
I don't know what that had to do with it.
But it's pretty simple. Go out and look at the surface. You
Of
figure it
what?
out. What?
Surface of what?
The Earth.
Okay.
But you're laughing. I don't know what's so funny about it. It's just
Because
a
what you're
simple
saying is just
observation.
fucking silly.
Okay, how so? You made a claim.
That what you said is silly? It was just
Yeah.
nonsense. It was like a
Okay,
monologue of
what
nonsense.
was nonsense so far?
I really can't keep track of your nonsense. I'm sorry.
Hey, what was nonsense so far?
Well, I mean, you get so far away from your point when you're talking. I understand you believe in this. I get it. I understand the
Okay,
passion.
it's
But,
not a belief. I already told you why
well,
it
then can
can't be
you
a
demonstrate
belief.
why it's real? I don't
Okay,
believe you can.
I already told you, right? So there is a story of a claim, right? There is a fundamental claim out there that says that the Earth must be a sphere of roughly the radius of 4,000 miles, right? Plus minus. Depends on the position where you're
Is
at.
that
So
your
that's why.
claim?
No, this is not
Then
my
why are
claim.
we
This
talking
is.
about it? Let's talk about your claim. What is the way you demonstrate your flat Earth?
You just asked me one question. I'm trying to answer the
Well,
question.
but
Now
no,
you
you're
just
telling me about
scattered.
somebody else's claim. I don't care about their claim. I want to know your claim because you're trying to straw man or steel man their position. Let them make their
No.
position. What's your position?
No, yeah, I'm trying to tell you my position, but you're clearly not
But you're
here
using it,
to
but all
listen.
you're doing is telling me their position. Okay, cool. Tell me
No,
yours.
I need to tell you first what the premise is in order for you to understand what my claim is that
Your
relies on
premise
the
is based
premise.
off of their position? That's weird.
No, we falsify their position, okay? It's very simple. If the heliocentric model says that there's a mathematical equation that says that we have a Earth roughly with a radius of roughly 4,000 miles, right? Which means it must be a bendy ground, 360 degrees in every direction, to form a ball at the end of the day. Do you get what the heliocentrism is telling us, right? So what you then can do is, okay, since I have been taught this since school, right, since the education system that I have been through, you have been through, I will be able to figure that out. So I go outside, I look at the surface, I do some measurements, and I come to the conclusion that it's not adding up to roughly 4,000 miles of a radius. How, like, dude, this is a child can understand this with no problem, dude. I don't know
Well, so
what
you've
your
given
big
me
problem with it
their
is.
side. No, I didn't really understand what. So how did you prove the Earth was flat in that? Because I'm really lost.
First of all, do you understand that flat is not a
You're
shape?
asking me another question.
Because it seems
This
like
is the tactic. I
no,
know
no,
we're off your
listen,
dialogue tree, but we're just kind of spitballing and talking
listen.
now.
No, you scatter jumping, and first of all, I have the feeling you think flat is a flat is a
No, I know how
definite.
I demonstrate flat, but I don't know how you do it. That's what I was asking.
I already told
Do
you,
you
man.
understand that?
No, I think you don't understand what I
I don't
already
think you
told you.
understood what I asked you.
I told you you can go outside, look at the surface. The surface will represent itself to be something, right? It must be something, the surface, especially the surface of water, and then you figure it out. It's pretty simple, man. Have you ever measured the surface of your table?
Of a what?
Have you ever measured the surface of your table?
Of my table?
Yeah.
The surface of it?
Yeah.
Like the squared inches or what?
Or at least looked at the table.
I look at tables sometimes, yeah.
Yeah. Are they flat and level?
They're flat.
And level? Or
Well, I live in
horizontal?
America. All our shit's pretty fucking not level.
Okay, so you
I
don't
mean, what
have a
is
level
level?
table. My table is pretty level. If I put a level on my table, it actually is level.
Well, that's German engineering, my friend.
No, it's actually IKEA, man. Not
Oh, what
even
are they,
German engineer.
Swiss? What's IKEA?
No, that's Sweden.
Swiss.
Sweden. Swiss is Switzerland.
Oh, those are different countries?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, see, I'm an American. I don't know these things. That's why I try to figure things out.
Yeah. And you have a beautiful country with beautiful landscapes, beautiful big ponds and lakes where you can make long distance measurements over with just a mirror flash or a laser or a good camera, whatever you want to
What about a
use.
telescope? If I use a telescope,
Yeah,
how
use
far
a
can I see?
telescope, man. Use a telescope. Use
Well, I should be able to
binoculars.
see like the Rocky Mountains, right, with a telescope.
What?
Like if I'm in like Oklahoma, I should be able to use a telescope to see the Rocky Mountains, right?
Have you ever actually,
Can you answer my question before
yeah,
we go off?
I'm actually asking you. I'm actually answering your question.
With
Have you
another
ever?
question.
No.
Wow.
Have you looked at your smartphone and realized that when it says your weather, that it says at some point, I mean, if it's a sophisticated weather app, it says visibility today, 6 kilometers visibility today, for example, it can say. So what does that mean to you if it says visibility is
Well,
so much?
that is fake data provided by the government.
Okay, you're clearly trying either to waste my time or you just want to not understand certain things. Would you agree that there is a limit to your perspective as a human being? You can't see forever.
Highly doubt I'm wasting anybody's time since this room was
Can you
absolutely quiet before we started talking.
Can you actually answer my questions for once?
Well, I've been unanswered, so no.
I already answered to you. There's a limit to your perspective. I give you a real life example that weather apps can tell you that, for example, today it's foggy. That's why the visibility is just going to be 800 meters. Tomorrow it's going to be sunny, visibility 5 kilometers. So there's a limit to perspective, right? Due to weather conditions, due to perspective in itself.
So my telescope can see a star, but it can't see Oklahoma because of the weather. Is what you're saying. Am I right or wrong?
Dude.
Is that even a question? Are you here for real?
I'm just trying to simplify what you said into something smaller because you go off on these huge monologues and I just lose
All right,
my
look,
attention.
when you look up, you're looking up through less air density, right?
When I look up, I'm looking up through less air density.
Right, because air gets thinner the higher you go. Or does this escape you?
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, and when you look across, you're looking across all the weather patterns, right? Like what you see on the Weather Channel.
So I'm looking across weather. Got it.
Yeah, so air has vapor in it, has particles. Light gets absorbed, it gets scattered. You can't see forever just due to humidity and the haze itself.
Well, with a telescope, I think I could see pretty far, don't you think?
What, you can see through clouds with a telescope, like fog? No, I don't think so.
So if there's no fog, how far would I be able to see?
Well, if you want to check Wikipedia, you could actually see that under optimal conditions at about, sea level, you should be able to see maximum about 248 kilometers.
Okay. With a telescope.
Hey, quick question. Can you read a book 3 meters away from you at a wall? Or have you ever been to the eye doctor and he puts like these letters on the wall and then at some point they're so small you can't read them? Is that because there's a limit to perspective that you can't see forever? And do you think that would apply to every optical device? Your eyes are also an optical device with a lens. So to magnify it, you would just use a telescope, for example. But would you agree that the telescope would also reach a limit, same as your eyes do, or is that just out of your mind?
Well, I mean,
because you're American.
The telescope's just a magnification, right? So it's going to magnify everything I see by a certain percentage.
Yes, so there's a limit, right? By a certain percentage. You just said it yourself.
Well, there's a theoretical limit. What's that limit?
Depends on the device you're using, obviously. That's why, photographers use different type of lenses because they know there are these limitations. Right? Someone who's a photograph and he does take, let's say, shots of aircrafts on the airport, like what is these people called again? Plane spotters, right? He would probably use an 800 millimeter lens, for example, which can have a high zoom, right? But someone who does a portrait of your face will use a whole different millimeter lens, probably way shorter lens with less magnification because it's not needed and necessary, right? But with every lens, you will find that there is a point where it just also will reach its limit. I mean, it is just such a simple concept.
No, I understand. Light's definitely a factor in that. But it would just seem to me like if we were on this, non-ball shaped thing, like you seem to not claim, because this seems to me like apologetics. If I can't disprove this, then it must be true, right?
I don't know what you're trying to say, man. I really
Do you know what
don't.
apologetics is? Like,
Yeah,
are
I
you
know what
familiar with that?
apologetics is. Yeah,
Okay.
I hear them
That's
every
exactly
day.
what this sounds like. It sounds like,
I'm
well, you can't
debating.
prove
I'm
God wrong,
debating
so he
them.
must be true.
I am debating them every day, so I know
I bet
exactly
you
what that
are.
is.
Well, I think like this is like troll practice because I don't hear any kind of like real thought or any kind of education in here. It's just a bunch of guys being able to say, well, how can you prove your point in this? How can you prove that? And like most pedestrian people, you're right. They have no fucking clue what geocentrism or any of this shit is. Because why would they? Especially here in America, we don't get a good education. But
Also, why should I believe in the globe? Give me a good reason.
why should you believe in the globe? That was what I said about flat Earth. Why should I believe in flat Earth? Well, to me, like, it's just one of those brute fact kind of things. Like, oh, the Earth's round. We have all these things. We have satellites. Okay, cool. It's just a part of existence. And then now there's this ancient fucking ritualistic, no, the Earth is this, and there's control. And throughout all of history, including the fucking Cold War and all the fucking arms race, they've kept this conspiracy. That's fucking ridiculous to me. That's the one part I can understand. Like, all the governments are in on this? Really?
No,
Jesus.
I don't think they are. I don't
Well, they
do
would have to
conspiracy.
be
Give me a
for
good
it.
a good
It would have to
scientific
be.
reason.
Well, the conspiracy thing is all I need. Once I say it's a conspiracy, it's kind of up to y'all to like prove it.
No, I
There's
don't do
no globe
conspiracy. I think
conspiracy.
it's worse. I
Let's say
think
that.
people are delusional. I
I
think this
think you're
is
right.
a
I think you're
religious
right.
delusion.
Yeah. I think this is a religion. I think you have to
Yeah, the globe, the
not be able to think
heliocentric
about it
globe is
critically.
something people believe in. Everybody thinks everybody
Well,
else has proven
there's
it,
no
and
critical
nobody's
thought
actually
required
done
to
the
believe in a
legwork.
flat Earth. You just have to believe it. Very similar to a religion.
Well, you can go do your own research, right? You can go find out who measured Earth curvature, who established that the radius is on average 3,959 miles.
Like,
And you'll find that nobody actually ever did it.
yeah, but I mean, I see satellites with my
Okay? Well,
telescope.
okay, yeah,
So
we
what
see
am I seeing?
satellites too. We have a whole
What
thing
are
on
they?
satellites on our home server, not a problem. Let's
What's a
go back to
satellite?
this radius measurement.
What's a satellite? What
You really
government
want to go
controls the
there?
satellite?
Why don't we stick with the topic?
What
Yeah,
government controls the
he
satellites,
needs to
bro?
scattergun
No, no,
and
no, no, no,
jump
no, no, no.
around
This is a
because he has
conspiracy.
nothing
It's
to
all it
say.
is. It's as simple as that. We don't need to get into your bullshit.
You're just
Which government?
scattergunning, man.
No. Which government controls the satellites?
Gish
Please.
galloping. That's all you can do.
I'm asking questions, simple questions that you're unwilling to answer. Which government controls
No,
the
you keep
satellites?
scattergunning. We're not into conspiracy, okay?
You scattergunning? I didn't bring all this shit
Hey,
up.
all right, you're going on mute.
Oh, blow me, coward.
No, you need to stick to one point, man. That's all you need to do.
Wait. Why is it that every time you guys dogpile somebody, they're muted, but he's 1v2 and you can't answer? It's kind of weird. Like from a third party, it seems weird.
We can answer it, but we don't like scattergunners. Don't you get it? He already said we have a bunch of information on that on the server. We can even answer this, but why would we always entertain? Even if I answer now, or even if I would explain to him all the documents from NATO and so forth about pseudolites, about how we don't need any reflector that orbits the Earth. If I go in all the detail, waste my energy for like 20 minutes explaining to him why satellites and the way he has been indoctrinated with to understand what they are is completely obsolete, he will just go afterwards and say, yeah, but why would they lie? Or he would say, "Where's the edge?" Or what about Antarctica? What about the international space? So we know this because we deal with every day, and the very reason he's already in scattergun mode shows me he's not here to learn. He's just gonna jump to the next thing, to the next thing, to next until he finds something where you might struggle answering with. And then you can say, case closed. See, he has a problem with answering this specific question. Earth must be a spinning ball.
I hear you,
I
but
can't
I would
honestly say that we're ignoring him when we're trying to answer his questions and keep him focused on the topic, and he keeps jumping around. Okay.
yeah, I was just saying from a third party listening, I thought it was some interesting questions and there was a good dialogue back and forth, and it's sad that it was just, ended like that.
All right. Well, you can go on mute too. How about that?
I mean, okay.
Yeah. If you're gonna start cheerleading.
I'm not cheerleading. I'm just asking. I want to learn more about this as well, and I think that's why you guys
Oh,
are here, right?
AT, stop, man. You have been here so many times, man. I have listened to so many conversations with different people. You're just typical time waster as usual. I actually know when someone is sincere. We had people actually being sincere in the past. And you can tell in a second if someone is actually capable of learning or is interested in a topic, and if someone is just here to scattergun and waste time. Dude, I've been in this since 2015, man. It's so easy to filter you people.
If I could just get the guy to read out loud the definition of obfuscation, the guy who thinks that, from a third party point of view, doesn't look good what we're doing. Can I get you to read that definition out loud?
Go ahead, AT.
I'm not going to be your puppet for words that I know, and I hope you know them too.
Okay, so were we obfuscating by changing the subject to different topics, or was he?
I didn't say anybody was obfuscating.
I know, I did, right?
Yeah.
And you're talking about our tactics, right? But you're not looking at his tactics. So, if you know what obfuscation is changing the subject. Like right now, if I started talking about ice cream, would that be weird? Like if I just change the subject?
That's not really what obfuscation is, but okay.
Oh, really? It's not. Okay. Changing the subject, redirecting the conversation is not obfuscation. Got it.
I don't know. I think like I'm genuinely interested, and if you think that I have ill intent, that's a position you hold, and that's an assumption you have. I haven't said that I have ill intent, so simply saying I know you, I've heard you, I know you're here to troll, that's kind of weird to me. But it's your room, and if you feel like you can read minds, then I mean, okay. But
Okay, AT. So what question did he ask that we didn't answer that bothers you?
well, it kind of bothered me that you guys were talking about conspiracy, and I know there were some, back and forth with a lot of questions being unanswered. But one question
Yeah,
I would
look,
like
I
to
don't do
hear,
conspiracy. Next topic.
yeah, I think like one question that I would like to hear the answer to was when he asked which government controls all the satellites, right?
That's a dumb question.
Okay, well, it's just my opinion, right? You asked me which question.
Well, who thinks one government controls all the satellites? Nobody made that claim.
Well, or a collusion of governments, right?
I'm not making that claim. Anybody else making that claim?
No.
No. Okay.
It's just an obfuscating
Listen,
tactic.
we are not talking about conspiracies in here. That guy was talking about conspiracies, and he was calling us conspirationists, yeah,
Yeah,
for
I know.
actually doing measurements. Since when the fuck in the world a measurement is a conspiracy theory? When?
When you live on a globe that
Since
is
when?
derived from the sky.
Is that a question to me or to the room?
Yeah. When is taking measurements of the floor of your house or of the fucking table in your kitchen, is that a conspiracy?
I can give you a real one right now. So, if you remember back in '01 when the World Trade Centers were hit by airplanes carrying jet fuel, There was a conspiracy that it was an inside job laced with explosives because the fuel of a jet can't
That's not a fucking measurement.
Yes,
Full
because the
story, bro.
Do you
measurement.
know what a measurement
Can I
is?
answer?
We are
Can I
talking
No, they're
about
answer?
gonna overtalk
measurements
you.
in here, not about explosives.
The jet fuel
Airplanes,
temperature
stars.
cannot reach the temperature
I don't
required to.
fucking care. I don't
That's a
fucking care.
measurement. You
I
asked the
don't.
question. I
I don't
wasn't
fucking
answering.
care about the 9/11.
Yeah, go bring that up on the 24/7 9/11 server.
Melting points are not measurements.
You asked me if I could give you an example of a conspiracy consisting of measurements. I gave you
No, I
that,
did
and
not
you
ask you. I did not ask you if you can give me an example of a fucking conspiracy.
said
I
what?
asked you. No, I asked you since when the fuck measuring the dimensions of a table is a fucking conspiracy theory.
No, you said the floor of the house before, and in general,
Yeah,
you actually
floor of the house. Since we're measuring the floor in my room, so I know how much floor I have to buy. Yeah. Since when measuring that is a fucking conspiracy theory?
I'm gonna try to understand what you're asking, but can you help me
Well,
out?
you're saying if I take the measurements, if I discuss the measurements of this world, yeah, that's a fucking conspiracy theory. Taking measurements is a conspiracy theory for you because you're saying we are talking about we are conspirationists, we are inventing conspiracy theories in here
You're
You are
when we
stupid.
are
aware that
actually
Fucking
discussing
retard.
about measurements.
you are aware I'm not the one that deposited the conspiracy claim, right?
You're cheerleading for him,
No, I said
for the
one question I
guy
would like to hear.
that previously talked in here.
You're wrong for liking my question. Deal with it.
I mean,
No,
I
actually,
don't know the guy.
I asked you what was the one thing that the other guy asked that bothered you, and you brought up conspiracy. Did you
No.
forget?
Yeah, I
You have a
forgot.
goldfish memory, sir?
Yeah, I'm also
What?
smoking copious amounts of weed.
Oh, okay. Well, fine. You can go on mute then.
But that's why I ask
Come back
questions.
when you're sober, okay, kid?
Blow me, faggot.
There you go, ad hominem.
There you go.
Yeah, and that's a
Ad
TOS
hominem.
violation right there. Aurora's gonna have a
Blow
field day with
me.
him.
Blow me.
I know the rules. I'm gonna get the manager. Boo boo boo.
You know, listen, we don't make the rules,
Listen,
but we have
cut
to
it up.
enforce them. So,
Oh, yeah, blah, blah, blah.
Was this
Haven't
kitty
you
hour?
muted me yet?
Is this kitty hour?
Yeah, seems like. We have kittens in here, wannabe clowns.
Good morning, guys.
Just curious for you guys who've been in here putting in the work. First of all, thanks for your service. How many people are like coming back? You know, now that you guys have been in here for a few months, I don't know how long actually, and came back and said, you know what, I'm looking into this and I'm on the fence, or I'm going outside and doing my research and what the fuck, there's no curvature out there.
There's not many, dude. There's a couple though.
Discord updated. I don't know how to put it on speakerphone. I'm trying to come back.
Pretty sure Manufactum's going to be a flat earther soon.
I check, or audio check.
Yeah, you're good.
You're low. How do I turn on speakerphone, guys? Do you know?
What's that?
I'm trying to make my audio louder.
That was a little louder right at the end there.
No, I mean,
You sound good,
guys. Oh, there it is.
You sound very good.
All right, that's better. So yeah, I was talking about obfuscation earlier. That's something I kind of noticed early on in this game, is that whether people know they're doing it or realize it, they're making the conversation like muddying the water, harder to understand, whatever you want to call it, by redirecting the conversation all the time to another topic. Like once they get answers they don't like, they try to take back control by going, yeah, but what about this? And the yeah buts are, you know, double speaking basically. Yeah, I agree with you, but, and then they go off topic to something else because they're still trying to win. And it's not about winning or losing if you're a truth seeker. In fact, you should be looking for the losses if you're a truth seeker. That way you learn the correct thing. But we can tell when people are genuine and actually trying to do that because we've been
Well,
doing it for a long time.
I don't like when people actually use this term conspiracy theory the way CIA tell us to understand it instead of what it actually means and the purpose of this term. Why was this term invented? Because there was a purpose and reason why this term was invented for. So when I hear people using it with this default meaning that they have been given and they have no shit, then for me it's like they have no shit clue what they are talking about. Like discussing measurements nowadays is actually a conspiracy theory in the minds of these globers.
The brain just errors, dude.
Yeah,
As soon as it does not compute, fucking they go
yeah,
reset, right?
yeah. And they ask us, oh, but which government controls satellite? As if that fucking question is a brilliant question. I mean, he's not even entitled. He has zero knowledge about satellites. All he knows is watching cartoons and sci-fi movies. That's all he knows about satellites.
I wasn't there for the whole conversation, but did you
Yeah.
start with the measurements of the Earth? And then once they seen that it was too big, they started fucking going
Yeah.
error,
Mm,
satellites, conspiracy.
exactly. Yes. So
As soon as you tell them it's simple, you can see too far, they fuck up, right? Their brain stops.
yeah, yeah.
And then they don't want to talk about that no more.
Mm.
I mean, yeah, it's just a non sequitur after non sequitur with
Yeah.
these obfuscation experts.
Dude, the guy that came up with the satellite question literally told me when I explained to him we have a model that claims a radius of 4,000 miles. Now I can go outside and I can verify if that is true by just
Yeah.
looking at a portion of that
Do some
supposed
measurements.
sphere
Yeah.
and do measurements. And he's like,
Yeah.
dude, it's just a bunch of words, dude. I don't even understand what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you imagine that?
I think that's the cog diff, though, right? Because it's really going against the grain there in their brain, right?
Yeah.
It's also an
So-
arrogant attitude. He comes in thinking flat earthers are dumb.
Yeah,
So we
well,
have nothing
definitely
important to
that.
say. So nothing we say is going to settle into his mind. He's not listening.
No, you see, when you look at a herd of cattle, when you see one like getting lost from the herd, you're gonna see that cattle running crazy, wild, searching for the herd. You know, to get back into the herd. That's the default behavior, natural behavior. Once
I mean,
you actually adopted this lifestyle, yeah, you will be dependent on the herd.
what we're basically talking about, and I think most people in here know this, is that how do you know, if your reality is true? Well, you would go and check it, right? Like if someone presented you a pickup
Yeah.
truck, you want to know if it's running off of gasoline or diesel, right? What do?
Yes.
You check it.
I open the engine. I verify.
I would just smell the gas intake.
I was gonna say you can smell if it's diesel.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But
What's up, Larry? Long time,
sometimes
man.
Maybe it's EV though, right?
I saw truck drivers who actually put benzene in the tank. You know, so if you smell that fuel, you'll see. Oh, this is a truck running on benzene. You know, not diesel.
That Cybertruck's been getting a lot of news.
Yeah.
I think it's ugly.
Very ugly.
You guys don't like the look of it?
Nah.
I don't know. I was watching a lot of shit on it, man. They've changed quite a bit of shit about a fucking vehicle in that thing.
What is it?
But still looks trash.
I'm not a big fan of the looks, but I could live with it. It's got a lot of pluses. Other than it's electric.
You mean it's a rolling cemetery? Cemetery? Yeah. Golly. Well, who knows? If someone can press a button, you just go up in flames and that's it. You're already ash. So one step. That doesn't need to happen anymore.
Some haters in here, I see.
Well, I mean, dude, every electric car with these batteries, man, when you get stuck and these things start to burn, dude, have you ever seen these batteries starting to burn?
Yeah, man.
There's like no
Like I
time.
said, I fly drones, dude, so I work with lithium-ion batteries all the time. You
It's
poke
like
a
a
hole.
flame torch.
Yeah, you poke a hole in that thing and you're done.
My God.
Dude, I don't want to drive a car like this, man. That's awful. What an awful death. And I mean, if the thing is this, if we have already seen Teslas going up in flames randomly, so how will you ever know? Like this is all like every time I would drive that car, I would be sitting in there like, dude, this could be the day, you know. Or like, what happens if you have like a crash? Like you crash and then it rips, some particle on the street rips open the battery pack and you're lying on your back or you're already unconscious and that thing just instantly burns up and then and melts you.
It could happen to your gas tank too, though, right?
Yeah, but come on, but not in a scale that these batteries burn, man.
You
I don't know.
have
I've never seen
with
one on
gas
fire yet.
tanks.
Really? Look
Gas
up
tanks.
Tesla car.
Yeah, I've seen it
car.
online, bro, but I haven't seen it in person.
Gas
me neither.
tanks do not. They how do I say? When
Well,
they
they're
start
plastic now.
burning, when they catch fire, the fire increases gradually. So it gives you time. You can run away.
Yeah.
Once you
Yeah, no,
see
the battery
smoke
pack
and
just
stuff,
goes. I
you
know.
can run away. But with the battery pack, there's no
It's instant.
time because the flame is gonna start shooting, like crazy. Huge flame, very super hot, thousands of degrees Celsius. It
I
can
like
melt metal. So
I like the frame design too, right? Like that thing's all
yeah,
the whole car is a frame now, and it's bulletproof to boot.
yeah,
Like it's not just a little car, the truck now,
mm,
right? It's a little different.
yeah. These lithium
Are you talking
batteries, when
about
they
The Cybertruck.
the at, right? Well, I'm trying to
uh,
say the brand name Atlas or whatever it is.
yeah, well,
Okay, cool. I'm just making sure I'm on the same page. We were looking into those. Apparently, they're going to be like, I don't know, come out at like 60,000 per
What? The
vehicle.
Cybertruck?
Yeah, or maybe it was 100. I don't remember
Yeah,
exactly.
now it's 100. It was 60. It's been raised. He's added a few things to that truck.
mm,
I mean, I would let other people buy the first few and see how it goes for the first 10 years, and maybe I'll think about it then.
Like I've been
That
watching the
if it's
videos.
good enough, that would be worth going into debt for. But like, if it's not good enough, then I wouldn't even want to touch it.
Yeah, I get you, man. But I watched it beat a 911, then it towed a 911 and beat a fucking 911. It outpulled the F350.
mm.
Well, that's what they say. That's what I heard too.
I watched it, but let's see. Like you say, let a few people buy some.
Hey, President. Yeah, I think I remember you. You're the law guy, right?
Yeah, how's it going, man? Good to talk to you. You introduced me to the W4 or W2 sandwich. You're the first person who brought that up to me.
Yeah, I kind of quit looking into that. I was kind of like, I don't know. Like, yeah.
I understand, man. I've heard about it from Christopher Hauser. He was talking about it. But it's all has to do with the Treasury, and apparently, until they have a specific department like opened up in the Treasury, then the Treasury is not really processing any of it. 'Cause that's the only reason I haven't done a 1099-A is because, according to him at least, and then a lot of people just have trouble with it. So I'm just still on the study mode for it. I want to know every detail before I make any moves.
Gotcha.
But good to hear
Yeah,
from you, is all.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah. I wanted to post something. I don't know where to put it. Everything's kind of new in here, so messaging down there at the bottom. Why did they do that shit?
Dude, yeah, the new Discord app, since I had deleted Discord for a while, and the new, it's all way different now. Not way, but it's definitely different.
Anyway, yeah. I know that you guys probably don't like religious stuff, but that's not really religious stuff. It's like historical stuff.
Well, what's interesting about the justice system is you type in Temple of Justice into Google and it comes up with the U.S. Supreme Court. So is the whole justice system just a religion?
Yeah, it's a temple. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know.
Think
I'm
about your
just.
courthouse. Yeah.
Well, a
And they're
courthouse is also a
gambling.
bank, though. So does that make the banking system a religion?
Yeah, you got to believe in the dollar. If we didn't believe in the dollar and you handed me some paper, like for some toilet paper, I'd be like, bro, I can wipe way more ass with this bundle of Charmin than I can that, dollar bill.
With that paper, yeah, it's not even a good quality paper because paper quality is given by its wiping effects, properties.
If you got Bitcoin, you're fucked, I guess, eh? No wiping your
Yeah.
ass.
Yeah.
Well, that's because dollar bills are actually little bits of canvas, very fine,
Mm.
thin canvas. But you know, whatever. They're still worthless. They're still Federal Reserve notes. Still have zero value. Your actual value is your signature, your authentication, your AU, your gold.
Well, money are icons, like church
Yep,
icons, you know.
yep, yep,
They
yep.
contain all the worship symbols.
Yeah, but the gambling casino temple, the courthouse, yeah, it's definitely a religion. If you think about it, there's a high priest, the robed one, right? And
Yeah,
he's the
Wears
one that,
black robes just like a Catholic priest.
yeah,
yeah.
and he sets all the rules, that, oh, you can record in public, even though this is a public courtroom, you can't record in here because we don't want to show people what we're doing. It's like, wait a minute, you can record in public anywhere else, but not in the courtroom? That's
I've
weird, right?
recorded every single time I've gone to court. Not obviously, but I'll wear a nice jacket, nice overcoat, and there'll be a front pocket. I stick my phone right in my front pocket, and the camera's right there. It lets them see everything, lets them hear everything nicely. Don't do it with a leather one. The leather squeaks on itself too much for you to hear anything when you move. But a nice little fabric that, yeah, it works great. I got 3 recordings from when I went to court.
Yeah.
Hey, do you guys believe in planets?
Oh, space doesn't work because they didn't plan it.
We
I'm just
see something up
wondering.
there,
Yeah,
dude.
your
We see the
whole
same
your
thing as
whole
you.
cosmology.
Yeah, like but my question is like, is there a theory on what planets are or something like that?
We just don't believe the story we're
Well,
told about them.
when you look at the night sky, what do you see? You see tiny lights in the sky, stars.
Yeah.
We call them stars. That's how mankind always called them. Now, when you look,
The ed- I was
how
going to say
did
the
we
etymology
call?
of planet is wandering star as well.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to get to. That the wandering planets are. This term is also not from yesterday. You know, it's a very old, ancient term. So this is what people, mankind, for thousands of years called those celestial bodies, wandering stars, because they were not rotating in a circular path like all other stars.
Okay, so planets are stars?
Well, they are tiny
Don't
lights
know.
in the sky. What the hell they are made of or what they really are, who knows that? Who was there taking measurements, the distance from here to there, and actually probe, yeah, into it and see what material is it made of? Is it plasma? Is it gas? Is it liquid? Is it solid? Is it what is it? Because nobody has ever done that.
Yeah, think about it logically, dude. If the doctor told you that you had cancer in your reproductive organs, right? And he's like, "We
Yeah.
got to do a surgery, emergency surgery tomorrow." Like, bro, you didn't take a biopsy or nothing. Like, wouldn't you go see a second doctor? And maybe the second doctor will take a biopsy, to find out if they got to, transition yourself. Think about it logically, bro.
That was a weird comparison, but yeah, I understand what you mean.
Right. Yeah, I
Can
don't
I
want to
leave?
get rid of my.
I don't know if I can leap in quickly. Yeah, I mean, it comes down to the empirical method, right? So I don't know who asked, but you have to actually think about what you're actually seeing, not what your brain is telling your eyes you're seeing. Does that make sense?
Yes. What about
So
telescope?
what are you? So yeah, but so what are you actually seeing when you look at, say, Jupiter?
I mean, you're seeing like if it was a light.
Right.
Yeah, tiny light.
It's like I guess it's an orange circle. Well, maybe not an orange, like a red circle, whatever.
It's like brown.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. whatever color it is, but that's actually what you're seeing, right? But then your brain fills in the blanks and it goes, well, the television told me that this is what that is, and so you make that association. But you don't actually know that that's true. You just know that your brain has that association because of the relentless propaganda. So it's, that's something to really consider, is that all of this stuff that you see, you already have these like embedded associations because of years of being told what it is. But no one ever proved that to you. No one ever proved that to you. They just said it over and over again.
But like, for example, Jupiter. Do you believe Jupiter has rings? I mean, Saturn. Sorry.
Well, we can go back to Jupiter because I was going to make another point about Jupiter. So they say that Jupiter's a gas giant, right?
Yeah.
So how does gas form into a ball in a vacuum?
I don't know, man. Like,
right.
I don't know why Globies believe that.
Well, it's not the nature of gas, is it? Gas doesn't form into balls in a vacuum. It
I think they would
spreads.
argue it's gravity.
Yeah, but where does the gravity come from?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is, in the first instance, the gas would have already spread out because that's the nature of gas. It doesn't have the time to form into a ball.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Well, there we are. So when they say,
what
"Oh,
I'm
it's
saying,
yeah, you go.
do you believe Saturn has rings?
I mean, you can see the rings. I don't know what the rings
We can
are.
see them, yeah.
Oh, okay. So you're
I
not
couldn't tell
denying
you
that you
what
can see the rings.
Of course. Well, you can see what you can see. That's the empirical method, right? But I'm not
No,
going to
whatever.
tell you. I know that this is, an ice ring that's circling a gas planet. Yeah, it's all bollocks. I don't know that.
We don't deny stuff, bro. Like I said, we live on the same places you live, and we see the same things that you see, man.
I happen, for example, to look at the top of a mountain, the tip of the mountain, and it looked white. And I said, oh, wow, look, it's summer, but on the top of that mountain there is snow. And then, because, on most of the top of the mountains, you can see snow in the summertime. But when I went on top of that mountain, I actually saw that there is a white rock on the top of that mountain. And it wasn't snow, but it looked like snow.
Yeah. And imagine if if you were in charge of telling everyone what was on the top of that mountain, right?
Yeah.
And you were like £1 million a year to tell everyone that there was snow on the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
Then after like 10 years, you found out it wasn't
Mhm.
snow. Would you give up your £1 million a year salary? No, you just carry on. Yeah, it's definitely snow, guys. I promise.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the point is that we all used to believe, the model that we were presented, the standard model of cosmology. I used to tell people all kinds of crazy stuff that I was learning about on space.com and stuff like that. But now we're skeptical of what the story is, the official narrative, and we've been asking questions. And the thing is that when you ask questions and people can't give you logical reasoning, then what reason is there for you to believe it? So you go outside and you start checking it out for yourself. And the claim is the boats disappear over the horizon. That's how you know the Earth is curving. So you look up the radius, 3959 miles, and you go do some calculations and you make some observations. And what I found out is that you can see too far from what they're telling us. That's why they had to invent this refraction scenario. And yes, refraction does happen, but the way that they're saying it, that's unfalsifiable. And according to Karl Popper, if it's unfalsifiable, it's not really science.
So, is there any Globies in here?
You?
You're not a glober anymore?
I've never been a glober. What you mean?
Sorry?
I was never a glober. You.
Oh, okay, cool. Lucky you.
Where was the guy that was asking about planets?
Me?
Okay, you were never a glober?
No. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
You got me, bro. Got me on a monologue.
You're advocating for the devil.
Yeah. The devil worshippers. The globers.
Right, I'm back in a bit, guys.
I feel like I've been
Take care,
arguing with
crypto.
AI. Later, crypto. I feel like a boomer who just got caught arguing with AI.
Why does everyone think I'm AI?
No, not you. The scenario that you presented.
I don't know, like, maybe the Earth could be a globe. I just find it hard.
Well, Dr. Radwin actually recently managed to have ChatGPT concede.
What?
That was very, very interesting.
Where is that? Can I see that?
Yeah, he posted that conversation in the live stream chat. If you scroll up, it was about an hour ago.
Doctor.
Yeah,
Doctor,
his
doctor,
message.
tell me, please.
No,
Got
I
a
don't see
bad
it.
feeling.
Yeah, I can't see it. It takes me back to the messages like a week ago.
And all he had to do was to tell ChatGPT that the company Renishaw is actually contradicting the globe. I mean, Renishaw is a high precision measuring instruments and linear motion positioning, rotary, you name it.
And in your opinion, like, are you like, damn, I want to live in a globe, but sadly it's flat.
Yeah.
I don't feel that way. I'm happy it's flat.
If it was a globe,
I'm not.
I could have taken over the whole world.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I got the record for spending the most time on the fence. And I thought about it. You know, like if it's a globe, who cares? Like if it's a flat, who cares? Kind of like when I was in here earlier this week and I said, who cares if you like me or not? It doesn't matter. And I'm just indifferent whether it's flat or globe, but I don't think my eyes are lying to me. I don't think that what I was looking at wasn't actually there where I was looking at it at.
Yeah.
Wait, so in a flat Earth, would if a meteor strikes? I mean, I know this is a meme, like what I'm sending in chat. But if a meteor strike, would that technically happen?
I
How do
mean,
you know it
you're talking
wasn't
about
just a
rocks.
cover up?
You're talking about rocks in the sky, right?
No,
Like the Hallelujah
meteors.
Mountains.
Like whatever we see that strikes Earth, like the meteors that strike
You
Earth, like
never
we
saw a
have.
meteor strike Earth. Never.
I mean,
No one has.
there's multiple meteor strikes that strike Earth, like little ones,
Bro, show me.
like the one in
'Cause like I
Russia a
said,
long time ago.
you mean the
Sister, it
thing
ain't
that
real.
was detonated in the sky?
Yeah.
Oh, so you think that was floating rocks like Hallelujah Mountains that fell down and they come in contact with Earth's atmosphere and explode at the point where they could do the most damage but the least amount of damage at the same time?
But would that actually happen? What I sent in the picture, like, would like if technically a meteor, which is not real based on you guys, what you guys are
Well,
saying, would that technically
the
happen?
Tunguska Siberia meteorite actually hit the ground, but these meteorites is not something that we recently discovered uh, or have the concept of this. Back in the days, we find, for example, in Greek mythology and even ancient Greek writers, we find how they describe that people in those times they had knowledge about volcano eruptions. So a volcano can throw rocks so high into the sky that those rocks go into a medium where they get quantum locked and they will not fall back down on Earth for many ages. But after 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years, those rocks will fall back down to the ground.
And those are the meteors. So you guys,
Yeah.
I'm confused. Do you guys believe in meteors or not?
Well, they are definitely not what they are telling us. So meteors in this case is rocks from the ground which have been thrown high into the sky and they fall back down after 2 or 3,000 years.
Hey, we're not a hive mind, right? This guy and
Yeah.
I disagree. And I have a lot of respect for this guy, but I don't believe everything he says because I'm skeptical.
Damn,
Yeah.
two flatties disagreeing. That's a first for me.
No, it happens a lot. Like, we
Mm.
get pretty cutthroat sometimes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean,
It
even I
does
don't
happen.
believe this, but I'm only pointing that mankind had this knowledge, and it's a different way of explaining meteorites
And
than today's modern mankind narrative. Like they say, meteorites are coming from the outer space, yeah, from the asteroid belts or whatever.
And does the like okay? So you guys are saying that everyone's lying, or maybe we are saying that everyone's lying about the Earth being flat or not. But does that have to do anything with the? I know this is a different conspiracy or whatever. The dinosaurs are not real. Does that like have to do anything with it or no? Or is that just like a separate thing
Yeah,
that have to do anything?
dinosaurs. I mean, okay, look, in Sahara, in Nairobi, or I don't know, in Africa, in an African country, yeah, there is a dinosaur graveyard, very famous one, yeah, and they say, oh, we are finding dinosaur bones like 30, 40 centimeters in the ground, buried. Yeah. Now, and over millions of years, yeah, bones got covered uh, with sand and stuff. But 30 kilometers away from that dinosaur cemetery, they found human bones. Yeah. Um, like at the surface. you know, like parts of those bones were actually exposed to the air. And yeah, they are showing that we have the same, I mean, human bones and dinosaur bones in the same layers of the earth. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, dinosaur, they say they lived hundreds of millions of years ago, but humans did not live in those times. So how can human bones be in the same layer with the dinosaurs?
Refraction.
Refraction.
Refraction? Wait, so what are those bones then? I mean, you said that the bones they found are in the same depth as the human bones, but then what are those bones?
They're bones. We
Yeah,
believe the bones, right? It's just the story about the bones that we question.
yeah,
So you
yeah.
believe the dinosaurs existed, just not like how they say they existed?
I don't know. Yeah, there was giant living beings in older times. We have also scientific demonstrations that when we expose mammals or plants to a very rich oxygen and CO2 atmosphere, um, they grow a lot bigger and a lot healthier. So, if thousands of years ago the air in the world was, for example, oxygen percentage was above 30%, yeah, then yeah, mammals, all living beings, uh, they will grow bigger. Even trees, they will grow bigger and faster. Plants, even insects, and yeah, they do found insects. What's it called? I don't
I
know.
don't want to get in there.
Today this insect is like the length of a human finger, but um, they found petrified an insect like this, and it was like half meter or 1 meter
Damn.
big. Yeah. So it was a lot more bigger.
So there's this story I heard recently that grasshoppers, when the grasslands expand, the population expands. And when the
Yeah.
grasslands decrease and they start running out of food, the grasshoppers actually change their physiology, right?
Yeah.
Their genetic expression changes within the same creature without it dying off. And when they
Yeah.
turn into locusts, they're actually physically different than the other creatures. So if something
Yeah.
as small as a food source could change a creature to being a friendly little grasshopper, like just down there
Yes.
just like chewing, to nothing to chew, so now I'm gonna swarm, like oh
Yeah.
shit, then what could copious amounts of oxygen do?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up a video where this guy dug a hole in the sand at the beach, and an astrophysicist like popped up on the news like, we think this is a meteor strike. And he thought that the meteor was the rock at the bottom of the hole that the guy dug. So he thought that it just like landed real soft. And I'll try to find the video. It's pretty funny.
It's a big grasshopper.
Found it, huh? All right, check out what I posted. I really want you you guys to check that out. So your worldview really does dictate how you perceive things. If you think, that the world is racist, then everything's going to look racist to you. If you think that there's rocks falling from the sky, every hole in the ground you see, you might think like, oh, this is confirmation to my bias. Just what I needed. And really the world should be like, ask questions, find out if it's true. Like if I say, wow, that man, I bet he likes watermelon. Would you like a watermelon, sir? Would you like a piece of my melon? It's really hot outside. Like for you to assume racist from my gesture of kindness, it's weird, right? So for you to assume that there's a hole in the ground, it must have been a rock that came from the Oort cloud and smashed into another rock that was floating in between Jupiter and Mars. And when that came to the trajectory of the Earth, the moon's gravity and the Earth's gravity together pulled it just enough to make it smack right here on the beach. And that's how this hole got there. Really, bro? Like, it doesn't say all that in the video, but, people are just reaching.
Yeah, I agree. Clovers are stupid as fuck.
Are there any Glovers in here? I got questions.
They're always scared to talk, man. I hate that.
I'm here.
Okay, so are you a skeptic?
What are glowers, by the way?
Globers, proponents of the heliocentric
Glober.
acentric model. The standard model of cosmology is correct. That's you, right?
You talking to me?
Well, if you think that the standard model of cosmology is correct, then yes.
Yeah, for the most part.
Are you skeptical?
About what?
Yeah, in general. Like,
Yeah,
if
I would say
someone told
so.
you that. What's that? You are?
Yeah, generally.
Okay. What is it about the standard model of cosmology that you're skeptical about?
So you're familiar with the oh fuck, I always forget the year. I think it was 2019, 2020 maybe, the Nobel Prize winning experiment, Bell's theorem.
What? Say that again? The
The
last word?
Nobel Prize, the experiment that won the Nobel Prize, the one that demonstrated not non-locality, it was entanglement.
Okay, you're skeptical about entanglement?
Yeah, I'm skeptical about the explanation. So when they say that information travels faster than the speed of light, I suspect that there's still some hidden variable theory that still applies.
Okay. I remember that. Okay.
Yeah, I think we talked about it.
Yeah. We talked about it? What's your name, bro?
Manufactotum? Nathan, it's my name.
All right, cool. So you're skeptical that information could travel faster than the speed of light. So what is information?
That is an excellent question. As it's defined in this particular experiment, I think it's I think it's just data of a kind.
Right, and the laws of information, or information theory, should I say, dictates that there has to be a sender, a receiver, and agreed upon medium, right?
A sender, a receiver. I don't know if I agree with that.
Okay, so if I invent a new language like J.R. Tolkien did, right? And instead of it being Elvish, let's say it's Orcish, right? I don't know if he invented that, but go with me. And I send it to everybody, but I don't send a dictionary or anything. Did any information get received? If nobody can understand this language that I just invented yesterday?
Yeah, no information.
I would
Right.
say
That's why.
yes.
Yes?
Yes.
So you get the letter. It's written in
No.
Orcish. What are you going to do with it?
Nothing.
You going to read it?
No.
So there has to be an agreed upon, understood medium, right?
No, I would say that information has been sent, but not really meaningful
No, it
information.
has not been sent. No.
I disagree.
Information is dependent on the intelligent agent.
So let's say that letter was sent
There
in
is
pure
no,
English.
listen, there
Hold
is
on.
no information without the intelligent agent,
Right.
the
So
source.
let's say
Yeah.
you wrote that letter in English and you send it to a mailbox and nobody reads it. That's still information, right? It just hasn't been gathered by anyone.
Yeah, okay. The act of
That's
writing
true.
that information message, yeah.
Yeah. Like there's
It's
data
an
there to be found, it just hasn't been found yet.
So how could you call information that's floating in the ocean, message in a bottle, information if nobody's laid eyes on it? It's just a message in a bottle until somebody opens it up, receives the SOS signal, help, I'm lost, send help, SOS, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
I don't know. So I'll be honest, this isn't something I've thought about too much, but I feel like information can be given and can be received, but I don't know that it's necessary that both of those be satisfied. for it to
Here, let
be
me help you out, bro. I don't have on my camera, but I'm using sign language right now.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get it?
No,
Why not?
because I can't see it.
Right. So if you can't see it, you don't realize that I just said "fuck you, bitch" in sign language.
Sure.
Exactly.
But you did say that, right? So that is
I
something
did.
that, right? Was
Well,
that
I signed it.
information before I got it?
No, not until I
Really?
spoke it. Then you got it. And you thought, why would he say that to me? I didn't do anything to him, right? But it's just the point, right?
Sure.
You didn't feel like that. Why did he say that to me? I didn't do anything to him until you heard me speak it. When I signed it, you were completely unaware that I was being hostile.
Yeah, but what manufacturing is saying that is that information will always be there.
Will it? I signed it. Nobody saw me do it.
So okay, it could be. So I might be. So I think something that I'm tying in with information is meaning, and maybe that's where you and I are talking past each other. Like I don't know if meaning. I don't know if information, like if meaning is sufficient for it to be information, or if that meaning need be. I'm fucking.
Just look
I
up the
lost my train
information
of thought.
theory. It's all right, bro. Just look up the information theory and realize that you didn't get the information of my hostility until we had an agreed upon medium. Because you and
Well, I
I
agree
didn't
with
agree
that.
on sign language.
Yeah, I agree that I didn't get the information, but I don't know if the
Right.
information.
But I sent it.
Right, but it's still information before I got it, right?
No, because nobody saw me do it. It wasn't information until I spoke it.
Okay. So let's say I do agree with you. What's the point?
So we're talking about information being sent faster than the speed of light. Allegedly, light is a physical thing, right?
Yes.
And information is a metaphysical thing, right?
Mm,
And the reason for your skepticism is because you're assuming that information is traveling through a physical means, like with sign language, the light's bouncing off my body and hitting your eyes. With, vocal, person to person, it's the sound waves traveling through the gas atmosphere, right?
mhm.
So you're assuming that nothing could move faster than that.
Well, what I'm assuming is that when we determine that this particular particle or antiparticle has a particular spin, that information is generated where we read the other one. It didn't travel to us from the other
Well,
side.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that.
information doesn't have a spin.
Yeah, I'm
It
pretty.
doesn't
Yeah, but he's
have
talking about.
energy
Hold on, bro.
nor.
He's talking about the two things they're spinning, and when they change the direction on one across the United States simultaneously, it changes direction on the other one, right? Isn't that what you're talking about?
Yep.
Yes. The thing
But
about that experiment, though, is that they didn't change the direction, right? They
I'm
read a
pretty.
direction.
I'm pretty sure that the theory says that information travels faster than light because they're massless. It's a massless.
Exactly. Yeah, that is what the theory says. But I feel like that's an interpretation that I think Larry's probably closer to what I believe in that if we can define information being generated at the spot we're at, you could call that a kind of non-local phenomenon. I don't know if that's what most people mean when they say non-local, but um, I mean that's really just an example of something I'm skeptical about.
So you're skeptical about this thing because you have anchor bias that nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. But
Hey,
information isn't really physical; it's metaphysical.
Well,
okay.
But the means of travel is physical.
Right. Okay. If you watch a SpaceX launch of a rocket, what goes on in a flat earther's mind here when they see the entire launch from ground to
Fireworks.
atmosphere?
You ever saw that?
Cheap fireworks.
You saw a launch from ground to upper atmosphere, which would be the exosphere? Like, you can confirm that happened? Because you're making it out like, how do you not believe in cookie dough? Like we can observe cookie dough.
How do
Have
you not
you
believe
ever
in
seen a
cookie dough?
rocket go to the exosphere and leave?
Have you?
No. That's why I don't believe it.
So I just posted a video. I mean, SpaceX live streams these all the time, and you can go to Texas
Yeah,
and
I can
watch the
post a
launch
video
yourself.
with Tom and Jerry fighting. So
You can literally go. There's
will
no
you believe
restriction
that
for you to. You can literally go there to yourself. You don't have to listen to me. You don't have to
Oh,
listen to the live
really?
streams.
Really?
You
You
can
can
go
go there
watch it
to yourself.
yourself.
Listen, Elon Musk bought that whole city, yeah? And there's left only one woman, and now that woman, she's facing the harshest restrictions. Like she's not allowed to use a video phone, a smartphone, yeah,
What's even happening right now?
in her house.
Bro, you can stand at the beach and you can watch it. You can
Bro,
still see the rockets.
no. When you're standing at the beach, yeah, you're standing far away. There's no way you can verify anything. All
There
you
is.
see is like fireworks on Christmas or New Year.
You're
That's
telling me
all
that
you are
so you're telling me
seeing.
that at the beach, right? Which is probably, I'd say, doesn't even have to be like a mile or two away. You still can see it. You're telling me you can't verifiably see with binoculars the device is going up and up and up and up and up. You can't see
Yeah,
that.
I can see fireworks going up and up and up, and they
It's
go
a
boom, and I
it's a
see them.
cartoon.
Okay.
So,
So what if it
So
doesn't
what?
go boom and then you can see it going up
Yeah,
and up and up and
it
up and then
went.
you can
The
see the
last.
cameras to verify what you see?
Listen. What was it called? The last SpaceX rocket launch.
At
What
one
was
second.
it called?
Most
A
recent one was
success.
Starship.
Listen, no, it was called a successful failure.
Starship?
yeah.
No, the last SpaceX launch
Yeah, that's
was a
Starship. Starship
success.
exploded, but it was a test. Yeah.
Oh, so you were saying they don't explode, but it fucking exploded now because I compared it
Uh,
with fireworks, and you said no, these are not fireworks. They don't explode,
no, I didn't say
but
that.
it fucking
I said,
exploded.
I said, now
Yeah,
what if it goes up
yeah.
and up
You
and up and it
denied
doesn't
me. You
explode?
denied me once. Yeah,
Right?
you denied me once. You said that those rockets they do not explode like fireworks.
I was
No, I
listening
said,
pretty
what if it
carefully. That's
didn't
not what I
explode?
said.
I said hypothetically, what if it didn't?
Yeah,
And
then
if
it
it
falls
didn't,
back into the ocean.
Do you know where it falls back into the ocean?
yeah, it's a
Yeah,
good
far
question.
in the ocean. I don't fucking have a boat to go and verify.
So somewhere around Cuba is my understanding. And the last one that took off from Texas and was filmed from Florida as it arrived. So you have two different vantage points seeing the same thing. You could say they're like in cahoots or something, but I think that's pretty compelling.
I saw it, something that launched in Texas and Florida.
They saw it as it approached Florida.
Wouldn't it be going
Because
up and
Florida's
not?
right next to Cuba, so I mean, it's kind of hard to miss.
Hello?
Wouldn't it be going up? Like by the time it was, you know, above Florida, if it's, the story that they give us that it goes up but at an angle, but it would still be climbing in altitude. Like the rocket doesn't just fly like a jet where like it leaves Texas and Dallas and then you can see it in Florida because it's only 40,000 feet. By the time it was at Florida, I mean, I've driven to Florida. You know how fucking far away Florida is? How would you be able to see it?
I'll
It
see if
would
I
be
Yeah.
can
pretty
find it.
low.
No, they are
I
trying
mean, I
to
saw it like the other day.
actually pose like, oh, we have technology with bits, Putin's technology. Yeah, Putin really has missile rockets, yeah, with a 18,000 miles range. So they can hit a target 18,000 miles far away. Those rockets are military fact. They exist. They are in the army's service. Now, SpaceX, Elon Musk, a private company in USA, yeah, which dethroned, took
I'm
like
back.
America's jewel, yeah, NASA.
Okay.
They took over the space, yeah, race,
Yes,
this
yes,
and
sure.
space exploration, yeah. So
Uh-huh.
NASA has nothing now, yeah.
Well, they have
They
SpaceX.
given up. Listen, NASA gave up everything, yeah, to this private company, yeah,
Uh-huh.
and they are no longer responsible for any shit that's going on.
Of course
Like
they are.
if
On some things, some
you are
projects, yeah.
listen, if you try to sue NASA now
Uh-huh.
and ask them to provide why did they destroy the technology which took us to the moon, um, or if you actually accuse them that they faked the moon landing, yeah,
Hmm.
that it was a scam, and because they cannot provide that technology to exist, um, yeah, they there is no crime, yeah, because they took all the evidence and destroyed it. Yeah.
Okay.
So
What does that have to do with
even
modern
when,
technology? Like, who cares about what our people did
well,
in the past?
it has, because NASA is the criminal. Yeah.
I don't care.
In
I
this
don't care about
lawsuit.
NASA at all. Why are you mentioning NASA? Where did that even come from? We're talking about flat Earth and
We were
global.
talking about SpaceX.
Yeah.
Yeah, SpaceX.
Like, look at SpaceX and their
And
technology.
now
Follow their live
SpaceX is
streams.
a
Stand at the
private
beach.
company,
Watch their
which
rockets.
doesn't have is not
They're a private
supposed to
company
give any.
contracted to
Listen,
NASA.
nobody. Shut up. Nobody can question
Let me shut up.
SpaceX. Everything they do. Yeah, they can lie all they want because they have their backed by the U.S. government and NASA. Yeah, to actually hold this lie alive.
What lie? I don't understand what you're getting
Yeah,
at here.
this the fucking space exploration lie.
I mean,
The fucking
again,
astronaut lie.
the
Yeah.
technology we use for the most trivial of things, such as your global positioning systems, your cars, your phones, your whatever, your
There
laptops
is no
right now,
globe positioning system.
all
Yeah,
the,
it's
so now there's no
geo-positioning system.
GPS. Okay.
Yeah, it's geological positioning system, not global.
Sorry, I've got a dry cough. Pretty bad. Anyway.
Yeah. And
Right.
you
So
don't know
again,
anything about GPS. Listen,
SpaceX.
listen.
Okay,
You
SpaceX. Are you
don't
gonna keep
know
talking? Are you just
anything
gonna keep
about
talking and cut
GPS.
everybody off?
GPS is
Or are you
not
just gonna keep
a
talking?
satellite
Are you
system.
gonna
It's
let
not a
anybody
system made of
respond?
satellites.
Are you gonna let
GPS
anybody
system.
respond?
Yeah, the world. No, I'm not gonna let you because you're rambling with your heliocentric blind beliefs. We don't care. We've heard them, all the stories, a million times. In a period of 10 years, I've heard all the stupid shit that Globers have to say.
Right. Okay.
They all listen.
So
You
we'll
are
say
all
this again.
repeating the
Do you
same
know what
incantations and
radar
the same
technology is?
spells.
Do you
You
Do
have
you believe
no
it exists? Yes or no?
I don't fucking discuss
Do you
about
believe in radar
beliefs. Listen,
technology?
don't ask me what I believe because I'm not a man that's following blind beliefs. I'm not a religious person.
Okay, that's fine. Do you
Don't talk
believe
about
that
beliefs
radar
with me.
technology
If
exists?
you listen,
Does
I
radar
know how they
technology exist?
function. I know how things function. I
Does
know
radar
that
technology
technology
exist?
has
And do we use
a
it?
functioning way. Yeah.
Does radar
And
technology exist and
those
do we
that I
use
know
it?
I
Yes,
can
it
talk about.
exists and we
Yes, it
use it.
exists and we do use it. Thank you, Clay. Okay, what do we use radars for?
Detect
Detection.
other objects.
To detect objects in space. Absolutely. Okay.
No, not in
What?
space.
Are you cray
No,
cray?
I'm saying when I say space, I mean like in a. God damn, I gotta be careful how I talk with people. Not in
In the
space,
air.
Oh,
space,
okay, I
in
get
like
it. Yeah,
in
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
space. Yes, in an
Yeah.
area.
In an
Okay,
area.
so in an area, there you go, with its limitations, of course. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, radar is a
So, let me ask
wonderful
you this.
thing.
Do we use this technology for airplanes?
Yeah, 100%, man. It's wonderful. It's in the
Yeah,
aircraft
radars.
avoidance systems
Yeah.
for you know that an aircraft doesn't crash in the other one is based on based on a radar system. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, all
Absolutely.
these radar systems, they are
Okay.
functional.
It's in the nose cone of the aircraft.
That's fair. So I think we're in a good spot. So get what were you gonna say?
Radar systems, they are functioning on a line of sight
Of
principle.
course, they have their limitations. Of course, all devices do. Yes, and it's not
No,
just line of sight.
when I say line, do you know what line of sight is?
Meaning, can it see it? Right? Is it in direct observation? Right? There's no bending around corners. Is what you mean?
No, that's not what line of sight means.
Okay, then can you explain for me?
Line of sight is uh, the straight line between your eye and the object that you are looking at.
A straight line between the object that
Yeah,
you're
it's a
looking.
straight line between your eyeball and the object that you are looking at. It's a straight line between these 2 points. Your eyeball is the observation device, biomechanism. Yeah,
All right. Okay, that's fair.
yeah.
So a plane
So
flies over.
this is line of sight. The line of sight is a straight line.
Oh my God, this
And
person is
this
just
is
fucking posting everything, huh?
yeah, this is how radar systems, radio waves propagate. They
Well,
propagate in a
let
straight line manner.
I want to know what radar has to do with the channel in itself. Like what you're saying, radars work perfectly on a flat topographical plane. I would agree. That's what they're made for. Planes
No,
out of
no. My
space.
point is, we have to have a collective set of data in order to confirm our findings, right? We can't just say, "Oh, our eyes are good enough for everything."
No,
you use radar
listen.
for this cause.
With a
Right?
radar
Like I
on a
can't always
ship.
detect with my bare naked eye if there's an object in my vicinity. So with radar, it will pick it up.
Listen, I'm glad you invoke the radar. Listen, now on the sea,
100%.
yeah, which has a radar system, and they are detecting another ship, yeah, 50 kilometers far away
Okay.
on the sea. This means that between these two ships, there is no bulge curvature slope as it should be on a sphere. Because if it was a sphere, then you could not use a radar to actually detect a ship 50 kilometers far away, because you need a line of sight between
No, that's where you're heavily
the
incorrect. But I'm not going to explain more how
No, I'm
technology
not
works.
heavily incorrect.
That
I'm
is
talking
heavily
about
incorrect. That's not how
radio
waves
waves
behave.
propagation. Tell me, what do you know
I'm not
about
going to
radio
tell
waves
you. I'm not going to tell you anything
propagation?
about radio waves because it sounds like you're intel gathering and you're an op. So I'm not interested in
What?
doing that. But what I am going to say, you're laughing because it's probably true. You're a Russian op.
No,
I'm going to continue.
I'm laughing
So
because
if
you're
you use a
stupid. I
radar,
mean,
right? You
you're
detect an
just
object. You can detect
you're just
cars. You
posing
can
as a
detect
clown.
planes. You
Yeah.
can detect a SpaceX rocket. So
Dude,
SpaceX, you got all
You
wrong, is a
require a straight
contractor to
line of
NASA.
sight to do
NASA
that.
has their own
You
radar
can't
technology.
shut
NASA can detect
Hey,
and
are
confirm.
you here to preach or are you here to have a conversation? You sound like you're
Well, he
preaching,
keeps
man.
cutting me off, and I can't even
using
finish a
using
sentence
a
or a
radar.
thought.
You
I
cannot
literally can't even
detect.
talk. He just keeps
Shut up.
talking and talking and talking.
Listen. You cannot detect,
I
yeah,
can't finish
an
a sentence, dude.
airplane which is
You're not
flying in
listening
the
to him.
Grand Canyon.
I can't finish a sentence. What conversations to be had if he keeps cutting me off? You guys are like, I
Because you
let him
were
do his whole
contradicting
ramble and
me,
talk
and
and talk, and I listen and I listen and I
asked
listen.
you
Then
to
I respond,
provide
and
any
then he starts
knowledge that
talking
you
over
have
me. Then I
about
need to listen.
radars.
Okay. So far, the only thing he has established is that he couldn't explain how radar works, and now he goes to SpaceX and rockets detected by radar. That's so weird.
And he said, "Gets a Russian spy."
Well, because you're info opting, right? You want me to explain to you exactly how a radar operates, exactly its limitations, exactly how it behaves? That's info gathering.
Establish
Sketchy as fuck, like as if you guys don't already know the way that.
Listen. We need to establish the premise to understand what you know. Okay, that's the premise.
Info out for sure, bro.
I have
That's not
been
the
in a
point. I don't give a shit about
military
that.
radar control tower. Yeah,
Okay.
I have been there, and my cousin was working there. Yeah, and when airplanes, jet fighters, they were flying between mountains, we couldn't see any fucking airplane flying anywhere. We couldn't detect them with the radar. Yeah, because they were behind the mountain.
Right. If you're not here to listen and learn, and there's no point of you being here talking anymore. If you're gonna keep up acting like that, you're showing no respect.
Yeah, you're acting a bit childish, man. You know, you talking about he's like some Russian spy or something. Dude, that's just childish, straight up. Like, what's the problem with just explaining yourself instead of just making baseless claims? Like, we want to know, do you have a fundamental understanding of how radar systems actually work? Which is the mathematical premise? Which is the baseline from which a sorry, I'm not native for
Radio
English.
wave.
Radio wave is being emitted from, yeah, thank you.
Yeah. They need a line of sight for these radar systems to actually detect an
But
object.
yeah, if they obstruct it, then they can't work
Yeah.
properly, of course.
Yeah.
So what could an obstruction be? Curvature of Earth? Indeed, yes. Radar would not bend around the curve. So case closed. Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Actually, it furthermore proves that it works perfectly fine. on a topographical plane.
Yeah. And mankind, the military complex, they prefer to build more radar systems of low power, but they install them and cover the whole surface of the country. They could build only one radar antenna, big and powerful enough to cover all that surface area, but there will be many shadow zones in those parts where you have mountains, hills, and stuff like that. Those radars will not be capable to detect any flying object in the shadow of a mountain or a hill. So this is why building smaller radar systems, which have a smaller detection range, but we network them together.
Hey,
Yeah.
get.
Yeah.
What about over the horizon radar?
What about it?
Well, it's
Over
in
the
the in the in
horizon
the in the
radar.
name, right? Over the horizon radar. It's already telling you what is happening. Talking about high
Yeah.
elevation radar. Yeah,
Oh
it's
no,
again
I'm not
radar.
talking
Listen,
about.
listen. Radar does not work when it's obstructive. The very principle of radar is that you can catch another object because it hit the radio wave needs to hit this object. So if there's a huge hill in the way and a hill obstructing your signal, there is no way that your radar will be sufficient. And what you're talking about is a radar with elevation.
No, I'm not.
No,
Okay,
over the
then say.
horizon radars. Over the horizon radars are the radars which actually long range detection radars. They can detect flying airplanes or objects, whatever, um, beyond, yeah, that horizon that we see with our eyes. So they have a detection radius more than 20 miles. They can detect airplanes at 100 miles far
Right,
away.
but they don't.
Yeah.
They don't require line of sight, straight line of sight.
Well, actually, when they say over the horizon, when they use this term to this radar, it means that we actually, our eyes perceive light. It's functioning with light. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the horizon distance is given by light propagation properties. Yeah. Now, radio waves, these radar radio waves they use a certain spectrum, which through the air, the air has a very permeability for these kind of radio waves. Yeah. It's
I know how it
only,
works. I know how it
yeah.
works.
So
You
not the
don't.
whole radio wave spectrum is actually very well propagating through the air. So vast majority of radio waves, they propagate through the air, but very short distances. But there are certain radio wave lengths, yeah,
So what do you
which
look?
can propagate 100 times more, or even 1,000 times further than uh,
But it's not.
ordinary one.
But it's not straight line of sight from the radar tower or whatever it is to the detected area, right? You said that, and I don't. I was like, I don't
Actually,
think that's
no.
right.
Actually, these radars they need a direct line of sight.
That's not how over the horizon
And
radar works.
listen, yeah, well, the horizon is not the curvature of the Earth. The horizon is actually a limitation to how far we can see. Yeah.
So
Can
is
you Can you give me a
It's
currently
given
working over
by
the horizon radar, please?
the
Post it in
distance.
chat.
The distance where we see the horizon, yeah, is it's light itself. It's limiting us. It's the angular resolution. Yeah.
Right.
So when angular resolution drops below 0.2 degrees or something like that, our eye cannot resolve that kind of light.
So that's not how over the
Listen,
I'll go back on
anything
mute. That's
further,
okay. You don't need
anything
to.
further than no,
Can
anything
you
further
post the
than
currently
distance.
active over the horizon radar system, please? Can you post it, maybe?
I
Someone
did.
is actively using it. Where is it?
I did.
Where?
Well, any distance further than the horizon
Where?
that we see with our
In chat.
eyes, it
That's
doesn't mean that it's
Wikipedia. That's
behind
just
the
an
curve.
explanation.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, can you like give me an institution that is currently making use of it in a practical situation? You know, same way as Walmart is using trucks to deliver food to their stores. Where it's
I don't
used
know that.
practically, in reality, practically. So I can obviously, for example, drive there and even look at the whole thing and see, okay, it's pointing this direction and what's the function, what are they doing, stuff like that.
So I don't know anybody who's personally using over the horizon radar. Although I believe our like SAC Air Command and NATO certainly uses it. But this is where I posted
Where?
raycons in Europe in major Air Force bases. Yeah.
Okay, then give me one major Air Force base that uses this radar technology. Or something, an institution, anything that uses it in real life for purpose, you know, to do something with it.
So what you're suggesting is that you can
Very simple
say
thing.
that radar requires line of sight, but if I show you that over the horizon radar does not require line of sight.
Because it's a complete different radar. It's first of all, it's
horizon
showed
is
in
not
1 second. This
curvature.
guy is talking about as if it's the same radar technology as a radar on your chip. No, it's not. It's a first of all, it's a strong impulse radar. It's gonna give one strong impulse, then it has a delay time of the echo coming back, and so forth. It's not the same radar technology as you would see commonly in an aircraft or on a ship, which requires direct line of sight. It's a complete different technology. But you trying to strawman the whole situation, make it look like as if radar can also just work if there is a curve and if there's obstruction. It's a different system, man. So I want you to post a fundamental facility right now in this very moment you speak that makes practical use of this system. Please provide it. And please clarify for the audience that it's not the same kind of system. It is fundamentally different from its use.
It's not a different kind of system. I just gave you.
Okay, how does it work?
So what
is it the same? Is this the same radio signals, or is it a different type of system of collecting radar data?
What do you mean?
One moment to
But do you
clarify
know
this.
how the system works compared to normal radar systems that which require line of sight? How does this system is different to every other radar system? Because it is fundamentally there's a huge difference. Have you actually read what it says on Wikipedia?
Yes, I absolutely have.
Okay, then you can tell me.
Yeah, it uses a slightly different wavelength that refracts off of the ionosphere.
God,
bullshit.
I mean,
you have no evidence for that. But listen.
Wait.
No, stop. Now, what you are doing is you're saying that over the horizon radar means a radar which is detecting radio waves reflecting from the ionosphere.
Yeah.
Well, that's bullshit. Because over the horizon radar systems means that these are radars which can actually detect objects beyond what you can see. with any
Right.
imaging enhancing technology.
Okay, look, if you don't want me to talk, I don't need to talk. I'm fine with that.
No, listen.
I
We
asked
have
you to explain it, and you just give it. It's a radar that bounces off the ionosphere.
You asked
That's your
you asked me for a location of where one's being used, and apparently the Republic of
Well,
Belarus
begins
installed one.
installing. is
dude,
what the
wait,
article
wait,
says.
wait.
Begins installing.
No, Clay, wait a moment, because this guy is like clowning us big time.
Yeah, he is.
So
As always.
listen, the military, they have infrared video cameras for detection. Yeah, they can detect targets and observe targets very, very far away. Um, ordinary cameras, which function pretty much like this human eye, yeah, in our visible spectrum, but they use lenses so they can increase the angular resolution quite high, and with those cameras we can make observations at distances of 10, 20, 30, 50 miles, yeah, far away. But um, with infrared cameras they can detect and see objects further than 50 miles.
I understand if you don't want to talk
Because,
about this.
listen, because infrared light is the least refractive light out there.
Hey, Crit.
Now, over the horizon radars, yeah, so I mean, if the first cameras that I told you, the horizon for those cameras means a distance of 30 miles far away, yeah. Now, when you take the infrared camera, your horizon is like 80 miles far away.
But we're not
So over
talking.
the horizon, listen. No, stop. I'm not finished. So in this case, there is no fucking image reflecting from the ionosphere into the camera. The camera has a direct line of sight to the target. I'm not looking into the fucking sky and I see beyond the curvature of the earth.
Get him, GBG.
Maybe they're just reflecting off the firmament. Ha 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 ha.
Could be. That I'm if you want to postulate that, I'm fine with that.
But
so over the horizon is still a straight line of sight.
Not the way that over the horizon radar works. No,
because well, these radio waves, they can propagate further distances than light does. And light does, yes.
No, that's not.
Nuh-uh.
Did you?
Nuh-uh.
Hey, Creation Bear, did you read the description of over the horizon radar? I know that this is getting a little complicated, but the way that it actually works.
You haven't actually provided anything yet. Let him give the floor for 5 minutes.
Let him
explain to us what.
Let him cook. Yeah, let him cook.
Please.
Okay,
Go ahead,
so
cook, bro.
the way that over the horizon radar works, and you can see it in the Wikipedia link. I'll post it again.
Yeah, we know there's a Wikipedia for it. Go on, man. Explain it instead of us directing to it.
Okay, so what it does is it refracts off of the ionosphere and retrieves its signals back from reflecting off of whatever object is being whatever object is being seen by the radar. And it's not just a longer range wave that's being used. It's not just a it's not like the infrared camera that can see further. It's actually being able to reflect off of the atmosphere.
Okay, so quick question: how does it work that when it's being it goes in a direct straight line towards the ionosphere? The ionosphere for some reason reflects that signal, and then it bounces against the ground. How is the ground capable of reflecting this? How is it?
No, wait.
1 second. How is the ground?
It refracts it off of the
radio waves.
ionosphere. It reflects it.
Well, you said these radio waves are reflecting the atmosphere. So in this case, how those radio waves propagate 1 millimeter from the transmitter antenna and come back to the transmitter antenna?
You're
If
asking
they're
why it can.
if the radio wave, if those radio waves they are reflecting from the air atmosphere,
Well,
yeah,
they're
how
reflecting.
can that antenna actually fucking transmit
They're
radio waves?
they're refracting from the ionosphere, which is not
The antenna,
which
the
is
antenna is exposed to atmosphere,
not
to
to the
air.
ionosphere. The ionosphere is way above the the ground level. The ionosphere is about 30 miles up.
Yeah, but listen, at one point you said that these radio waves are being reflected by the atmosphere.
Right, because you
I don't
don't
know
seem to
what.
understand how that works. So I tried using a more common term.
Common term, like misusing a term.
I'm not misusing a term. It refracts off of
Yeah,
the ionosphere.
yeah. You are telling when you are trying to explain this technology to me, you are telling me that this is what you were telling me, that radio waves are reflecting from the air. So in this
Refracting off the ionosphere.
reflecting.
No, I'm saying refracting. You can say
Listen,
reflecting.
What the hell?
refraction
Well, the
is
first
totally
term he used
something
was
different.
reflecting.
Shouts to the
No, it wasn't. I
Yeah.
came
buzzword.
in and heard him say
Now
refraction.
it's refracting. Oh my god.
You just came
Shouts to the
in,
buzzword.
Mr. Red Clay.
It refracts off of the ionosphere.
So what are those radio waves actually decomposing into
What are they
if they
decomposing
refract?
into?
Yeah, yeah. You know when light refraction happens, yeah.
Mhm.
The light is split in those colors that's made
No.
of. Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Oh, then what is refraction?
Refraction is the redirection of light waves moving through a medium, usually a medium of a different
No, that's
density or temperature.
no, that's not what refraction is.
Yeah, yes,
Redirection. No,
yes, it is.
no, it's not.
Okay, are you? I mean, do
That's
we need to
redirection is actually a reflection.
Okay, so let's look at
Yeah.
this.
Reflection is at an opposite
So
angle of the point of contact.
refraction is a change in the angle of propagation of light.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
By
reflection
the
happens
medium.
at an opposite angle.
Yeah.
Right.
It's different
Also,
And it splits the light beam
no,
into its wavelength colors.
not necessarily. No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you see?
Yeah.
Do you see the picture of a pencil or a pen or something
Listen.
appearing big?
Have you ever had a diamond in your hand?
I've had prisms, and I understand what you're talking about with prisms.
Yeah,
But look at
well, those things, they refract light, and it means
look at
that you see those rainbow colors. That is the refraction of light.
you have a
Now,
hard time letting other people
listen,
talk.
yeah, because I'm not gonna let you say that when you use a prism as a mirror,
Look in the
yeah,
chat. Look in the chat. You see that pencil in the water?
What is the point actually of this discussion?
Well, the point where we started before we went off into a spiral was the assertion that radar had to be line of sight, and I was like, no, I don't think that's true.
That is true. A direct, a low energy, a normal standardized radar needs to have a direct line of sight. That is true. What you're
Okay.
talking about is a radar system that
Well,
will give an impulse. It's not the same as the radar system on a ship or plane. That I'm saying is the second time now. You need to understand that fundamentally the principle of the radar system that you try to propose is obviously in a complete different scale to a normal radar system. We talked about a radar system is being used every day by everyday objects like planes, cars, or even ships, right? But they all require direct line of sight. The radar systems you talk about are, first of all, still not really in operations. They're more like, test sites for military use and whatnot. And second of all, the mechanical use behind it, or the technical use behind it, is a fundamentally different way of system. First of all, it's a high energized beam that will shoot off this, or reflect off the ionosphere or whatever they want to call it, right? Which is
yeah,
funny,
well,
right?
I
As if
like
there's a
I
container or
like.
something. 1 second, let me finish, Gabriel.
Go
And
ahead,
and
Craig.
and then there will be a time difference for the echo of the beam to come back to the facility that was where it was shot from. Like the whole technique behind this is fundamentally different than the radar systems in normal day and use. Would you agree upon that?
I would say there's a different piece of equipment for sure, but I don't think it's a fundamentally different technology. It's still a radio wave that's being used to reflect off an object to determine its range.
Refract.
No, it refracts. Okay, so
Yeah, you said
get
refract. It
get
refracts
no
from the
no
ionosphere, and
no
this is why I want to address,
get
because you posted. Listen, in the live stream voice text, you asked me to look at what you posted, and you posted an example of refraction. Yeah.
Yep.
So you have a pencil in a glass of water. Yeah, in the
Right.
sink in the
Yep.
water. Now. In that image is explained how refraction of light takes place, and we see the pencil in a position where it is actually not.
Right.
Yeah? Okay, now you're telling me that these military radar systems, which are actually detection instruments, yeah,
Yep.
they detect targets so we can shoot them down, yeah.
Yep.
Now you're saying that this radio wave acting from the ionosphere, the radars, so they see the targets where they are actually not. So those kind of radar technology will never be useful, because it will make you shoot into the air,
No.
into the wind. Yeah,
No.
yeah,
Not true.
because your target is not in that location where you actually see it.
Okay, can I talk for a second? Be fast.
That's the refraction case presented. Yeah.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
I know.
Listen.
I
Is
know.
the
I
fucking
understand
pencil in the
that you
position where
don't
you see it,
want
in the glass of water?
So if you look at that picture with the glass of water, and you are
Yeah, the pencil is not where you see it.
get don't get upset. Let
The
me talk. Let
pencil
me
is
talk for a
not
second.
where you see it.
I know. I understand that.
Yeah,
But
good.
if you
That's what
so
refraction of light is.
let me explain refraction.
You
So
see an
there's
object where
what's
it is
called
not located at.
there's something called the index of refraction. People here on the call who maybe work
Yeah,
with
I know index of refraction. Do
I
you
don't
even
think
know how? Yeah, do you even know how the air refraction index is being measured? Like the principle?
the
No,
ionosphere is
it has nothing to do with the fucking ionosphere. When
that's
you
what's
measure the air,
refracting.
listen, no, when you measure the air refraction index, it has nothing to do with the ionosphere. Nothing. Zero.
Yes, that's what's refracting the light. The radar. The radar is what's
The radar is not light.
It's electromagnetic radiation.
Radio waves are not light.
Okay, what's electromagnetic radiation? What do you want to call it?
Electromagnetic radiation. Yeah,
Okay,
that's what it is.
Is light electromagnetic radiation?
Light has a electromagnetic wave function to it. Function. It's not an electromagnetic wave.
So it's not electromagnetic radiation.
No. Yeah, the photon is electrically and magnetically neutral.
And
it has no magnetic and no electric properties to it.
And does radar?
Radar is a electromagnetic wave at certain frequency ranges. Between certain frequency ranges, that's considered radio waves.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But so does radar have
listen, radio waves, they are not light.
I think you're wrong about. I think maybe that's where the mistake is being made.
No, I'm not wrong. Light is not a radio wave. What the fuck are you saying?
Look in
You're
the chat.
saying that light is a radio wave? Are you kidding me?
Look in the chat. I'm putting pictures of the electromagnetic spectrum into the chat. This is I think where the misunderstanding is coming from. I'll put another one in case you don't like that one. See that?
So you're just showing properties of...
I'm showing the different wavelengths.
Yeah, the properties, different ones, yeah. And then what? What's the point?
Well, it's all light. From radio waves to gamma rays.
But if you can invoke refraction, your information will be misplaced on that radar.
No.
It's not going to be accurate at all.
That's what Get is asserting, but that's not true. And the reason why it's not true is because there's what's called an incident of refraction, IOR, that if you know that incident of refraction, you can correct for the refraction. You don't just shoot where the image is. You correct for the refraction index, and then you fire where the image is coming from, not where the image is being shown. It's not anyway. You don't see radar with your visible eye anyway, so.
Yeah, I do know that visible light, they put it in the electromagnetic spectrum because light does have a electromagnetic wave function to it. So you can apply that electromagnetic spectrum to it, but it doesn't mean light is electromagnetic, because it is not. The photon is neutral.
How does that change the refraction property?
I'm pretty sure that it's all electromagnetic energy. Same with heat. If you can show me how that's not the case, I'd be very interested to see it, but I don't think that's how it works.
Mm-hmm. Well, I just told you the term which point you out where you should do your research.
I don't think
I
think
told you.
you've done the research on this, Git. I'm sorry, but I think you're
Yeah,
wrong
okay.
about
You
this.
can think whatever you want, but that doesn't make you
Well, so I'm asking
right
you
or
to
wrong until you start
prove the claim.
verifying yourself.
I'm asking you to prove the claim or to point me in the direction.
Yeah. Well, I told you, light is not an electromagnetic wave. Light does have a electromagnetic wave function to it. So you should investigate what this means.
Well,
The electromagnetic wave function
I
is.
know what that is.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about, and I think you're
Okay.
misunderstanding it. So you believe that photons being analyzed as a particle are fundamentally different from a radio wave being analyzed as a particle, but that's not how it works.
Radio waves are not particles.
They are in the same way that a photon is a particle.
No, no.
Yes, they are.
Radio waves are not particles.
They are
What
the
the
same
hell,
way.
man?
They are the same way that a
Dude.
photon is a particle.
Oh my god.
I know you're incredulous, but you're the one who's making this mistake, and it's okay.
Yeah,
Everybody's
okay.
wrong about something sometime.
Prove electromagnetic waves are particles.
Well, it's the aspect experiment. You can measure it as a particle, or you can measure it as a wave.
No, I'm not like you can measure it as a particle. Prove that the electromagnetic wave is a particle.
So the electromagnetic. What do you mean? Prove that it's a particle? That's the Allen aspect.
Do you know what an electromagnetic wave is?
Yes, I do. Do you know what the double
What
slit
is it?
experiment was?
What is it? No,
It's
that has nothing to do with the double slit experiment. The double slit
Sure.
experiment doesn't prove that the electromagnetic waves are particles.
It shows that you can, if you measure it as a particle.
No, it
with a
doesn't
single
show
slit-
that.
Yes,
I
it
don't
does.
care what you're saying it shows. The double slit experiment does not show that electromagnetic waves are particles. This is the outrageous claim that you made, and I asked you to make a demonstration or
Yeah, hold on.
provide the citation
Let me show you.
Yeah, show me where I can see electromagnetic waves being explained as particles.
So look in the chat.
Mm.
And if you read up on the double slit experiment, you'll see this. That's why it was, pretty groundbreaking when they did it.
Yeah, where the fuck do you see particles in there?
It's on the left-hand side of that picture.
The big words, it says particles.
I think it's a good idea for us to just leave this here right now. We can come back to it later. But we don't have to go through this right now.
No, you can't distinguish between particle and waves, so yeah. You're saying, I heard you say this. The electromagnetic waves are particles.
Yes,
So
they can
that's
show
enough
up as
for me.
they can show up as either one. Look at the double slit. Read up on the double slit.
No. Don't say they can show up. You said this.
I know, I did, and I'm correct.
Yeah.
I'm correct.
Well, you're not. You're not.
No. Read up on the double slit experiment. You can go ahead and. There it is. Look in the
The double
chat.
slit experiment has nothing to do with electromagnetic waves. Yeah. They didn't shot electromagnetic waves through those slits. They shot photons, light. That's what they did. and the particle of the photon revealed a electromagnetic wave function to it in its behavior. It doesn't mean the photon is electric or magnetic or electromagnetic wave. Just because it behaves like that doesn't mean it is. It's a wave.
The flow of a photon is a wave, but light is also a particle and a
No,
wave.
the motion of the photon, yeah, when it's propagating
Yeah,
through a medium, it's not shooting in a straight line. Yeah, the photons, they are going in a spiral, circular motion, which
a photon itself is a particle.
describes a wave on a oscilloscope.
Okay,
That's
so
how you will see.
the light is a particle, though. Do you agree to that?
Yeah, it's photons. Yeah.
Okay, and the flow of those
It's not
photons are in a
flowing.
wave.
Listen, no, it's not
Yes.
flowing. It's not flowing because it's not liquid. Yeah, light is not a liquid. Liquids flow, not light.
No, that is not true.
I can't pour. I cannot put light in a glass and then pour it down. Yeah, spill it on the ground. Yeah, it's nonsense. Exactly.
I don't think you understand the experiment or the
No, I don't
definition.
think you don't understand when you say
I know
that
you don't
light
think I
is
don't
flowing.
understand. That means you think
Yeah,
I'm
you're
right. Thank
saying
you.
that light is flowing.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't.
Okay, well, that's a very base argument that you have there.
Yeah,
Good job.
light does not
You're
flow.
not.
Flowing,
Prove it to me that
flowing
light
is a
does not flow.
property of
Prove to me
liquids.
that prove to me that
Oh my god.
photons. Prove to me that photons do not flow. Prove to me. Show it to me in the chat. Let's go.
Yeah, there are no lakes or rivers of light in the world. Yeah.
No, you haven't shown me anything.
Well, I just told you, you will not find a river of light.
Then why do they have a wavelength? You're not
Wavelength
disproving anything. You're
function.
just saying that's not true. That's all you're doing.
I hope this one was recorded.
Yeah, it'd be nice for you to go back and look at how wrong you are.
Okay. Let's
Asked him to prove it, and he couldn't prove it, and mutes himself.
Hey, Red. Red. Red Clay.
What?
Why is the Earth a spinning wobbling tipped space ball?
Either your speech impediment or accent, I can't tell which one you have, prohibits me from understanding you.
Why is the Earth a spinning ball?
Why is the Earth a spinning disc?
Where did you get that story from?
From 24/7 Flat Earth, the title.
I think that's a lie.
Well, then change your title.
No, why should we change the title
Is
because
the
of
Earth?
you?
Do you think the
We're not
Earth
on
is
a
flat?
fucking spinning
No,
disc. And damn, can you change your tone just a little bit, please?
No,
Thank
I can't. Quit acting sensitive. What? Why is it that you say the Earth is flat? You don't claim that the Earth is flat?
No, your perception of what we claim is wrong. I don't know who told you that claim. Can you not interrupt me,
Do
please?
you or do you not
Please
claim that?
don't interrupt me while I talk.
Do you or do you not claim that the Earth is flat?
Much. Thank you. Sorry, sir.
Let
You
me
have
know when you
interrupted
answer my
this
question.
call. Sorry, sir. You have interrupted me before I could finish. It would be nice if I could finish. Thank you, sir. So you have a fundamental
It'd be
misconception.
nice if you could answer a question.
And you did it again, sir.
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
Bye.
sorry, maybe. When the troll can't troll. That's so funny, man. That's so easy. That's how you get rid of the trolls. When you can't interrupt, there's nothing to say. Amazing. There you have it, guys. Spinning disc in space. Golly. Dude. In a world.
Yeah, so the guy was, he muted himself. Yeah, I only went to actually verify the claim. So, flow in electricity, in electrical engineering, or so, the flow of a liquid, gas, or electricity, yeah, it's move steadily and continuously in a current or stream of a liquid, gas, or electricity, but no light. Do you see how in the definition of the word flow there is nothing, there is no light. Light, this word is never mentioned once. And the most popular example phrase, yeah, to describe and define what flow means is this: from here the river flows north.
The river flows north.
Yeah. It doesn't say from here light flows north. It doesn't say that because light doesn't flow.
And also, no one has ever observed a photon. Ever.
But okay, I have found also his so-called light flow of light. Yeah. A light flow is when you're not bleeding a lot.
In what context is that?
Yeah, it's a medical contest, of course,
Okay.
describing the period of the woman. So this is where they took light flow, you know, the concept of light flowing. They heard, oh, light flow. So this means that light is flowing. When these people are talking about women's cyclical uh, metabolic uh, issues.
Anyone else in here who thinks the Earth is a flying disc when he hears flat Earth?
So no light bending over the horizon, yeah?
Nope, nada.
Why is that?
Because light doesn't propagate in a curved manner unless affected by a medium. And even mediums, they don't make light curve. It just changes the angle of propagation. It's a sudden change. It's not like driving a car and taking a turn. At the speed of light, there is this things that actually happen. So if a physical object, if we would be able to make a physical object reach the speed of light, for that object, all directions are being converge in front of it, in the direction of its propagation, the vector of. So this object actually doesn't need to take a turn to actually reach a destination, a certain location. This is a very funny thing. Nobody has ever experienced something like
can
this.
spontaneously degenerate into a particle with mass, its antiparticle, in a process known as paraphord. We got flat earthers not only defending the photon, going around and bashing people who don't believe in the photon. This is the mainstream claim of a photon. And claim the photon, you have to reify the electron. So you claim the electron. This is the stuff that comes with. It's not as simple as just saying light is a discrete chunk of information. It's a quanta of light. It's a physical particle. You don't just get to say that. It comes with other claims based on what we know light does. Okay? Covering the basics so we can get into the gravy. Claim that in this process, the energy of the photon is completely transformed, kind of like Goku that I showed you, to the mass of the two particles. For example, photon can turn into electron and anti. Wow. Claim that a photon is produced whenever an electron in a higher than normal orbit. Sound familiar? Little physical spherical balls that orbit. No actual tangible evidence, but we quantification. Then we bring the quantification or the math over here and say, look, this proves what I can't prove because my math works out. A higher than normal orbit falls back to its normal orbit. During the fall from high energy to normal energy, the electron emits a photon, a packet of energy. It's also claimed that a photon can spontaneously degenerate into a particle mass and its antiparticle in a process known as pair production. We just read that typo. All alleged evidence for the photon is built upon textbook reifications. One of the primary motivations for this reification is the theory of relativity. Everything is relative, then there must be an absolute frame of reference for everything to be relative to. 4. Light must physically travel from point A to point B and must have a constant speed. Claim everything is relative.
Oh, Mike playing through the thing?
Chose light.
Yeah, I was wondering if this is Witsit or it's just a recording. Yeah,
Well, it was actually interesting, man. I thought you were playing with it, and I was like, man.
Wait, that was going through my mic?
Yeah.
What the fuck? That's the first time I accidentally did it. I didn't meant to. I was listening to him. Yeah, it's a good good material about photons. If you Globers want to have a listen to as well.
Yeah, it was like, you played it for us.
Did it sound like a soundboard? What What the fuck? Maybe I was playing with my sound settings. I didn't know it would do that.
Yeah.
Interesting. Sorry about that.
No problem,
No
man.
problem.
Was actually kind of interesting.
Yeah, I can go on. I can let it play.
Yes.
A little bit, but he's still making some wild.
Yeah, he's going to talk about ether and such. I know.
Yeah, and
but the other part is good as well. I mean,
I don't go with that.
not
And
at all. I mean,
the funny thing is, I told Witsit here in the 24/7, he shouldn't go into this ether stuff because it's gonna absorb him into the fairy tale land. Yeah, but
I guess it's researching more about it. I guess not many people are doing that.
Yeah.
But I have no opinion on it because I don't know much about the ether stuff. So I think if he wants to research it, why not? I mean, to have someone who's knowledgeable on it, why not? Never a bad thing.
No, to accept ether is to accept magic.
I don't know, man. I have no opinion at all because I'm not familiar much with the concept of ether.
I don't believe in magic.
I just know vaguely what it is about.
Yeah, oftentimes many phenomena which at first observation they seem so complex and complicated to explain turned out to be very, very simple and easily and logically explained. So for me, this is how actually God works, all explanations, they have to be perfectly logical to make sense, easy to explain, to understand, which magic is not. And to actually combat magic, like hardcore, thank God we have quantum mechanics and the study of superfluid liquid helium, the lowest energy states in nature, the behavior of everything at the lowest energy points is the most miraculous thing to observe. And yes, this is where we actually witnessed eternity for the first time, physical eternity, like perpetuum mobile actually existing and seeing it under our own eyes. Those quantum vortices which form in this superfluid liquid helium, once you stir that liquid, it forms those vortices and they spin forever. They never stop, unless you boil the liquid, evaporate, and therefore there is no liquid for that vortex to keep spinning.
Yeah, all interesting topics, man. It's a lot of things
Yeah,
to go through.
so we already see in physics that there are mechanisms in nature which actually allow this thing that we have from ancient times, teachings or religions, where they were saying, oh, human life is forever, and vast majority of people believed in eternal life, you know. Then came up these great inventors, and a lot of them were in the pursuit of finding a perpetuum mobile, yeah, or like energy out of nothing, you know. So yeah, these things, for many thousands of years, people who made such claims that we can actually have a perpetuum mobile or a generator to give you energy with to have a more energy output than what you input, you know. These were outrageous claims in the field of science and science academia. They were calling these kind of people cuckoos, you know, crazies. But now these things are being shown, revealed, explained in laboratories with closed doors laboratories, and yeah, we still have to keep to our faith religion and not dare to believe that life is eternal, that a perpetual mobile actually can exist, or that the whole world could be turned into a perpetuum mobile. You know, they are afraid to have such a world because this is a world where you no longer have control over the man. If the man doesn't require energy for its existence, then he's independent. Therefore, you have no control over him. You cannot manipulate him, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, this is the kingdom which I believe that God will bring down here on earth. You know, superfluid liquid helium, the pressure inside this medium, this liquid, is almost 1 atmosphere. So it's nothing different than the air we already experience. But when we actually move very, very fast, we feel friction, drag with the air. But if you are moving very, very fast inside an ocean of superfluid liquid helium, you will not feel any current. Nothing. Zero. So all the hairs in your head, if you're like moving with 200 kilometers an hour and your whole body is exposed to the liquid outside, there will be no current or friction drag which will cause your hair to move like backwards, you know. No, it will stay exactly as your hair when you're standing still. You know, you have a hairstyle, but if someone blows, if there is a fan, blowing in your hair, you can see your hairs moving. That will not happen in such a medium with superfluid liquid helium. So in our world, um, dissipates, but in that kind of medium, energy is actually conserved forever. It never dissipates. There is no friction, zero friction between things. It's the only medium that is frictionless known to us. And it's a physical discovered medium, observed everything. Oh, and guess what? This year, in 2023, they discovered that just using like two magnets, neodymium magnets, yeah, with the presence of a magnetic field, you can make superfluid liquid helium levitate forever, indefinitely, as long as those two magnets are not moving, those magnetic fields are constant, yeah, then you can have that liquid helium levitate forever. This is the most mind-blowing levitation type which has been discovered. And it's very, very recent, like 2023. Oh, but Globers now, this is bullshit. Saying that, hey, the sky could be an ocean of a liquid is so crazy to believe that. Like, how could an ocean of a liquid? But everywhere you go in your town and you see a dome, fountain, laminar flow of liquids everywhere, in even in nature, natural, and then you say, oh, this is crazy, to believe that the sky could be water, a liquid. Not water, but yeah, this kind of liquid, which is existing at the lowest energy states in nature. Yeah, so according to the book of Enoch, um, there was the description of God's throne, and also in the Bible, it says that there is a crystal clear water spring beneath God's throne, and that's called the water of life. And Enoch, using this term of crystal clear water, the most crystalline water. This means the most transparent liquid observed. It is so transparent that if you don't look carefully, you actually do not see that there is a liquid flowing there. A glass full of that liquid will look like empty if you don't carefully look to see the surface, the separation between the two mediums of the air and of that liquid. Because, this liquid does have a very low refraction index, is very close to the air refraction index. They have almost the same transparency. And with our eyes, we don't see air. Unless we are looking at very far away distances and we see the
Well, any gas can turn into a liquid. So air, if we look, we can see
yes.
air, I guess, in clouds, mist.
The
Right? It's
clouds
just a
are not.
combination of particles.
Yeah, well, the clouds are not gas; they are vapor.
Yeah, it's a different stage. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, clouds are made of water molecules. Everything that is a water molecule is actually a liquid, but water, this liquid, does have a gaseous state, vapor, you know, and but
All of them do. It
water
just depends
itself
on
is
the
not
temperature
gas. Mm,
and the pressure.
yeah, nitrogen has a liquid state, oxygen, hydrogen, all these gas elements, they have liquid and ice states. And oxygen in the 1990s, 1991, it was discovered that oxygen actually um, has a metallic state. So
So
it's
it can
actually a
freeze
metal.
at a certain temperature. Because oxygen, like you
Oxygen,
said, like
yes. Yeah,
it's
there
not.
are,
I made a Sorry, I made a mistake saying that clouds are
yeah.
oxygen. Obviously, I mean it's
Mm.
so it's water molecules and so on.
Yeah, yeah.
But the oxygen itself, if you get an oxygen tank, if you shake it around, it's liquid on the inside. It's pressurized.
Well, depends how
So it
much
is in a
oxygen is in there,
yes,
in that tank.
yeah, true.
Yeah.
But still,
So,
it can be a liquid and even a solid. I'm sure under even harsher circumstances or pressures.
yes, liquid oxygen does have a freezing point. It turns into ice, and even this ice, it has 8 ice stages. The last one is octa-oxygen, which is a dark reddish, somehow transparent. Um, it shows very weird properties because it looks like it's opaque, but it actually allows you to see through it.
Interesting. So it becomes like a rock
Yeah,
or a stone.
yeah. So, but octa-oxygen, yeah, it's very, very low temperatures. These ice states of oxygen occur
Yeah.
close to hydrogen precipitation point, condensation point.
Do you
So
guys do you guys believe that there are moons orbiting other planets in the solar system?
No.
do we believe that what orbit?
Other moons.
Moons.
Moons
Moons
orbiting
orbit
Moons.
other
other
planets.
planets
Ah,
like Saturn. There are moons that orbit Saturn.
I see. Well, I will not deny like observations, but you see, observations made with a telescope. Um, if you do manage to go to an observatory and get
But
access to a
there's been
giant telescope,
but there was a probe. What was the probe called? It's one of the most famous probes. It's already left our solar system, and it took
uh,
photos along the
Voyager,
way. Voyager,
Voyager,
yeah. I think
yeah.
that's the one. So I took
Yeah,
photos, took
didn't
crude
happen.
photos, but we can take better photos now. I think
Didn't
from
happen.
Well,
you
okay.
don't believe that
Listen,
Voyager probe happened?
listen.
No.
Wait. If I make a painting, yeah, a wall painting, I paint it with very very black paint, yeah, and in the middle of this painting, I make the smallest point that I can draw with free hand, a white point, yeah. And now I show you this painting, and I'm telling you, hey, look, this is a picture of the Earth taken from outside of the solar system, yeah. Because if you look at the Earth image taken by Voyager satellite, it's a pitch black image with
Post it
a
for us
very
in
very
chat, please.
tiny
Post inside chat, please.
white dot in the middle. And it's weird because only the Earth is visible there.
Yeah, cameras are strange in that fact.
Yeah, well,
Digital
the
cameras are
Earth,
even worse.
the Earth is visible in Voyager's image, but the Moon not.
Yeah, if you go, but it's almost like with your eyeballs. Even if you go into a major city and you look up into the midnight sky, you might see the moon, maybe, and maybe another star. But if you obviously out in the middle of nowhere, you're going to get the full effect of the night sky. So so light pollution in cities and so on, it does make, like, for observational purposes, it does make a big difference.
Well, it doesn't really make. You see, light coming from the sun. The sun is a light source, emitting light. Very close to its surface, the light intensity, energy, everything is very, very high. Yeah. Now, when this light is propagating all this distance from the sun to the ground, and the moment that light hits the ground, um, daylight, when we can actually measure, yeah, the light intensity, which is reflected by
Refracted.
reflected. The sunlight is reflected from the ground.
It is also refracted. It's refracted from the atmosphere, from the ground, from the
I'm not
atmosphere again.
I'm not talking about that. You don't even get the idea of the thing I'm trying to tell you, to discuss about, because you
Sorry,
are
I'm
diving
listening.
into other. Yeah. So in daytime we can take light measuring instruments, yeah, and we can measure the light intensity which is being shined by the sun on the surface of the earth. So on a square meter, yeah, let's say we detect about 6,000 lumens, yeah, but this means that the photons emitted by the sun, they have trillions of lumens. They propagate all this distance to the earth, down on earth's surface, and also they propagate through the air. It goes through all that process of refraction or all these phenomena, yeah, that are taking place. But on a square meter on the ground, I will have sunlight reflecting from the sun, and that light is gonna hit my eye, and this will make me see the ground. If the light was not reflecting from the ground, it will never reach my eye. I will never see the ground. You get that?
I lost you a
Well,
little
then,
bit, like,
how do
into
animals see at
looking
night
into a
then?
mirror.
Well, imagine you are in your bedroom at night. Yeah,
How do possums see at
everything,
night?
all light sources are off. Yeah, you have no light in your bedroom. Uh, there is also windows, they are closed. Yeah, there is no light from outside coming inside your room. So it's pitch black inside your room. You don't see the walls, but you know your rooms have four walls, a floor, and a ceiling. And pretty much know how your furniture is organized in your bedroom. Now, you don't see them. You don't see anything in your room. But once you turn
Some
on
things do.
a light source, yeah, it will illuminate all your room and you will start to see things. Now, if your light source is a keychain, small LED, yeah, um, you will see inside your room, but you cannot actually put a book on the wall and actually read. Yeah, and you sit in the bed because it's too far and the light is not intense enough for you to actually see the writing in the book. It's very dim light.
What
It
books do you
allows you
put against the wall?
it allows you only to see like small details. Yeah.
What do
How to
But
you
now
possibly
if
an owl
against the
see at
wall?
night?
well with a small LED light source, yeah. If you lit it up um, at close to one wall of your room and you go to the other wall opposite, yeah, and you hold the book in your hand, that light is not going to be enough for you to be able to read from the book. When you look into the room, yeah, you will see where the bed is, you will see there is some furniture, painting on the walls, a chair on the floor, whatever. Yeah, but you can't distinguish details.
Yes.
So you can actually read the book only when you switch the lights on, yeah, of your bedroom. Those lights on the ceiling, they are light bulbs, 10 watts, 20 watt, 40 watts, 100-watt light bulbs, yeah. And the more powerful they are, the stronger light they shine, they emit, yeah. And the stronger the light is, the better you see.
What are you reading at the moment, dude?
Depends too on the optics ability, the wavelength of light that the optic is able to determine.
Yeah, I think
So
everyone's
now,
experienced that when if there's no, so we have that a lot. And I'm from South Africa, so we have load shedding. So that's like having blackouts on a schedule. We have one right
yeah,
now, but I have candles going. So, but my point is that if you sit in a dark room for like 10 minutes, your pupils are going to dilate so much, and you're going to actually be able to see things in pure dark.
no,
That's
no, no,
if
no.
you if
You
your
can't
eyes
see.
if you got yeah.
You are
If you
imagining.
give your eyes the time, your pupils will dilate, and you'll be able to obviously not see details, but you'll be able to
Like
You are
possums and owls.
imagining. Listen, I'm
What?
telling you what's happening. You
Okay.
are doing this inside your room, which you already know where things are.
A possum and an owl does.
But if I take you in a stranger's house room and I make it pitch black, yeah, I cover the windows and there is no light in that room, it's pitch black, and I take you inside that room with your, blindfolded, yeah, and once you are in the room, I take your blindfold off, yeah, but you never saw what's inside that room. uh, and I'm gonna let you stand there in the middle of the room until you claim that your pupils dilated and adapted to the darkness, yeah. And once you do that, I will tell you, okay, there is a chair in that room, and I want you to walk towards the location of that chair. You will never happen to walk directly to that chair. You will walk in all other directions except that one. So you have to actually um, have an orientation, yeah, an image with your position, relative position in that room before going into pitch black, yeah. And I know this
That's
because
true. That's true.
I
If you
actually
didn't
listen,
say it's in the kitchen or in the living room
yeah,
or it's in the spare bedroom, then which
yeah.
chair am I looking for? Like then obviously, but if I had a little bit of a
Well, I'm
mind
telling
map,
you, listen, in Romania, I have went inside a mountain cave, which is 3 kilometers long. Do you know what a three
awesome.
kilometers long cave means?
No, but I wish I went in it.
Yeah, well, it means that you have places, yeah, where you have to crouch on your belly, yeah, actually climb up on a wall, yeah, and then crouch on your belly, and then um, go back down, yeah. You have a giant tunnel room, you know. You have to walk all the way far to another place where there is like a tiny tunnel, tight tunnel, where you either have to walk on your knees, yeah, in force, or crouch on your belly to get to the next um, uh, place, yeah. But once, I mean, you do this uh, for a 1.5 kilometers, yeah. It takes quite a lot of time to get to the middle of the cave. But once you are in the middle of the cave, um, that's a place where you are completely isolated from the world. There is no sound and there is no light. Nothing. Um, the tour guide, yeah, he told us, to every one of us, um, this is a magic room inside this cave. So if we turn off our flashlights, and we also had these gas lamps, yeah, so we switched off all the light sources, and he told us that this giant room here in this mountain is a magic room where if you have all your lights off and you look to the ceiling, you can actually see the stars of the sky being projected on the ceiling, you know. And I was like, whoa, this sounds very crazy, like impossible. How can you see from beneath a mountain? You know, how can you bloody see the stars in the sky? That's crazy, you know. Like you're supposed to see through um, what, 2 kilometers of rock which is on top of you. You know, that's really crazy. And yeah, we switched them off and we looked. I'll be honest,
Did you see?
I saw nothing. I saw pitch black, you know. But then the guide said, oh, look here, I'm pointing with my hand. do you see the first little star that showed up? I'm like looking left, right, up, down. Man, nothing. Pitch black. Nothing, nothing, nothing. I raised my hand in front of my eyes. I couldn't see my hand. Nothing of my hand. Not even imagining my hand. I felt my hand only if I breathe into my hand and feel that air and back to my face and stuff like that. But otherwise, no, I would not know where my hand is. And I never saw the hand or even the tour guide person. I never saw the person in that pitch black. You could not see it. And this was actually a demonstration. He told us, okay, now that nobody saw the stars, you can all turn on the lights. And he told us, look, this is how dangerous caves are. It was a very, very way to get to that place because we had to climb rocks and stuff and go belly crouch, yeah, to find the exit or the entrance, to those rooms. And if you are left without a light source in that cave, you stand zero chances to find your way out. You will be lost there until the time someone decides to visit that cave. And you have nothing in that cave. All you have is air and pitch black
Did
and
he
silence.
did he explain how the cave was formed? Was it formed by water or an ocean or something like that?
It's a
What's a cave?
natural cave. Um, yeah, well, in Romania, we have. Romania is actually one of the
in the
countries in
Caucasus?
Europe which we have the most caves in Romania, the manyest. um, the way they form is just speculations, wild speculations. Nobody knows how
My
the caves
grandfather
are
showed me
formed.
stars in the daytime.
Yeah.
He did. He took me to some ironworks ruins in my hometown,
Mhm.
and there was in amongst the ruins there was a very tall
Yeah.
chimney, and he took me to the bottom of it. It was dark
Mm.
inside, and
Yeah.
he said, "Look up through the chimney." And I looked up through the
Mm.
chimney, and at the top, I could see stars. It was daytime
Wow.
outside,
Yeah, yeah. Fascinating.
and I don't know
Interesting.
how that
Yeah.
works. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, that is very interesting. Um, I have an idea, but it's hard to explain it. I saw something, a very tall furnace, which was not in service anymore, built by Ceausescu for a giant power plant built on top of a mountain. I haven't seen stars through it, but I actually was surprised to observe a weird phenomena. The end of that furnace is at very high altitude, so the opening is exposed to high altitude air. And down there on the mountain, when I opened the um, access door to that furnace, to the inside of it, when you were opening it, it was forming a very strong air suction current, and with my dad had an idea to actually install some wind turbines inside that furnace, to generate electricity. Because this phenomena was happening like um, all the time, 360 days a year, day, night, whatever, seasons. Nothing affected it. You had that air
I've heard about
suction
that.
current continuously. Yeah.
Heard that the Arabs were going to utilize that
Mhm.
technology as well.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, and that tour guide, I went in springtime visiting that cave, and he told me like there were some students which went in the cave before the tourism started. Like these people in that region. The guide said, I expected nobody to come in the winter time to actually go visit the cave, and he never expected that someone would actually go there at the cave, break the lock, trespass, and go inside the cave. So he never thought someone would be that crazy. Yeah, so there was a couple of students who actually broke the lock of that cave. It was locked with an iron gate, and because it's very dangerous if you go inside and you are left out without light source, there's no way you can come out of it. Mic check.
Yeah, I just checked the
Yeah.
tectonic plates. I was trying to figure out how
Yeah.
these caves work. And in Romania, you can see you guys have a very mountainous area there. So, like, some tectonic plates have been crushing into each other, which kind of
Nah.
does explain a little bit of the caves. If you think of like a magnitude 7, like,
No, the mountains of Romania are not actually mountains. They are the body of a giant laid on the ground.
but you can tell this is geological activity pressing there.
The
You
mountain
can see
formations?
yes.
No, they are not. I know
What do you
that
mean?
is the official narrative. Yeah, that is the official narrative. But it's not proven to be the case. Nobody have witnessed the formations of the mountains. No man.
But it takes because it takes so long.
Yeah, well, in Romania we have very, very old mountains, which are very small. Yeah, they lost in their height. They say, oh, they erode by the wind. So they are like tiny hills, but it is known that in ancient times those mountains were actually very tall, very big. And it's a mystery. I mean, nobody knows. But yeah, we also have a mountain where nothing grows on it, no hair of grass. no plant, no trees, nothing. And
You can see it.
that mountain
It's not.
actually fits.
It's yeah.
Listen, that mountain fits the story of Prometheus, where Prometheus was struck with thunder by Zeus. And the thunder, the anger of Zeus, that powerful thunder, burned that mountain. And ever since, nothing grows on it. And this is something which the Greeks, uh, ancient Greek writers, are writing this story about this battle of these gods. And this is a real place in the world, a real mountain which exists. And we also have those stories of the ancient Greeks. We have Herculane baths, yeah, uh, the famous thermal baths where Hercules was bathing himself. If you go to those baths, uh, they are very therapeutic. They heal people, old people that go there. They make a 20-minute bath in those waters, and for the next 1, 2, or 3 years, yeah, they have less pain, joints, rheumatic problems. They don't feel them anymore. They don't get 100% healed, but it uh, ease their sufferings and pains. Yeah. And nowadays in Romania, I mean, these TikTokers and YouTubers and also doctors, they say, oh, bathing in those thermal waters is a very, very bad idea. You know, um, they're saying um, that water indeed it contains nanoparticles of uranium. In those mountains, I know the Russians. They were. I mean, I actually happen to have a house very, very close to those mountains, and there is a village in those mountains between a range of mountains, which is called Chudanovica. This word in translation would mean like weird, you know. That's the name of the village. Um, and there was the biggest uranium mine, which URSSR, yeah, the Soviet Russia, mined their uranium from for many, many decades. Now this mine is closed. They don't extract anymore, but there's still uranium, and that when you drive in that village, you find road signs which warns you of radioactivity. This is a radioactive area, and you should not drive there. You are taking your chances, The government did their business to post a sign there. Now, if you go there and um,
You get one
you
free
get
bottle of vodka for
contaminated.
every piece of uranium.
Sorry.
I made a stupid joke. Doesn't matter.
Ah, okay. Now, there is a thing. These people say that it's a very bad idea to actually bathe in those waters because they contain uranium, yeah, a heavy radioactive metal. Now, the lack of knowledge in people can be fatal, is always fatal, yeah. So what do these uneducated modern people do when they go to these thermal baths? Yeah, they are not experts in uh, radioactive materials, elements, radioactivity. Not even they don't even know much about ordinary metals. So talking about radioactive metals is like way, way beyond their knowledge. The problem is when you enter those waters with jewelry, yeah, gold, silver, or any metallic things, even clothing, yeah. If your buttons from your or zipper, yeah, from your swimming pants, if they have metal parts, yeah, those uranium nanoparticles in that water will actually be attracted to those metallic parts, yeah, and they stick to them and somehow like amalgamate, you know, or coagulate with the metal itself. And the radioactive uranium nanoparticles will actually make also the metal which has been bonded with, it will make it radioactive. But the radioactivity of that metal is actually dangerous.
Why?
So, well, because it's different kind of radioactivity. Uranium's radioactivity is natural. It doesn't kill you. It's not toxic. It, it's not lethal.
What is
But
radioactivity?
well, it those atoms they are emitting certain particles. They emanate energetic particles,
Electrons?
and mm, not just electrons. I mean, they are subatomic particles. The electron, yeah, is, but the electron is like the first. When you look at the atomic model, it's made of nuclei and electrons orbiting around it. So those are like big particles and the main component that make an atom. But the subatomic particles, they are mostly the particles that make the nuclei of that atom. And those
How can they be
particles,
emitted?
yeah, they are emitted
How
from
can they
the
be emitted?
nuclei. Well, it's a vast number of particles there, you know. We talk in orders of billions of such particles which interact, yeah, among each other according to nuclear forces and electrostatic forces of nature and so.
It's like
And
nonsense.
sorry.
sounds like nonsense.
Yeah, okay. It's okay if you don't want to hear it. It's
I'm
not
hearing it. It
something
just
that, I mean, it's not
did
something
they observe
I'm.
this? They observe this
You
happening?
are asking me if they. I'm only telling what they say.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, it doesn't mean I believe, or I take it for granted. You know.
When it's when they're emitted, right, and we're
Yeah.
receiving it, are we receiving it in the form of like heat? Is it a heat energy or light energy? Like what sort of like, how is it being received by the body?
Well, um, they say these particles, this radiation, yeah, radioactive radiation, um, will actually, those particles, when they hit the atom of a different metal, let's say uh, carbon and steel, yeah, iron, carbon and iron atoms, which make a steel, stainless steel, yeah. When they hit those atoms, that particle is actually being absorbed into the nuclei of those atoms, and it will take time, but in time will destabilize that atom, and it will start also shooting off some particles. And now, once he shoot off some particles, this atom becomes a radioactive element. It's an unstable atom, and with time it will disintegrate. You know, so it's like you have um, these
So obviously, right? So
metronome, synchronized metronomes. You know, when they all hang on a platform, and those pendulums, you see them like they swing in the same way. Yeah,
Newton's law, right? So there's not
not
more
really
energy being
Newton's
created than
laws.
what was inputted into the system, right?
Well, that the atom in the atomic model is a um, complex assembly of particles. Many
I mean, if there was
systems.
more energy being created than what was inputted, then
I'm not
there's
saying it's more energy created than the input.
right.
Those particles, when they bombard that atom, is that atom is no longer a that metal atom anymore. It's unstable. But this um, how do I say, disintegration of the atom, yeah, it takes time. It doesn't happen instantly. The moment those particles have been absorbed in its nuclei, it takes some time until it destabilizes it. So it makes certain particles from the nuclei of the atom to shoot off, yeah. And now you have these alien particles which are replacing those particles that have been shot off. But these particles are a little bit different than the original nuclei elements, you know. So it's like a bearing. When you start if you replace a new bearing ball, yeah, if you take away its new balls, polished, shiny, perfectly balls, and you replace them with bad bearing balls from a bad bearing, yeah, used one, which those balls they have tiny cracks, chips that shot off from their surface, yeah, so they are not perfectly round anymore. You assemble it together, it will still be a bearing, it will roll and spin and do this thing, but you will feel it's not going to run smoothly. And when you put that bearing into a motor to spin like 10,000, 15,000 RPM, yeah, because you're using those bad, broken, chipped bearing balls, it will cause a lot of friction, and that bearing will explode probably, they can explode. When a bearing ball breaks, yeah, inside the bearing, um, those parts will make all other bearing balls um, actually uh, break.
What form of energy is being emitted and absorbed? That's what I don't know and understand. What type of
Yeah.
energy is it?
Well, um, you see, those chips which are shooting off from those bearing balls, yeah, um, those are like subatomic particles, and they shoot off into the other atoms that make up your body, and even DNA. You know, um, it's a protein chain, and
We're
now,
experiencing that every day. Every day we experience
yeah,
that. Like, I mean,
but
what's different about this? Like, what's different about uranium or other radioactive material radiation?
yeah,
What's the
well, you
difference
see,
between the radiation?
there are many types of bearings. For example, we have silicon nitride bearings, we have ceramic bearing, and also zirconia. So these two are ceramic bearings. Then we have metal bearings, yeah, and also these are various categories. We have chromium steel bearings. Those are very hard metal, very good quality. You know, we have stainless steel, and we have also like softer metals, soft steel or iron bearings. Yeah. But those bearings, you cannot spin them at very high RPM. They are very good in other applications. Now, um, those ceramics bearings, if you put something like a tiny diamond, yeah, on the track of those bearing balls, yeah, because the diamond is harder material, it will break, it will chip, it will chip those balls, yeah,
Where is
and
this retard coming in
this,
here?
yeah. Now, those chips from the ceramic ball bearings, if you take those chips and you put them, for example, in a chromium steel ball bearing, they will also chip the stainless steel chromium bearing. But actually, most of the time they will make dents. into those balls and in the track of the chromium steel bearing. But yeah, they will do both dents and chips, but when you put those chips in the softer metal bearings, you will see they will not make chips, but will cause dents, yeah, deformations. They will plastically deform the track and now they are not perfectly round anymore, and they will sound very loud, yeah, because you have uneven surfaces, yeah, running on each other, and that causes heat, friction, and noise and vibrations. Now, if I take a tiny piece of a soft metal, for example, lead or copper, yeah, and I put that like tiny filings. You take a file and file some lead metal, and you put it inside the silicon nitride bearing ball track. This bearing will be spinning a little bit harder, but those fillings are not hard enough to break or chip the balls or the track of the silicon nitride ball bearing because it's a lot harder than lead or copper. And what will happen is these balls will walk so many times over this metal and they will flatten it. Yeah. Until they cut it to pieces and it will be either turned to a very thin film or powder. Yeah. And they will just be blown away from the inside of the berry.
Okay, and so I covered this right here.
Similarly, end of
Someone talking?
No.
I swear I heard someone that was very, very faint.
Yeah.
I get the analogy, but it still doesn't seem as to what type of energy it is that's being emitted, that's being radiated. What type of energy is it?
Yes, well, you see, a chip broken from a silicon nitride ball bearing is very, very hard cutting chip. If it gets into a soft metal bearing, it will dent that bearings, and it will start increasing its friction and everything. But if you take a soft metal, yeah, or wood chips, and you put it inside a silicon nitride bearing ball, this material is so hard that um, these materials will never affect the shape of this bearing. So those bearing balls, they will just walk over that soft metal until it flattens it to very, very tiny dimensions, even cuts it, yeah, to dust and powder. And they will shoot off, and then so they cannot affect. But the chip from a silicon nitride ball bearing can affect the others, but the others, they cannot affect the silicon nitride one. They cannot break it. So the atoms that we are made of are like silicon nitride ball bearings. Yeah, very, very stable, very strong. Yeah, and there's not many things that they can affect their functionality. But now you have some uh, ball bearings made of diamond, or and because they were not perfectly polished made, yeah, they get to chip while running. Yeah, they shoot off these tiny small chips with every turn. Yeah, and the surface of the track and of those balls, they become more and more irregular with every spin. So they are throwing with every spin, more and more chips break off from that material. And now those chips, they get inside this silicon nitride ball bearings or the chromium steel ball bearings. Yeah. So this is a very, very hard material which cuts both of these materials, silicon nitride or chromium steel. Yeah. And once it deforms them, they it will take a little time, but in a couple of hours of use, they will get destroyed. So this is a little bit an analogy how to see this uranium radioactivity. But it's not a problem if uranium nanoparticles attached to your body, to skin, living tissue. The problem is when they actually um, adhere to the surface of a non-radioactive metal. They will make that metal to turn into radioactive atoms. And those radioactive atoms of that metal, um, they will shoot chips which actually affect very, very efficiently the other atoms that we are made of. Because our body, it does contain quite a lot of metals: magnesium, iron, aluminum, copper, gold.
Okay, the question for you: in a single atom, in a state of matter.
Sorry?
In a single atom, in a state of matter.
Monoatomic state?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What about it?
Can a single atom, not bonded to any other atom, be in a state of matter?
Oh, I see. Yes, monoatomic state is confirmed, but it's not really naturally occurring. I would say gases. Maybe nitrogen has a monoatomic state.
If an element is in a monoatomic state, it's gas, or what is it?
Yeah, pretty much like a gas. It will have to be inertially suspended on 6 axis.
This is very confusing. States of matter are pretty much defined by the molecular bonding, right?
Yeah. There are properties, even oxygen, which is monoatomic, like it's in a form where is the oxygen atom is individual. It shows certain properties, this gas, and they are different from O2, oxygen 2, or ozone, oxygen 3. But having this gas of oxygen, like releasing atoms of oxygen inside the chamber, they will form oxygen 2. And if they are exposed to laser radiation stuff, they will form the ozone molecule, oxygen 3.
Is actually are we actually streaming on YouTube at the moment? Or is it on Rumble? Oh yeah, never mind, it's YouTube. Hmm. 19 people watching at the moment. That's actually quite interesting. Even though we don't talk about it, about anything.
Speculation Sunday.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's Speculation Sunday.
Yeah, I know we're a little bit off topic. Yeah.
Speculation Sunday.
It's still to do with the nature of reality, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Q. How does my mic actually sound like? Can you guys hear me normal?
Yeah, like a little bit like you're in a bathroom or something, but it's all good.
But that's that's because of my room, man. I don't know. It's really like I don't know. Actually, it's not like that. It's empty. I don't know. It's have no clue. I should fix that.
You've got your settings to concert hall or something.
But it could be that if I talk into the mic like this very close, is it differently?
Yes,
Better.
much different.
So it's way more. It's better.
It's very clear and crisp. Yes.
I have a question. Who was Paul Vaughan?
Vulcan? Did you say?
Paul Vaughan. I'll write
Paul
in the text.
Paul Vaughan? Paul Hogan? Paul Hogan. Can you repeat it?
Yeah, I wrote it in the voice text.
I always get muted in this fucking chat. Always. And now you're gonna do it on purpose again. I say funny stuff when nobody talks. You guys just hover in this chat. Nobody talks. I say something funny and somebody gets angry at me and then they mute me.
I don't understand. What's the point?
I make globe head jokes ironically to create friction, so there's something going on in here, and then you guys just sit around being silent. It's just like, fuck, bro. Why do I always...
Sorry, can you joke again?
No, because I'm gonna get muted. You want to mute me, and I'm not trying to get muted.
So why do you joke then?
I say some crazy shit, honestly, not like bannable stuff. Not usually, like no, not ever. But and then you guys just get angry at me because I make a few jokes, and I'm like, yeah, I can ruffle your feathers a bit. We're in here to debate a little bit, but nobody wants to.
When you make claims which are not scientific,
It's not even a claim. I'm making a ridiculous statement. I hope somebody's like not autistic enough to understand that.
Claims. Yeah.
Well, maybe you shouldn't joke then, right?
But why is this like an anti-joke zone though? Like, we can joke once in a while. I understand, like, if somebody just like shits up the chat
Because
and just
science is not
Okay, let me tell you a joke, okay, real quick. Okay, let me tell you a joke. The Earth, this is a joke, okay? The Earth is a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying with an erect spinning void of darkness while hurtling around other planets. There you go. That's the biggest joke ever told to human history.
I don't see what's funny about that.
I think it's pretty funny, man. People believe this shit.
As a part of the elitist institution of the science, I think you're objectively, empirically wrong.
The science?
You must be thrown in jail for thought crimes.
Oh yeah.
Hey man, that's a good joke. I like that one. That was pretty funny, actually.
See, it could go two ways, man. You guys always get pissed off at me. I don't understand why.
Here's another joke, right?
That was
Large
actually
bodies
quite
of
good.
mass bend and warp space-time, causing smaller bodies of mass to follow a geodesic curved path towards the larger mass.
Well, I don't. What are you? Well, I'm confused about that because gravity. I don't know anything about fucking gravity. Quite honestly, I don't know anything.
Why would
But
you?
there's some weird shit though. There's some weird shit. Like what about Einstein and stuff? Like, doesn't he say something about like time
Described what he tried to tell us
and
is
Matt?
happening.
Say what?
Yeah. Just described, pretty much summarized what Einstein tries to claim is happening in reality. Large bodies of mass bend and warp conceptual fabrics.
Well, if there's anything to that, then it would maybe there are masses that like maybe they do end up being spheres. I just think about the globe. Like honestly, I'm not a flat earther, but I'm not gonna argue with flat earthers because you guys know way more than me. But I think about it just like
I
oil.
know shit, man.
Well, I'm just saying I know I see oil and water. And I understand this doesn't take the same shape at these larger forms. It could just totally be different. But I look at oil and water, and then I'm like, oh, interesting. You see these beads form as like a path of least resistance. So I wonder if like space and time are just like different forces that like contribute to the spherical kind of shape. Now, I could be absolutely wrong on that.
You're talking about liquids, and a fundamental principle of large bodies of liquids at rest, right, is that the surface is flat and level and horizontal.
Well,
Principle.
I understand they're different substances, and you can't really go to the fullest length with that. I don't understand science that well, so I'm just gonna try to infer from the basic observation there, and I'm gonna try to transfer that to like, well, maybe that like can be carried on to other things, but that's might just be as stupid as saying like I don't know, one of the stupid things you hear about people saying in history, but
yeah, when there's oil spills in the ocean, it's right on the surface.
I think science is very corrupt in our country. Not in our country. We're living in several different countries here, but I think science is very corrupt in America. That should be evident. Even without, of course, you need to prove things, but like it should be pretty just evident. Just like it should make sense, and then you could like back it up with like finding the evidence for it. But that should make sense to a lot of people. But it doesn't. It seems like there's like a religion of science. So I understand why you guys do the thing that you do. I just don't understand why it has to be flat Earth necessarily. I don't understand what's upstream of this. Why people put forward that argument.
Observable and measurable.
Well, even if that were the case, there's so many things like that come downstream from that notion that science is that locked in, like to the degree that they're gonna like change textbooks and everything, or change science entirely around doing that. That it makes me wonder, like, okay, then there would have to be something inherent in what's the institutions that get to make a religion of science around are trying to propose. Like, I don't understand what that purpose would be.
But essentially, what would you think should be the purpose? That's my question.
Well, no, well, okay, that's a good question, but I'm not trying to say that. I'm not trying to undermine the fact that okay, what is a scientific thing?
trying to just, okay, it's a holdover from alchemy. You're trying to find truth. It's so people argue about this, about like the philosopher's stone, about like how you're going to uh refine metals or something to make gold, but there's other takes on this where it's like, oh, we're trying to refine knowledge into finding an observable truth,
Right.
but
Right.
not as pedantic empiricist, but like trying to find the spiritual truth of things. So that's what led into science. Science is the pursuit of knowledge.
I agree, man.
And then there's different qualifiers for that, like, oh, well, if it's verifiable, that was one qualifier, but then Popper came along and it's like, oh, is it falsifiable? And then Kuhn came along and was like, what did Kuhn say? He's like, well, you already are presuming that there's some absolute standard of verification for that. So how can we even
Absolutely is.
Yeah.
Well,
so let me, if I might, can ask you this question? What do you think is, or do you think, this is actually a better question, do you think everybody can do science, therefore be quote unquote scientific or a scientist?
I don't. That's already presuming a lot of things, and on my end, I'm not even like at a
Wait,
level.
okay, let's keep it more simple. Sorry. Can everybody do science?
I think it's a possibility.
So, would you agree going out into reality and making observations of a large body of water, for example, which is a scientific experiment to find out if the radius of a proposed surface curvature of roughly 4,000 miles is
Agree.
true?
But go on.
Is then making upon that, that claim, making your own observation, finding out, okay, actually this so-called curvature rate, 360 degrees bending in every direction according to roughly a radius of 4,000 miles,
I don't know.
it's not adding up with my
No,
observation.
I don't know math like that and science like that.
Well, it's pretty simple, right? It's just you have a distance. Over the distance, there's a certain amount of curvature that needs to be present, right? As an example, given for the heliocentric model that is being told, and then we go out and then we try to find that by selecting a part of the surface of the Earth, and we find out that selected part of the surface of the Earth is not adding up with the supposed math of that radius of roughly 4,000 miles, right?
It's not science, it's geometry.
You're right, yes. I mean, it is geometry, but I would say the science behind it is the ability to go out and do your own tests, right? I mean, if the outcome is something geometric, I still think it's scientific that someone is trying to validate information firsthand for himself, right? So, I mean, I would say that's pretty
And
scientific.
What is the definition of pseudoscience?
Well, that itself is hard to define. I think we could just say it doesn't relate.
It's a clear-cut definition. It has a clear-cut definition.
Well, it has a clear-cut definition to the people in the ivory towers that were
It's just
against
the
it.
definition. It's not subjective. It's not up for debate. It's just the definition. The pseudoscience is the mistaken belief that a field of study is based on the scientific method and is claimed to be science. Right? I'm paraphrasing, but that's what pseudoscience is. A collection of beliefs mistakenly, right, or practices, a set of beliefs or practices mistakenly believed to be based upon the scientific method. The scientific method, not a scientific method, the scientific method.
Well, there are different variations of the scientific method, apparently, but
there is only the scientific method. There is no variations of it. It's a very clear-cut method for determining cause and effect relationships in nature, the physical world.
Okay, and there are assumptions already baked into that you already are tied into the epistemic and the ontological and all this stuff, metaphysical stuff, right?
No, there's
So
nothing baked into it. Designed to reduce to the utmost possibility bias.
I get what you're saying, but I think scientists have to concede in that point of quite a bit. Like, how
Is
do
this part of your comedy routine?
No.
Well, when you said there's apparently several different types of scientific methods, that was hilarious.
No, I mean, I came across. I'm not like a fucking.
Yeah, it was hilarious. Believe me.
Don't rely on me, right? I'm not saying I'm smart at all. That's not my point. I'm just saying.
You've made that clear.
Okay, well, that's fine. You don't have to insult me. I'm just saying.
It's not an insult, sir. You confirmed your own words. Relax.
Okay, you don't have to be so frank.
And you don't have to cry about it.
Stop busting my balls. Hey, stop busting my balls. But no,
I find it funny. You don't like my joke?
Fair enough. I've come across an idea. I don't know where I came across this, but basically there's an idea that or there's a history of several different scientific methods, and it's like, oh well, okay, where do we start observation? Where do we start practice? This gets into metaphysical stuff, right? So
it sounds like the version on Nickelodeon Cartoon Network has got its hooks in you.
Okay, I'm not arguing with you. I'm not saying I'm a smart guy.
Oh,
you can beat up on me. You can beat up on me all day. I'm not gonna
I'm not beating up on you, homeboy.
Well, you're saying insulting things. You don't have to go that route. Come on.
I'm confirming your own statements.
Okay. Well, you don't have to be so forthright about that.
You don't have to and you don't have to bellyache so much. So go on.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, okay. So going back to like the several different scientific methods, apparently there are several different scientific methods. I think that's just like,
that's a cope.
You've made the definition
doesn't even matter.
Redundant then.
It doesn't even matter that's the case, honestly. That would even just be an aside to everything else we're saying. But if this is what you guys are worrying about, I'm just gonna say like, well, yeah, there was no body of like the scientific method to like standardize it, like. But also, there's questions about like
that's why it was designed.
Cause and effect, but like if you read certain philosophers, like what is a predicate, what is a subject, this is just, it sounds like linguistic masturbation, I understand, but
I can tell that by looking down at
what's going on? Yeah, I mean, it sounds like linguistic masturbation, but the point that's not the summary of what I'm getting at. Is just the fact that like, oh yeah, interestingly enough, there's always going to be some contingency hanging over anything that is not the absolute.
Can you know anything for an absolute fact?
Well, a god would be that end point. That's
no, you yourself. Can you know anything for are you under the impression that you're able to know anything for an absolute fact?
Yes. Actually, no, I can't actually say that I can know things for absolute fact.
Okay. You must not have had your coffee today.
Well, no, it was a hard thing to actually come.
Have you had your coffee today or not? What's going on?
No, I have not had my coffee today.
Well, how would you know though? You don't know that for an absolute fact. So maybe you have.
Right. We can go into like,
but you haven't.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Good point. I agree with that.
Okay.
But there's a lot of like hoops you have to like jump through before you can even get to that, with a lot of idealism in
Yeah,
the
you
West.
can tell yourself that, sure.
I'm not arguing with you, man. Like you're so hostile. I don't get
No,
why you're so hostile.
dude, I'm helping you out. I'm helping you out because
Rawr.
you're teetering back and forth.
No. I've read enough
I
philosophy.
said, can you know anything for a fact? Yes, no, I can't. Have you had your coffee? No. That's a good point. So that's teetering back and forth.
That's a good way to go
fine.
about it. That's a good way to go about it for people that are not worried about it. But people that are like really worried about, like, well, how do you know that you know all this shit, like going from
how do you know that? How do you know you're on a spinning ball with a 3,959 mile radius? How do you know that?
That's a good point. But going back a few steps before that, I read enough philosophy to be like, oh yeah, my consciousness, my experience is already validating the fact that the experience exists. So I know, despite the fact that it could all be a delusion. So yeah, I do know something. Yes, I do know.
So if you're unsure whether or not you're experiencing a delusion, why in the world would anyone entertain anything you have to say?
Oh, that's a good point. But I think that's what philosophers have come over, that they've overcome these questions, right? So
yeah, but you've bragged upon the fact that you're not very smart. So why philosophize?
Because you gotta put your hand to something. It doesn't mean you quit just because you're stupid.
Well, maybe this worked better in a rehearsal, but back to the drawing board, I guess.
I don't know what the fuck you're going on about. You're so hostile, bro. You guys are.
I don't call it hostile now. Sorry.
You're defensive. I don't know why. Like I got you up on your defenses, but I don't know.
I'm just calling out your bullshit.
What is my bullshit? I don't have. Look,
that's your own issue, pal.
I told you I'm a globetard.
You don't even know if you're here.
I just told you I'm a globetard. I just admitted that outright. I just said that.
Well, it happens to the best of us.
No, I'm just saying. There's a lot of reasons why I think
you're not special, dude. You're not special in that. Everyone went to school, and everyone had a globe in the corner of the classroom on the shelf.
I hear you.
So yeah, you'll be fine.
I respect the fact that you guys are going. You guys are trying to defend a understanding of the world.
Trying. It's been done, sir. It's over.
Well, I recanted that mid-sentence because I understood how it sounded. Yeah, so, but I understand you guys are going about your position in a world that's opposed to you. So I respect that. Hats off to you. What the fuck, man?
Well, it's a world that has their head straight up their keister, is what it is.
Okay, I might have my head up my.
They're not opposed to anything. They want to glom together in a hive mind just so they can believe that they're outer space nothingness pond scum. That's the goal. You seem confused about what benefit there is to all this. What's the what uphill, downhill, whatever you say. Well, they like to have people under the delusion that they are living on a water ball flying through space.
That's
exactly once they have people thinking that, right? They've got them eating out of their hands.
So you're saying there's a fundamental assumption that must be made like upstream of everything else for them to like persuade people with other assumptions about science is to control the science.
Well, whether or not the Earth is a ball, that's a question of geometry.
Well, I
should tell you something.
I can argue.
Why would you throw science at something that's a question of shape?
I'm not that guy that can do the math and the science. I'm literally very fucking incapable of that.
Well, do you know how? That's what they're kind of counting on.
I understand that. I get
They're
that. That's
counting
why
on people
that's
going
why
to
they
the
have such.
movies, seeing the logo, and going home and saying, "Yep,
But
I'm
but
pond scum."
I've done a bit of research. I mean, I don't know if you can count on my research, but the research that I did, like, verifies to me at least. And I can question that because that's valid to question. You don't want to like get off on your own hubris, but the things that I've researched, yeah, all the institutions are very corrupt and they're easily corruptible. So, yeah, of course, science is not going to always give you the science, the religion of science, the institutions that purport that they're going about everything in a unbiased way,
Yeah.
right? They're, of
A
course,
professor, you know what all professors want, or most all professors want or desire? Tenure. And once they get tenure, what do they want from there? They want to retire after a long tenure.
I think the
So
system was,
there you go.
but I think there's ways to mitigate the systemic you know least resistance of force for professors. You can give them other kind of incentive structures. I think the incentive structures and the way tenure is gained was created on purpose to perpetuate lines of thinking.
You think? That's my point. That's
it
my
was so
point.
that the government didn't, put them all in gulags or something.
Well, actually, the gulags would be a fucking good thing for these professors. If we had gulags, we would have an absolute stop to this.
Well, tenure's got a problem, but like academic freedom as a principle is probably good.
Well, you're thinking academic freedom, but like within whose bias? So you're thinking like somebody's like gonna burn books and arrest people, right? On one end, right?
I mean, no, I mean like Jordan
No,
Peterson
they
is
just
allowed to
changed-
be
they
a
just
professor
changed-
still because of
they just
academic
changed-
freedom.
They just changed the definitions on Webster.com.
Well, no, let me. Well, that's
the book burning that everyone's watching out for. It's more subtle than that. So
it's more subtle than that. Yes, exactly what I was just.
But
Some
the
organized
end
conspiracy.
result,
Oh, I
the
forgot what
end
chat I'm in. Sorry.
result. Listen, go ahead. So you had an opportunity to demonstrate your intellectual superiority by being patient. But go ahead.
Okay, I'm not intellectually superior.
The other guy.
Oh, the other guy.
I think he's kind of chill. He's not being abrasive or something.
Yeah, I know that's his shtick. That's his shtick.
He needs to be exposed more to the information regarding the mainstream narrative.
No, I think I see you guys as my comrades. As much as you don't like that word, I see you guys as my comrades, actually, intellectually, because you are going up against institutions. I'm not gonna meet you on the globe thing because I don't know the math. I'm not willing to learn the math on this shit. It's too much work, quite honestly. But I'll have a holdout in my mind. I'll have a holdout in my mind.
One
guys
day
are
when you will
questioning
care about where you live, you might look into it then.
It's not that important to me right now.
If you don't care, then I guess that's the end of the road, then, huh, pal?
No. I
You
really
don't care.
believe.
Bye.
No.
Well, how big? Do you know how big they say the Earth is?
That's not my contention. My contention is how corrupt these
So
institutions
is that yes
are.
or no? That's because that seems fairly elementary if we're all on this rock ball together.
I'm literally retarded if it comes to that. Yeah, I'm literally
Okay.
retarded.
Well, maybe do some work on that, and maybe next time it'll be a more fruitful conversation.
Well, can I just get to my point real quick, or is that not?
I don't know. Can you?
Okay, I would like to. I do think that there's major corruption in these institutions, and that's something we can actually benefit from each other on. I just want to know your insight on this. That's why I'm here talking to you guys, because you guys see this very blatantly.
Let people go to school if they want to. If people want to go to school and go $200,000 into debt, let them.
Well, it's way more conniving than that shit. It's way more conniving, from what I understand. Like so think about who's greenlighting the boards that are put together, that are pre-selected, that are greenlighting the funds for research to be conducted in the first place. Now, there was I don't want to get too off base here. I don't want, like, this is a weird topic, but like, and I don't agree with it necessarily. I don't know anything about it, but there's like this race realist guy that like was a part of like, I don't know, I forget what he was doing, like coding the genome or something, and he had his his rewards revoked for basically saying like, oh yeah, certain races are smarter or dumber than others, and has nothing to do with anything, right? I'm just putting it forward, nothing for or against this. But in this situation where this guy was totally disowned, he was just abiding by the science of what he believed to be correct, which is probably incorrect anyways. But it was because there's a political climate that necessitates that he must be incorrect, that his rewards were revoked. His awards, not rewards, awards.
He was operating under political agenda of his own.
He had a Nobel. I think he was a Nobel Prize winner, if I remember right.
That doesn't make any difference. And the thing is, you want to talk about corruption within an institution, right? Without understanding what makes them corrupt, because obviously, if they've made a claim which is not true, right? And how are you going to understand it's not true unless you understand the foundations, the fundamentals of the claim?
Because I do look at certain things, I understand from my perspective that there's a lot of different fields you can look at this from. It doesn't have to just be science and math, but I think those would be very strong fields. Those would be very hard to pick apart. But unfortunately, a lot of people in the sciences and the hard sciences, they don't really look at the philosophical side of things, and they're just basically told to shut up and calculate. So that's the paradigm they live in. And that's a real saying, by the way. That was like put forward in the 1950s, where quantum physics became a real issue for physicists. Like they didn't want to actually have to like live up to like dealing with that. So they were like, this doesn't matter. It's a philosophical argument. Just shut up and calculate. So I from the field that I'm looking at with,
Jeez, that sounds rude.
What's that? Shut up and calculate?
Yeah. Now you're hyping that, but crying earlier. Go ahead.
No, I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm saying that's a pretty shitty thing to do. Does it say shut up and calculate means that you're just training your half of your brain off? But I can understand.
Yeah, well, now you know what pseudoscience is. You seemed confused about it earlier.
You're being defensive about me as if I'm some paid shill here. I know what you think I am. I'm a paid shill. I have a script, and I'm pretending to be. I'm pretending to be
the case, reach the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, I got you. I'm pretending to be stupid.
Unless that's your shtick.
Yeah, no. That's what I think you think I'm doing. Is my
you're fine. You're fine.
You don't understand that I just drank 5 shots of vodka and drank a beer, and that gets me fucked up. So I'm a little bit drunk on here, okay?
Yeah, you're okay, dude. I think what's going on here is you're not following through with the full logical conclusion. With your you're talking about some sort of conspiracy theory here, right? That people at the highest levels are driving they're not really able to maintain a conspiracy theory because they're the same people who would drive the conspiracy theory are not the same people who would fund the conspiracy theory. Is that kind of what you're putting down?
Okay, interesting. Break that down for me a little bit, if you would.
That's what I'm getting from what you're saying. Or is that not what you're saying?
Well, that could be true, actually. I mean, I didn't take a dog in that fight, but that's an interesting way to think about things. I think it is pretty split up. No, all I'm getting at is my TLDR is basically like there are people. Okay, going back to the funding part, that's an important part of it. Yes, people like Raytheon or something will fund certain institutions to pursue certain kinds of research. If that research undermines their progress in a certain direction, it's not conducive towards what they're doing. I assume that they're not going to build a space for people to pursue that knowledge in funding that research. Now, who makes up the bodies of people that are giving the grants and all the money for that research? Well, those are people that that are already like vetted through those institutions that can then weigh upon like what they deem as reasonable to pursue, which is already pre-given in this like environment that necessitates that you live up to some external input in these institutions, meaning money, right? So yeah, I think you had something to say there. I just didn't put the pieces together necessarily. That's absolutely what I'm trying to say. Yes. I just find it just like you guys are like on the craziest end of this fight. You guys are on like, you guys have to learn all the math and all the like geometry and shit. And it's like, I'm very lazy. I'm not going to do all that stuff, but I'm on the same fight as you guys. As far as it comes to like the institutions being corrupt, yes. And I know I'm saying the institutions. It sounds like a conspiracy theory. I understand that's stupid sounding.
Whether the institutions or academia is corrupt or not, at any university, they're going to have classes that have practical purposes, and then they're going to have astrophysics department.
Yep.
Bullshittery under the guise of science. Might as well be in the English department, creative writing.
Well, the interesting
that's how they have everyone fooled, because I mean, you even brought up Einstein earlier. They've floated these priests over the decades, and it impresses people.
I don't know anything about. I'm not going to talk shit about Einstein. I don't know anything about him. I know that quantum physics was like a result of this, and it problematized. No, I know, but I don't know enough about him. I did read his biography. That doesn't mean I know anything about the science. I just don't understand like where to place him in this historically, even. But I understand that he is basically the foremost guy, and everything proceeding out of that with like quantum physics and everything else is kind of a result of that, I guess, if I'm right on that. And that creates a big fucking that's a big fuck you to a lot of the physics going on in these institutions, where they had to like really pare down on just like the shut up and calculate like idea. And this is where like, well, during the Cold War especially, like there's like ideological considerations that they had to like weigh in on, like, okay, why are we going to allow this scientist to weigh in on our thinking when that already gives implicitly some leeway for Marxist or materialist ideas. And so with that, like in quantum physics, sorry, I'm drunk. In quantum physics, they just totally like rejected people, blacklisted them. One guy had to move to Brazil. I forgot his name, but he had the pilot wave theory of quantum physics, which is now being resuscitated out of obscurity because it's being shown to work, right? These institutions have a political agenda. They absolutely do.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm not a flat earther, but I agree with you guys on the fucked upness of the political climate and the bias of these institutions. Now, if you can convince me to be a flat earther, if you could get me to like bash me over the head with the geometry and math that I learn it.
Bro, I really want to emphasize this, right? No one.
Thank you for the invitation.
No one wants to, no one wants to, what's the word again? Golly, now I lost the word. Convince you. No one wants to convince you of what we're talking about. Actually, what I prefer many other people is that you go out and you seek it for yourself, right? You can seek the truth for yourself and you find it if you sincerely do so. I mean, this doesn't mean you go out and you watch a YouTube video about flat earth debunked or whatnot, right? What you actually do is you just gonna go away from the internet, go outside and do measurements with the ground. When you do your own measurements and your own observations, we figure out that it's not adding up to the supposed border
Clay,
that they have presented.
he told us he's too lazy to even look into what the claim is for the water ball. He's repeated that a couple times.
I'm just saying, I did really bad at math when I was in school, bro. That fucked my whole like academic
Yeah,
career up.
okay. Well, this wouldn't be math. This would just be a memorization task. Make flashcards.
It just sounds like a lot of math to me, but if you guys can make it easy, I guess like that's fine. But you're saying it's not on you.
Okay, hold on a second. If you've yet to activate your brain as to learn anything about what the claimed globe is, how are you not a flat earther? What are you walking around on a globe?
No, I just assume that like looking at the political and economic.
Well, no, this is a question of geometry.
Those aspects are a lot easier for me. Like I'm just looking at like, well, why would they do that? Just using just kind of like inductive reasoning. Like why would they
do what?
Lie to us about these things, right?
Well, now you're just appealing to your incredulity that I can't believe they could have lied. If I know you said you're lazy.
No.
I know you said you're lazy. A needle pulling thread. Okay.
That's not
next time you have a silent moment, why don't you maybe give some thought, do a little brainstorming session as to why someone might lie about something
You
like
have
that.
a very bad faith interpretation of what I'm saying here. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
Well,
that
you told me you're an idiot, so excuse me for my interpretation.
I literally learned most of my multiplication tables when I was 25, bro. Like that's how fucked up I am in math. So don't just, maybe I'm smart in some areas, maybe talking with people I'm smart.
Well, like I said, learning about what the claims are of the water ball, you just need to make some flashcards.
Yeah, exactly.
So that would be that would be a memorization task.
It's just basic geometry, man. It's not that hard.
And it sounds like it's up to your. Okay, don't get angry when your community is fucking relatively small when it requires such math that when Americans at large are very fucking math
You're
illiterate.
making it complicated, man. You haven't even tried to even look into it properly. To start off saying it's too complicated.
I'm not saying I'm not willing to learn. What I'm saying is that it's quite literally a task.
Yeah, it's a task. Yeah. Not impossible one though. Anyone can do it.
Exactly. Well, I don't know where to start. Do you guys have like a flat Earth like beginner to end to beginner to intermediate to advanced like learning like fucking like YouTube channel or something that I could follow so I could just be like, okay, yes, I understand this, understand that. Like that would help me. Like if somebody just made some kind of information like that.
Sam, bro. Yeah, just like flat Earth in 60 seconds. There's the video.
If you join our, sorry, Chris.
Oh no, go ahead. You got it.
I was just gonna say if you join our if you join the 24/7 Discord.
I'm in there.
Okay, so go down to additional information, and then there's FE beginners.
All right, fair enough.
And you can look through that as well. But it's pretty simple. Like you said, yeah, The funny thing is, what you said was it's easier for you to understand political things, but political things are not there for you to understand. So how do you understand something you have no conclusion to?
Because you can just, it's more human. It's more like,
No, it's not.
I
Are
would,
you saying that you actually understand what they're doing in politics?
maybe I don't. I mean, I'm just saying
Oh,
it seems to
I
be
can tell you don't.
okay. That's
No
fair
one
enough.
does.
But, well, I don't know. Like when I look at like the Russia Ukrainian, like,
You don't know anything about that.
okay, fair enough.
None of us do. No one knows anything about what is going on there.
I would disagree with that. Actually, I
Oh,
would
would you? So what's going on there?
Tell us what the TV told you.
Exactly.
Okay, I will state it like this. Russia needs a warm water port, which is very logical for them, and to undermine a country by using a proxy state like Ukraine to
You mean like Israel's doing
fight a
something?
fight a
So the
proxy or fighting a
TV told
proxy
you this. Do you know the history about the area?
to fight a proxy war against Russia
Do you
through
know the
NATO.
history? Do you know the history about the area?
I've been learning about it, but I don't know if I can outright say like
But you don't know what's going on there, do you?
I'm not a
You think this? You think murdering people or people killing each other is about a port?
no, I don't
No,
think it's alone in
fucking hell,
itself
man.
that. I believe it's mostly due to that. But why are
So
people
you've got.
murdering?
So this is the thing. You said I stick to political things because it's easy. It's not easy. You don't know the conclusion about anything. You don't know the history about anything. You don't know what these people are doing behind the scenes. You don't know anything about it. You get what the TV tells you, or some independent media in hyphens tells you, and then you run with that story. You have no idea what's going on there. But if you look at the shape,
most of
if you
the
look at the shape, but if you look at the shape of the Earth, you can actually work that out because it's physical, and no one's.
that requires math. That requires like rigid like.
You don't know what 2 + 2 is. Is that what you're telling us?
I do know that, but it sounds quite more complicated when I hear you
Okay,
guys speak.
let's make it easy. All right. If you're 1 foot off the ground, the horizon, the geometric horizon, should be 1.225 miles till it starts curving. Do you understand that maths? Because that's not maths. That's just a statement of numbers.
Okay, yeah, that
Yeah.
sounds right.
Can you repeat what I just said?
2.2 what? 2.25 miles.
So
is
1
the
foot
horizon.
observer height.
Yep. 1
The
foot
horizon should start curving at 1.225 miles.
at sea level. At sea level.
Yes, at sea level.
Correct. Okay.
Over water.
Okay. That makes sense. So then you can actually build the trajectory around or understand the trajectory which it should be rounded out by or something like that.
So then you can go and do observations, and then you can work out. So at 10 miles, should be 66 feet of hidden height of an object 10 miles away. Right?
Okay, I want to go back. I want to go back to Ukraine because you're trying to like shit on me about Ukraine.
I wasn't shitting on you. I was shitting on everyone who talks about politics because no one's got any fucking idea.
Well, I would say that Russia's trying to build. Not trying to build. They've always had a warm water point historically in Crimea, and they've always had a connection with the people in eastern Ukraine, Russian speakers that identify as Russians and have been vacationing in Ukraine and Ukrainians vacationing in Russia back and forth for a long time. So I don't understand why all of a sudden we're assuming that that all of a sudden they must identify as anything that they have outside of
You're
history.
demonstrating that you don't know.
Okay, I don't know, I guess.
Have you ever heard about an agreement that Ukraine were never to join NATO? Did you hear the US pushing
That was put forward, yeah. That was put
Yeah.
forward.
Before it kicked off?
The US agreed
So it's
agreed
a
with
lot more
this
complicated than you
in
think it is,
spirit,
don't you? And then you got the
and
history of the place, which was,
well, despite if it was a written agreement or not, they understood Russia's terms. That's why these conferences were held to hold these to come to an
you
agreement
have
in the
no
first
idea
place.
about what
And the US
agreement they came
understood the
to.
red line.
You've got no idea.
I've done a bit of research. I don't
Do
remember
you
the
think
names
they
and
tell
shit. I don't
people what
remember
they
the
agree
names.
to?
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
Do you think they actually tell people what they agree to? You're very
Who?
naive. You sound young,
Are you
man.
saying the US is telling Are you saying the US is telling people what other people should agree to?
The US has always done that, haven't they?
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. So what is your point?
Well, you just asked me a question and I answered it.
Yeah, I'm not well, I'm confused. Yeah, I agree with the fact that the US is using its power to
So
impose
it's
this
not about a
idea
port.
that
So not the port?
it's not a port alone in itself, no. But it is
Okay. So it's
very
complicated.
it is importantly about a port, about power projection in that region to be able to bring goods through the Mediterranean into the Black Sea. That's an important factor. That's not a non-factor, right? But there's several other things that go along with that and entail that, because once you flip that domino over, other dominoes, and it accumulates to the fact that Russia cannot defend itself from being destabilized at a certain point. So they understand that as a certain point of defense, and that's why it's the red line, and that's why Ukraine is a red line for them. Now you can say, "Oh, Ukraine they can self-determine themselves," and that's fine. You can respect that, but does their self-determination have to come at the
Oh my
cost of no,
lord!
no? But
You're not saying
does
it.
oh, hold up,
Dude.
please let me finish. Please let me finish. Does
No, you've
Ukraine
already
wait?
finished. It's like you already
Please, does
said you don't
Ukraine
even know if
please?
any of this is legit. So you'll be. I mean, you're
Please
already
let me
finished.
finish. Does Ukraine's
Good
self-determination
lord,
does
dude.
does Ukraine's self-determination have to come at the cost of Russia's ability to defend itself? Doesn't make sense to me.
Doesn't make sense because you don't know anything about it. That's why it doesn't make sense.
Okay, but yet,
Can you agree
so
you don't know
are
anything
you
about it?
are you? And as far as I've been learning about it, is what I'm telling you. Am
Off
I
the TV.
gonna write my thesis on it? No, I'm
The
not gonna do
TV
that.
told me this, so therefore that's
Are
true.
you gonna write your thesis on Ukraine and Russia,
I'm not
or
saying
does
I
it
know
make
anything
sense?
about it. I didn't make any claim.
I'll write my thesis on how 99.9% of everything on the monkey box is a joke.
Did I watch CNN for any of my opinions? Is that
Your
where you got my?
handheld, listen, whatever class you're in, or whatever on your smartphone, whatever you're getting fed, dude. For someone who's so lazy, self-proclaimed lazy, to hear you talk about this TV war it's bizarre.
Okay, I don't understand what your position is.
Well, my position is about 2 minutes ago, you said you didn't know if any of this, dude, you said you didn't know if any of this was legit, and then you started back in on it like it's gospel.
I'm telling you what.
My position is your position. I'm just pointing out to you what you're doing, dude. The whole time you've been on the call, every topic.
You're
It's weird.
gaslighting me. You're gaslighting me. I don't know why.
Call it what you want.
I'm halfway joking. I'm halfway
You're
joking
fake
when I say
laughing
that.
me.
I'm halfway joking when I say that, but let's put it in perspective here. You guys corner me on a thing. I'm responding to the thing, and it's something I feel strongly about, and that's why I'm harping on about it.
That's fine. Thank you for sharing your belief.
That's all it is. My position is that your line of reasoning is totally within the parameters of the information which you are privy to, which is very limited. You're obviously not going to have all the information required to make a sound and logical conclusion of what is going on between Russia and Ukraine.
But how am I gonna? Okay, I'm sorry, but unless I'm writing my thesis,
This leads back to like globe Earth, right? You are basing your worldview on information which is disseminated to you. You don't even want to bother looking into. Right?
Okay, so what do you think is going on in Ukraine then? Okay, let's put you on the.
I'm not interested. I really don't care.
You don't care, so you can't even tell me if I'm right or wrong then. So in that matter, I'm just reversing the chairs on you. I'm reversing the chairs on you. I don't care. I don't care about flat Earth necessarily. I understand this is a flat Earth channel, but I'm saying I agree with you guys about your perspective on the
It's not that you don't care. You're too lazy to look into it. Those are your words.
No, dude, you want me to learn about basic fucking math? I've never had a grasp of math. You're bullying me. You're bullying me into learning about math, dude. I wish I could learn math. My life would be so much better if I was good at math. Trust me, I would love to learn.
Oh my!
Dude, how do you
Stop
know?
using excuses, man. Come on.
Exactly. How do you already know that you're not able to grasp it or understand any of it? If you haven't listen. Let me finish. If you haven't actually started doing so yet, I mean, you're already giving up upon something.
I went to school and I've almost flunked every fucking math class. That's how I know. Hello?
A good thing there is something called the Earth Curve Calculator. You can look it up online. Just put in the numbers, and it will do the whole fucking work for you.
There we go.
Yeah.
That you could have said that an hour ago. Jesus.
Yeah, you're kind of highlighting CyberSyn, how they have everyone tricked.
Well, the problem with the Earth Curve Calculator, because you just said what you said, I'm not trying to put this shit down, but maybe it's a good thing.
How could you have a problem with it? You don't even know how big the Earth's supposed to be.
I don't know how big the Earth is supposed to be, quite honestly.
And what would you know about any problem with anything?
I don't know anything.
I don't know either.
Okay, well, I mean, treat me like some asshole, I guess. But like,
man, the amount of complaining you do, in my opinion, is treating me like an asshole.
You're being an asshole. You are being an asshole.
Don't cry about it. Sorry, I've hurt your feelings, sir.
Well, okay, I'm not saying that you need to hurt my feelings, but you don't need to be. You don't need to be. You don't need
in your politics group thinks you've had this smoke blown up your ass your whole life. Okay. Now, when someone states back to you your own words, you get offended by me.
No, you're putting it in such
be offended by yourself.
Way. You're putting it in such an abrasive.
You should be offended by yourself.
You're not allowing me. You're not allowing me. You're not allowing me to own.
You're allowed to do whatever you want, sir.
That's fine. I am allowed.
It's a free country.
It is a free country in this country.
I know you like to cry about it, but it's a free country. Go ahead and say whatever you want. You don't need my permission.
I don't need your permission or validation, but at the same time, look, we're amongst other peers, right? So you're trying to embarrass me in front of people, and that,
no, you said you're lazy. You said it 3 times. Okay?
It's not just that I'm
So, no,
lazy.
you're not my
I've
peer
tried
if you're bragging about how lazy you are.
I've tried my damn best when I was learning math. I tried my damn best. There's many days where I like was quite literally banging my head against my like fucking desk to just like understand, like, bro, what am I learning here? I've always sucked at math, and you are now turning this on me, making an asshole out of me. And it's
No,
something.
you did it to yourself, pal.
Well, okay,
Hey.
but it took me a lot to build up to the fact that like I could say openly, "Oh yeah, I suck at math." But now you're making me look like a complete idiot, which maybe I am, but I don't think I'm.
Yeah, you're in here pontificating about
Are you going to
something
get
you
it?
know.
Are you going to
You're in
allow
here
me? Are you going to
pontificating
allow
about
me?
something
Are you
you
going?
know nothing of.
Are you
While
going
on
to
the
allow
other
me?
hand,
Are you going
telling
to
us
allow
how
me
lazy
some
you are intellectually. So,
Are you going to allow me some recourse at least to like
oh
defend
my God,
myself?
you're like, dude. You need to like
Take a nap.
go back to the bare bones of language because the flowery bullshit doesn't help.
Well, I mean, look, I'm not trying to offend you guys. I don't know why you're trying to offend me.
No one is trying to
No
offend you,
one's trying to
man.
offend you, dude. All I did was state back your own words.
Okay, well, you put it in such a way that it's like, oh yeah, this guy's a fucking idiot. Like, okay, maybe that's true. Yeah, I
Yeah,
am an idiot.
I put it in a way so you could hear what you were saying.
Well,
right.
yeah, but
Can
unless you're autistic, like what I'm saying is like, yeah, I'm owning that I'm not that smart. I'm owning that. Can you at least allow me the dignity as a human being to like say, hey, in front of people, I'm not that smart, and make it a funny thing instead you're making it like a really like mean
It's not
thing, you
funny.
know?
It's not funny when you brag about being lazy. It's not funny.
It's not just about being lazy, dude. I try my best at like trying to pass my math classes.
Okay. Excellent.
Can you just okay? What your fucking community has got all fucked up? If you're a representative of all of them,
now the F word.
You need to really just like make this shit a lot like dead simpler for people.
Okay,
haven't even started.
Listen, water seeks and finds its level. They claim we're on a water ball covered 70% of the surface with water.
Yeah,
those two things.
you just
Listen,
said
I'm
went
making
in
it
and out of my
simple
head.
for you. I'm making it simple for you.
Yeah,
Those
if you don't
two
understand,
things cannot coexist.
if you don't understand that simple principle of water, then what should we do, man?
I don't know anything about anything. I fucking went to the shittiest schools in my district, bro.
Oh, dude.
Oh, it's
Your
oh,
troll LARP is not working, pal.
I'm blaming my situation. I got it. Yeah. Okay.
Use your eyes.
Use my eyes. What the fuck do you want me to do, bro? Like,
look at water. Look at bodies of water. Just look at it. It's fucking flat. It's not curving.
Yeah, I
Conforming to the
I get that.
bottom of its container.
The argument there is that the body of water is just like so elongated that it's not going to look like it's curving, right?
Okay, well, now you have okay, since you're the port expert, I'll make this quick and then I have to go. But you have the Suez Canal, 120 miles either end. The ports at either end are at about sea level. There are no locks. So you don't get the bellyache about that. It's too big. No, it just is what it is.
I'm not
It's at sea
defending.
level. It's at sea level from one end to the other.
Exactly.
So try and process that and you'll be fine.
Okay,
And also,
that's a good point. Are they gonna come up with some shit about it, like being like salt water and fresh water or some shit? I don't know. Like
what does it matter? What does
I
it
don't
matter?
know. I don't know anything, bro. I don't know anything.
Okay.
That's why I'm susceptible.
Well, then you don't know.
to this
Then
matter.
yeah, that matters not.
Okay, I don't know. I'm just bringing it up. Is that an issue? Okay.
Now you do. Now you do.
And now I do know. Okay, apparently yes, and I can't disagree with that.
All right, can we move on? I guess we'll just
I agree. This
circling
is
around the same shit for a bit.
Very exhausting.
Tedious.
I'm sorry. I don't know why this guy's going in so hard on me. I'm just like trying to be like.
No one is going hard on you, man. Maybe you have a little bit of a drink, and maybe that has a you have a different perception right now. We're all cool. We're all relaxed. But maybe you might be coming back when you haven't had a drink, and then we're gonna have maybe a different conversation.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, man. It's all good, you know. No
You
one
guys
is thinking less of you or whatever.
You guys,
You're all the same.
yeah. Well, I'm not so worried. Like, yeah, obviously we are always going to depend on what others think of us to be individuals in the first place. But
I don't.
Well, that's always. Even if you say you don't, you're still relying on me to like even respond to you to acknowledge that, right? So like that's already a confounding situation. But the issue is that like let me own my retardation. Don't just like don't just call me stupid outright. That's just offensive. Like, yeah, I am stupid.
You called
Let
yourself
me
stupid.
own that. Let me own that. That's like
No one said that you're stupid, man, but you yourself have said it
Yeah,
once or
yeah,
twice.
but let me
you every time.
say that. I'm not trying to be a
Don't
mean
worry.
guy.
I'm not even sure if you're here.
It's your go-to. It's your fallback on. Oh, I'm too stupid to understand all that. Oh, I'll just go with what they tell me.
No. I'm told you I had a
but-
very hard
but-
time. I
but
told you I had a
governments
very hard
lie.
time in school. I'm fucking understanding any math, bro.
Oh, why math,
You're
man? What is
all over the place?
Yeah, maybe you really need to come back when you're not intoxicated.
Can you tell? Let's see how much you were failed by the education system. Can you tell the difference between a box and a basketball?
Do you want me to make a joke or what?
No, like if you ordered a basketball and it showed up in a box, would you think that was the basketball, or would you know that was the box?
I'm pretty sure that's the basketball within a box.
Yay! You did it.
So what is?
So that's all you have to know. You have to know what a ball is. That's all.
Right.
There you go. I saved you all your failures in math class right there.
So you're saying it's that easy?
Yeah, as easy as telling whether it's a box or a ball. Yeah.
When you go outside, do you see what they're claiming?
I
Do you experience what they're saying is the case?
I understand what you're asking, but I'm gonna say that like I understand their arguments against
You're
that.
too
Though,
dumb
right?
to know, right? You're too dumb. You're too stupid. You don't understand it. Yeah.
Well, they're saying that like the surface area is not big enough to encompass what I'm gonna see in a line of sight, right? And we could actually understand that. Like if you look at like if you take a basketball, even like I have a certain line of sight.
But you don't know how big the earth is, remember? You deprived yourself with your laziness of learning that.
It's not laziness.
Are you going to pretend you know now?
I just told you I'm too lazy now. After I went to school and tried to force my brain to understand this stuff, I didn't understand it. Now I'm too lazy. I go to work. I do have other things. I
Okay,
like to.
no need for your analogies then.
Maybe you want to cease to exist as well. Maybe are you that fucking lazy? Come on. What the fuck, man? You need a reality check or something.
I mean, what do you want?
I get it. I mean, I realize stupid is the new cool, but
I'm not saying stupid. Being stupid is cool. It's very embarrassing.
No, that's you wouldn't admit to that. But yeah, that's the trend.
It's not that I'm admitting to that. My whole life is fucked up because of this shit, and you guys are just like slapping me around. I was like, okay, well,
you're making yourself a victim. If you don't listen, you're making yourself a victim. If you don't want to have the conversation, wait until you're ready to have it.
Then let's get me out of the factor here, and let's talk about other stuff. I'm gonna tell you what my limitations and factoring the stuff you're saying is, but let's talk about the stuff you can tell me, right? Which is easy analogies.
To summarize,
like, okay, a box and a basketball.
No, not analogies.
That was an easy analogy for me. Okay, I could say.
All right, so if you put your eye down to the basketball, right? You put your eye down right as close to the surface of the basketball that you can get.
going to be a limitation to the surface of what you can view of the surface before it's curving down and away from you, and you can't see any more of the surface, right? Because it's
Correct. Yes.
curving. Right. Well, that's what's claimed to be happening in reality when we like go to the beach and look out at and see the horizon, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Well, there's specific. This is where it becomes pointless even talking to you anymore, because you don't want to learn any more about it. You don't want to understand the claimed distances and size and.
I have no, at this point in my life, I have no fucking place for learning geometry and all that
He
shit.
wanted simple. He asked for simple. It was given to him as simple as possible. So I guess you didn't even want it simply.
No, I just listened to this. This is why you're a bad faith person, bro. Like, I just listened to what he was saying.
Projection.
And I was following it.
Projection is
No,
noted.
you didn't even listen to what he was saying. He was saying like, okay,
If I was to,
we talked about how you
Yeah.
can see that the curvature is happening on a basketball, right? He was using the analogy for me, and he's saying, and then there's a problem. Like, you have to learn more math to actually get further into this. Is that not what you were saying?
This is the thing. If I was to summarize it for you, you'd be just relying on my word.
I would only. I
be
can
able,
only rely,
and then is the limit of your information, right? If you were to learn no more, you don't have anything to base any type of like demonstration on, testing it for yourself in reality, right?
Fair
You'd
enough,
just be
but
relying on my
I'm
word.
relying on the globe people for just simple analogies, anyways. So
Yeah.
I'm just
So they
relying
tell
on.
us. If I'll just summarize it, basically without the math, they tell us we can see a certain distance before we can't see any more of the surface because it's curving down and away from us. Many people have gone out and made observations where we see beyond that limitation, much further, orders of magnitude further.
I remember watching a Vice like documentary on this, and they try to make everybody look silly. I understand that, but and Vice makes a lot of people look silly, but that aren't truly silly. So I don't no, I have no obligation to heed Vice's.
What is your response to that? What is your response? What is your response to me saying we can see further? We can see further than what would be allowed.
I was getting up to that. I was building up to that. My bad. I was just being wordy.
So what is your response to us seeing further than what would be allowed if we were on a sphere Earth with the claimed size?
I'm not adhering to the Vice documentary, but they did bring up like some point about like apparently like this guy could see 10 miles further than what was stated that could be seen. And that's an interesting factor. So there is a discrepancy between what that guy was observing and what was told to us to actually be the case in observing the either spherical or flatness of the Earth.
That's the response. It's just interesting.
There was a discrepancy, is what I'll say, and that is a point of interest that I would like to be clarified. But I'm not going to do a bunch of math problems. If you even like try to like put them towards me, like you're just gonna have to find some analogy for my simple ass mind, I guess, or I'm just gonna be retarded. And I think your community could actually benefit off of my stupidity, because I think there's a lot of people as dumb as me.
No way.
Well, if I'm being a good faith actor and I'm trying to meet you,
well, call it what you want.
Now, I understand there's a lot of assholes that'll try to like bring a lot of scientific stuff up with you guys, and you guys have to like get to the highest points of all of this stuff, right? And this is why,
Yeah, we just have to remind anyone who wants to bring quote unquote the blanket of science, just remind them that it's a question of geometry.
No, I think it's a psyop within your fucking community. I'm gonna just balls out right now.
Well, dude,
I'm gonna show you my true
remember
face.
you
I'm gonna
told
show you
us
my
you're
true
an
face.
you
I'm gonna
don't
show you
even
my
know
true
if
face.
you're
I'm gonna
here.
show you my true face. I think you're trying to like corner
You
this
don't know if
community.
you're
No, I think you're trying to corner this community into just like cornering itself by having to only just like appeal to academics that are gonna know about this shit. When regular
Put it
ass
as
people
simple
like
as I
me,
can for you.
regular ass people like me are not going to know a goddamn thing about it, and they're going to think it's silly when you say this shit,
I've
and that's
put
what's
it as
holding you guys
simple as
down.
I
That's what's
can
holding
for
you down.
you.
Mic check.
We see more of the claimed ball than we should be allowed to, and we should be able to.
Yeah, I hear
It's
you.
as simple as I can put it.
Yeah, I hear you. I get you. That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. I told you that's already a thing that's open now because that Vice documentary couldn't solve that. Now, when this guy like was trying to make all these like lasers line up with each other over like 10-mile radius or something like that, and it didn't work out for him, I don't know what to say. It's a Vice documentary, right? So it's kind of stupid. But this is the only touch point I have.
That's kind of an oxymoron. I mean, the whole Vice documentary. Good Lord! Now I get where you get your war information from.
No,
But yeah,
that's
it's pretty simple.
That's not
Okay,
where I
it's
get
pretty
my war
simple.
information from.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter. You don't even remember where you got it, so it doesn't matter.
No, it's a
Can I get
little
a
bit
mic?
of common sense, and I read Zerbigniew
Common
Brzezinski.
sense.
I read Zbigniew Brzezinski's book that pretty much
Okay. Do you
details.
believe everything that you've read in a book?
I think if he's one of
Oh,
the
brother.
main strategists, a guy
Okay,
who
well,
helped,
you're very naive, sir.
a guy that helped come up with the
You're
trilateral
highlighting your naivety.
a guy that helped come up with the Trilateral Commission alone and in itself is probably a guy that probably has some influence, and he's the one he's a reference point for Americans.
Yeah, and I'm sure if this guy is the world shaper that he is, he's going to tell you all his thoughts. Shake yourself.
You don't know who Zerbigniew Brzezinski is. Why don't you Google that then, man? Go
Check,
Google that.
mic check. Does my mic work, guys?
I hear you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah.
Carry on, sorry.
Mate.
Yeah, go Google Zbigniew Brzezinski and then come back to me and tell me I'm just being fucking foolish. Like,
We'll
no,
be fine, sir.
I listen to people that are more intelligent than me. I have no problem with listening to you guys, but
you're not even sure if you're here or not.
If you have to be a dick to me just to like give me the basic
Call it what you want. Call it what you want, pal. You're tap dancing. You always talk about what normal people would do. Normal people
for no
wouldn't
fucking
tap
reason.
dance.
I'm trying to meet you half brother.
I'm being an elitist.
You are doing a very
incorrect, sir.
You're making.
You know what?
I think you're a fucking psyop. I think you're a
your
fucking
op-ed
psyop.
is meaningless.
I think you're a fucking psyop. That's what I think of you. I think you're trying to make this community very exclusive and cut off from anybody else that can try to be ingratiated into the community.
Listen, the truth will find
that's
the
exactly
truth.
what you're doing.
The truth will find the truth.
Yes, the truth does will find
so there you go.
But American propaganda
Good luck in finding it, sir. Turn off your TV.
Hey, old Hass, do you mind if I have a quick chat with him?
Yeah, I'd love it.
Hey, so it sounds like you want to hear sort of more of the layman's sort of approach rather than the more scientific and technical arguments, correct?
Yeah. Obviously, you read that right.
Yeah, no, brother. Listen. I'm with you, right? The only reason why I suppose in this room, people kind of want to get straight to the point and get to the meat of the meat and potatoes of the argument is because we get a lot of globers in here. We get a lot of interlockers. We get a lot of debaters, right? And we basically have to refine our arguments down in order not to be strawmanned, in order not to fall into, traps. But when it comes to the flat Earth, literally, my friend, when you go outside, any natural observation you can make or any experiment you can do in the natural world will show you that you live on a flat, motionless plane. Any aerodynamics or any aeroplanes that are created on the basis of a flat plane. Aeroplanes do not nose down to go around a curve. They stay planar and flat across a linear path. So you've got aeroplanes. There is no rotation, because how would an aeroplane land on a rotating surface? And at what point in the atmosphere would you expect to see a rotating surface? So I've hit you with a few there. What's your thoughts? Have you got any questions on what I've just said?
Well, I guess it's relative, right? Like the plane landing thing, for one. It's relative to the speed you're going, and that's an interesting ass question. It's relative to the speed you're going. So I think seems like, if I throw a softball, even though that the world's like rotating pretty quickly relatively to the universe, I guess, like it doesn't mean that the softball is going to be like 3,000 miles per hour or something, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. But I mean, if you're in an aeroplane and the surface of the Earth at the equator is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and aeroplanes are reaching 20,000 feet, there should be some. You should experience.
That's already crazy math. That's crazy math.
Why is it crazy?
It just I have trouble like figuring out when the train will like show up to its destination if it's going a certain miles. Yeah, that's where I ended up. You're
All right. So what about
me to do some stuff that's crazy right there.
All right. So what about curvature? A plane is flying across a ball, right? And we've got planes that can go Mach 2, Mach 10, Mach whatever. You know what I mean? We're talking about crazy speeds that if you really look into it, a plane across a curved surface will need to dip its nose downwards. Otherwise, it would be raising its elevation as it flies straight and plane, straight and level. Right? It would be raising its elevation. If we had curvature, a sphere edge, we would be drifting off into the stratosphere as we fly straight. But there is no such correction in a plane, even before, the most advanced planes that we've got now, basic aeronautics. It was always designed to fly over a flat plane. So how can there be curvature if we don't account for it?
That's a good question. Okay, they have the thing with the the little ball, right? That tells them that they're level, right? But level relative to what?
I don't.
Well, that's fucking interesting. Oh, the FBI is calling me. Go for this.
Yeah, you're
Open up.
I'll get back to her in a second here. That's a good question. Like what? Well, this is, but doesn't that answer itself when like? No, I guess that doesn't map. But like, there's some weirdness in the North Pole and shit. This has nothing to do with what you're saying about being level and everything. But I feel like no, that doesn't make sense. Actually, never mind.
There's, me personally, mate, I've been looking into this for about 10 years. And, these were some of the first arguments I ever heard. And I just thought it was rubbish. It wasn't until I heard some of the more advanced arguments, like if we live on a ball with a circumference of 25,000 miles and a radius of 3959 miles, then we should expect to see or experience curvature or drop over distance at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, which means the Earth starts to slowly and gradually curve. If from let's say, a 6-foot observer across looking out to the sea, you should expect to see curvature from 3 miles onwards exponentially. You would see this drop over distance, or you would at least be able to experience it, measure it. But we have endless amounts of observations where we can see 10, 20, who knows, maybe even 50 miles on some of these observations, where we should be seeing objects dip behind the horizon, when in fact we can see way too far.
I mean, all there is to do is like conduct tests, I guess, in that regard, right? Is just to see. But then those tests would be undermined. They wouldn't be reported in the scientific journals and everything. So,
well, we do the tests. You know, there are lots of observations and lots of tests, but this is where it gets technical, because we do have optical and natural phenomenon that will limit our view into the distance. So you have to get technical, because you have to figure out what refraction is, how it works, and what you're expected to see on certain days. And then you have weather conditions, you have temperature. So there's all these different factors, but the most important thing to know about it all, regardless of what the weather conditions are or how far you're seeing, you are supposed to be experiencing the sphere edge, the leading edge of a sphere. And that's supposed to start curving after 3 miles, my friend. And unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, but the truth is there is no way to detect any curvature, and there is no way to detect motion either. But this is what I mean. All of your natural observations show a flat Earth.
Well, the thing with the laser would make sense, but like it's really troublesome on land, which is where that Vice test was like. The Vice documentary was like watching the guy do it. Like that would be much harder than just doing it over like a body of ocean. You would just need like God dang it, man, this is all relative and shit. Like you would need something 3 miles off the coast or something like that, and then you would need to like get a laser and like shine it towards that, right? Or further than 3 miles. To see if it's off base, right? But how do you test, like, man, that's hard. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, is this how they originally found out? What we kind of is like, it's kind of like it, you said that well, there wouldn't, there'd be journals and published documents, and no, the thing is, everything we do and show them, that any demonstrations we do, any tests we do, in reality, that confirm that our
They're not going to be reported. They're not going to be reported.
Listen, that exactly, that confirm our direct experience is real. They're not going to accept it, are they? Because they're already locked in. There's already this well-established belief and accepted view that we live right. So we're challenging the very foundation of worldview, right?
Yeah.
Where did it come from? How did it start? Where's the evidence? What did they give us that is solid empirical evidence that tells us we live on this spinning ball in this cosmic vacuum? Where is that evidence? Why are we, just because there's a majority that believe that they live on this spinning ball, we are obligated to prove that it isn't, when we haven't even seen the evidence that it is yet?
Well, I'm not like a big empiricist science or math guy, right? Like I'm more like philosophy and politics kind of guy. So I like the way I've assessed life is just like, well, why would any body of institutions go out so far out of their way to like fucking do this? Now I'm not saying you're wrong in your thinking. I'm just saying like there has to be justification on that level too, and that would speak to people like me. Is regards the math, like I don't know my head from my ass. Obviously, I've just went over this many times. I don't know my head from my ass on this. Because as soon as like I say, oh, go 3 miles off of the coast at sea level, well, fuck, I don't even know how to measure. How would you actually practically do that? Because like like you have waves and shit, and you have like, is it relative to the bottom of the ocean or something? Like, what would that constitute? I'm too retarded to understand that.
Dude, let me help you a bit. Let me help you because, like you said, over land, this isn't a test you can make. We don't say that when we say flat, when you talk about flat Earth as a collective, and it's not really. The only thing we all have in common is that we know that the ball Earth is, it's not reality. But when you talk about flat Earth, all we're trying to tell you is that the heliocentric model can be falsified, right? We know full well that we live on a topographical Earth. We have mountains, we have valleys, we know that. But the claim is that the Earth is 80% water, and a ball with a circumference and a radius. So if you look into the chat now, you'll see an image. It's quite a famous image now. I don't know if you've seen it before, but it's called the Black Swan. And this is an image basically of two oil rigs that can easily be found on Google Earth. And their distances are 6 and 9 miles from the coast. Now, from a 6-foot observer height, you would expect. Sorry, from a 1-foot observer height, you would expect, and that's how high the camera is. You would expect to see the geometric horizon, which is that leading edge of the sphere. You would expect to start seeing that at 1.22 miles, which means as things are behind the horizon, they should be dropping below the horizon. You shouldn't be able to see the bottom of the second oil rig. You shouldn't even be able to see the bottom of the first oil rig. But the second oil rig is, it's a bonus. But not only that, the oil rigs are not what's important here. If you look at the green lines in the back, you can see the horizon is way beyond that second oil rig, which means that horizon has got to be 15, 20, even 25, 30 miles. Who knows how far we're seeing in this image? But what we're seeing is a ball or a globe killer. Alone, this evidence alone kills the dimensions of the globe that they've given us. So you don't have to be a math genius to know that this is a globe killer. Sorry, bro.
Well, that's interesting. But I would say like, okay, well, and to refute that, I'm not saying I'm no better, but like these are big structures, right? So I couldn't tell you like relative to, but these two are probably of similar like size, probably. But with these structures, we basing the relative like distance of like the columns and everything, like we don't know how big they are. There's something there. I don't know what I'm saying, but there's something there that like they're so big, they're monolithic. But okay, hearing what you're saying is like this is 1.222 or sorry, 1.22 miles, right? Off the coast. We shouldn't be able to see beyond.
Yeah, the oil rigs are there for distance demarcation.
Yeah, I get that. But so you're saying this globe should just swallow them up, basically? We shouldn't see around that curvature?
See the horizon where it appears to be.
Yeah, it's the horizon. The horizon in the background is beyond 10 miles.
Yeah, I got you.
That's the key here. The horizon is supposed to be way before that because of the dimensions of the Earth.
Where's the horizon exactly supposed to be?
Well, that second oil rig is 10 miles off the coast, and we can see that horizon looks like it's, God, I don't know. I don't want to put a number on it, but it could be 10 miles. It could be 20 miles beyond that. But that horizon is definitely beyond that second oil rig. So how can we have a ball with a 3959 radius when it should be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height should give us 8 inch per mile squared. The curvature calculation should give us 8 inches per mile squared. But clearly that's not what we're seeing in this image.
I don't know. That's interesting.
And this is the whole point to flat Earth, bro. It's not a we don't have a replacement cosmology or model. All we are stating is that the claim of the globe is falsifiable, and that image is just for curvature. We can do it with motion. Heck, we can do it with the actual idea of space as an idea is, a violation of some of the scientific laws that we have of nature. So everything about this globe, including the distances to the stars, the idea of gravity, the motions of the heavenly bodies, all of this doesn't stand up in nature. In theory, you can model it and put numbers behind it, but you have to believe, if you want to say this is happening in nature, because you cannot verify any of the globe's claims of curvature or motion or space. So that's just curvature.
The thing in this argument, I guess, would just be like questioning the photo itself. Like that's the only place you could go. Is there any doubt that has been brought to that photo?
There's more examples. Nobody's able to show us the horizon in its to be geometric position ever. Never there.
Okay, I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm being consistent. It's like, okay, the only thing else I could go with like doubting that is like, okay, what's the distance that we should be able to see again? 3 miles.
If from a 1 foot observer height, it should at about 3 miles you should start to experience curvature.
Okay, but these are big structures. That's the thing I was bringing up. But like also, then it would be maybe we're not seeing. But okay, you're talking about the horizon. I don't know what to say. It's interesting. What if there's like a vaporous effect or something? Has anybody brought that up? Like some kind of
Yes,
like
that's the go-to. Yeah, it's called. They like to say refraction.
Refraction.
The band-aid excuse. So this is what we get, right? When we bring up things like this, what we get are excuses why we can't experience the globe. It doesn't matter if we're talking about curvature, rotation, whatever. It's always excuses, not proof, just excuses.
All right, I'm not in a position to argue with you guys. I'm just trying to figure out like that's why I go to the political stuff first, is because I'm like, why the fuck would anybody lie to me about this at all? Right? That's why I do that.
You need to establish, because that's working backwards. You need to establish if a lie has been told first.
Well, I understand your argument. It seems pretty evident of what you're saying, but then it becomes like, okay, my worldview is not limited to the just information that we're limiting ourselves to, right? Like if I was using all the parameters of your understanding, but that was wrong, right? I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying if that was wrong, then I'm just limiting myself to those parameters, and I wouldn't be going about this in the right way. Whereas a larger view of things informs me as to why, like, I need to expand those parameters. I don't know if that makes sense, but that makes sense in my head.
Yeah, look, dude. Look, it doesn't matter really who and what the motive is behind all of the lies of all of the deceptions of this world. Like, at the end of the day, like T Dub just said, if there's evidence, if you walk in on a crime scene, and there is evidence of a murder, your first question won't be, well, why did this, murder take place? You would first verify whether the murder has actually, happened. And that's all flat earth is. It's acknowledgement that there is a crime scene, and it's called the heliocentric model, completely falsifiable, and you have to have a belief to be able to, that there is no, it isn't evident. What is evident is the flat plane over water. Water always seeks its level, and what else is evident is that we're motionless. So everything points and leads to a flat earth. So actually, the logical position, the logical, standpoint should be that we live on a flat, motionless plane, but there is a belief in a heliocentric model, but that doesn't necessarily, that is not the default position, because that is not evident within nature. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I don't think that really accomplishes what I was getting at. But I hear your words. I understand what you're saying. I believe I do, at least. Yeah, I don't have anything against that. It's just I don't know. You guys got to work on your community a little bit better. Like, just try to appeal to dummies like me a little bit better, and people that come at it from different angles. If you can understand that,
We
you
don't
guys
need
are.
to. We don't need to, bro. It's
Okay,
not our job. It's not our
this
job
guy's
to save the
Morbus
world.
is, but this is what I'm getting from like black feminists in certain communities. It's not our job to do the work. It's like, I gotcha, I understand that. If you just meet me halfway, then you can actually appeal to people like me a little better,
Well, how are we not meeting you halfway when we're, we
No,
are
no,
here,
no, no, no,
we
no.
are
Yeah,
there, we are
yeah,
talking,
yeah.
we are
I,
explaining.
I get that. I get that. You guys are doing the best you can with my limited resource. That's fine.
We're also not a cult, we're not a religion. We're all individuals. We have our own form and styles of delivery and approach, and we're diverse. We're not like a collective, like, drone consciousness just all spouting the same thing. There's
Fair
a
enough.
few
But
fundamental points that we all agree on.
it's
You're not going to find the same. Not going to be presented with the same thing every time from every person.
all right. Well,
Why do flat earthers hate the idea of reptilians so much?
I gotta call my wife. Guys, I gotta take off and call my wife. She was trying to call me earlier. I'll talk to you guys later.
Bro, good to talk to you.
Yep.
Someone was coming in with another question about why do flat earthers what?
Something about reptilians, I think. Why does everybody think flat Earth's a cult, though, and that we all sort of have the same beliefs and stuff? I don't get it.
I'd say it's projection. It's like, because that's what they're familiar with, right? They're familiar with. That's what the globe is, basically. hive mind, and I guess they expect any other way to think would also be a similar hive mind sort of mentality.
Yeah, and they call us conspiracy theorists. You know, we've got nature, we've got fucking, you know, they're the ones that believe.
Yeah, that's right. This isn't about being a different way to an alternative worldview, a religion. Like, no, this is empowering you. This empowers people. They regain sovereignty over their own worldview. It's about individualism. Like, separates you from a hive mind and allows you to be able to base your worldview starting with what you observe and what you experience, and filter out that which you cannot test. There, you can filter out what is it that I'm able to confirm about my experience, and what is it that I can't about my experience. What am I relying on just observationally, and what is it that about my observation and my experience that I can directly and confirm that is actually the case.
Yeah, right on, bro. And learning to reason. We've learned how to reason again, and I think the flat Earth has helped us all regain our ability to logically think for ourselves, and I think that's a beautiful thing. It's beautiful. Hats off to all the flat earthers.
So I had to dip out earlier because the pizzas got here, like literally mid-sentence. Anyone remember what the get was saying?
Oh, if I was here then, but when I came in, they were talking about fluid helium. What was his story about this cave with?
Oh, that might have been afterwards. Well, I was curious when someone said that refraction had been like debunked. What was that about?
Debunked? What do you
Yeah,
mean?
like, or someone said, so no refraction then, and that was taken as kind of a concession.
I don't know if I was here then.
Okay, because that would be surprising, right? Like I didn't think that was a claim.
Well, it wasn't worded very good if that's how they worded it.
Fair enough.
I mean, maybe what
Refraction
they
is
were
a
trying to
phenomenon.
say was, you know, we know how refraction works, and it doesn't account for what we see.
Mm. Well, off the heels of that, I guess I would ask, how do we know that? Like, what is it about refraction that makes that not an option?
Well, refraction is the bending of light as it enters into a new medium, right?
I suppose that depends how you're defining medium. I know this is a bit of a sticking point.
It has to be a boundary layer.
Like a discrete boundary?
There has to be a point of intersection. Light is traveling. It requires a surface boundary to enter through at an angle, which then it's changing its direction. A straight
Why
path,
is
a curved path,
why is that?
angle.
It's changing its
Just
rate of propagation.
Mm-hmm.
That's refraction.
Right. Why is that required? Like, why does it have to be a discrete boundary and not a gradual one?
Because the light needs to enter across a surface, a boundary, at which point the angle of the trajectory will change.
Right. I'm asking why. Like, nothing about how the light bends requires that that boundary be discrete, right? Is it just like a definitional thing?
That's what we're taught refraction is. I don't understand your question.
Well, a lot of what this room sort of proposes that what we're taught isn't always accurate. So couldn't it be that that's a simplification?
No, but we know that light bends, right, when it enters a new medium, okay? So the thickness of the atmosphere could be considered a new medium from your perspective of where you are.
I'm
okay, so
perfectly fine with that, yeah.
So that will give you the appearance of a boundary.
Okay.
A point in the distance where things will begin to refract. And the rate of refraction will get more extreme, you know, as you look further into the distance potentially. But yeah, like that's pretty much, we understand how refraction works, but it doesn't account for the bending of a mirage, let's say, behind the leading edge of a sphere, behind a
Okay.
physical obstruction.
Why is that?
Because the refraction is we know how refraction works, and it's relative to the observer, and we know that yes, things can bend down, but what we don't have is any real world examples of this so-called terrestrial refraction, where you're claiming that the light from the sun is bending all the way around the ball, and everything we see past the geometric horizon is an illusion or a mirage. Yeah, we have no way to demonstrate anything like that in reality.
Well, we can demonstrate refraction specifically, right? And if we see something in nature that simulates that, we can determine that that's similar to what we observed under controlled conditions.
Yeah, but under controlled conditions, you can't loom a mirage around around a physical obstruction. I mean, I know lensing exists, meniscus and lensing and things like that, but you can't actually, with refraction, standard refraction, demonstrate the looming of a mirage behind the edge of a sphere. It's just too far of a leap to say that is refraction. That's not the refraction that we know.
Well, I feel like we have done that. Like, people have posted things where they show light bending due to ironing, what the fuck are they called? Irons, right? Clothes irons. Or you guys don't like the sugar water thing, but they've done it with like gradated plastic as well. Like these are all things that you can show light does in specific mediums that have similar properties to the air. Like we actually have shown this.
Proves the Earth is a globe. How?
It proves refraction. That's one step at a time.
Fascinating.
Because refraction is the
refraction exists. Yep. Okay.
right.
Cool.
But it seems like refraction is sort of mixed when it comes to debunking the curve.
Curve.
Right. So when you say that that can't be what we see, and someone says, well, it can be what we see because refraction, the rebuttal to that can't be,
It's
well, no, it's
not
not
what we
refraction.
see. We're not saying it can't be what we see. We're saying we don't see what's claimed to be there.
We don't see refraction?
We don't see to be there, which is that geometric horizon, that 1.225 mile obstruction view. Aim to be there is a claim.
We don't see it.
Like, that's not a claim. Us, plenty of globers in here. Is there an obstruction of view at 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet? And I don't think any one of them have said no.
Right. So the fact that it's not where we expect to see it is due to refraction.
But they're saying it is there. Is an obstruction at 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You don't see it.
Not there, no. Not usually.
There, right?
Sometimes,
But there
but
is
not
an
usually.
obstruction of view at that distance, is there not? Is there or isn't there an obstruction of view at that distance?
Not when you take into consideration refraction.
We don't see it, so it's not there.
Because of refraction.
Because, see, that's
like saying because gravity. It doesn't really work.
Why is that?
Because that light doesn't bend like that.
Yeah, it's not even like saying gravity. We know how refraction works. Your
I don't
claim of
think you do.
terrestrial refraction, like that is something else. You're claiming that a mirage is being loomed behind a physical sphere edge. There is a claim that there is a geometric horizon. That refraction you're talking about, atmospheric refraction, could only bring the horizon closer. It should never take the horizon beyond the geometric horizon. Atmospheric refraction distorts, because atmospheric refraction is due to the weather conditions. Yeah, and it couldn't take the horizon beyond the geometric horizon.
Why?
Because what you're doing is you're claiming everything beyond that geometric horizon is a mirage. And refraction doesn't create mirages. It distorts the path of light. It doesn't loom horizons. Sorry, it doesn't loom whole buildings and whatever else is on the horizon up behind physical obstructions.
So a mirage is just a distortion of the path of light, right? It's a specific kind of distortion.
Yeah, but all that does is it distorts what we see in the image, whatever it is. If it's the oil rig on the Black Swan, you see refraction on the second oil rig. That's natural. We know what we're looking at when we see refraction. What you're claiming is that actual both of those oil rigs, or part of those oil rigs, are refracted mirages. Mirages that are actually hidden behind a sphere edge. So actually, we're looking at nothing.
Well, no, we're looking at light that has taken a path that's not its straight path.
Yeah, but your claim is terrestrial refraction.
You can
Where's
call
the
it what you
second
want.
medium?
It's bending light.
To
That's
have
all it is.
refraction, you need two mediums. Where's the second medium?
No, we're past that part. We're good on
Right. Oh, really? Well, I would like to hear your explanation.
Sure. Do you know how Snell's law is defined?
Explain it to me like I don't.
So it's the bending of light as it goes from one isotropic media to another isotropic media.
So
Right.
two medias.
Isotropic mediums. Do you know what isotropic means?
ISO usually means like isolated.
The
I forget what the
same.
tropic part means.
It means the same, more or less. So isotropic means it's the same in every direction, right? So the atmosphere, as we measure it, as far as density and temperature, is not isotropic. You can take an isotropic layer of the atmosphere and another adjacent layer that will also be isotropic, but the two together won't be isotropic. So however you define Snell's law, the atmosphere counts. Either the air is too medium or Snell's law doesn't require too medium.
So it goes back to like he was saying earlier, terrestrial refraction, which it's not.
Yeah, I don't know. Terrestrial refraction is just refraction applied to terrestrial things. I mean, it's still light bending. That term is just kind of muddying
It's the
the
claim
conversation.
that refraction is taking place.
It's not just like
Curve.
bending.
It
You're claiming
does.
everything we see beyond the
No.
geometric horizon is a mirage. That's the outcome of terrestrial refraction. Everything's a mirage.
Right. If by mirage all you mean is distorted paths of light, sure. But everything we see is light, right?
So
Like
why do laser tests hit their targets beyond the so-called geometric horizon?
If I were to guess, I would say refraction. But I would need to know a lot more about the laser tests. Like I've taken a look at that FE core thing, and I would immediately have a couple of questions.
Funny thing about horizons, right?
Mm-hmm.
Word horizon defined as something that we can see, not something that we can't see.
Mm-hmm.
So the word geometric horizon out on. You don't have one.
Yeah, geometric horizon is kind of a silly term. Like I don't know why that's sort of insisted upon.
Because of the claim of the globe, dimensions and size.
Mm-hmm.
It's a sphere, and there should be a leading edge of that sphere, which is not, we can call it the geometric horizon. I don't know what the problem is. It should exist.
Well, I
but it
think the
doesn't.
problem. Sure, I think the problem is when you say geometric horizon, we're talking about geometry, which is fine if you want to calculate, size and shape and all. But if you're going to relate that back to what we see in the real world, you need to be careful not to reify that single mathematical equation into something we should expect to see. Like you can't just divorce that from all the confounding influences of the physical world vis-a-vis light, air, the human eyeball even. Like these are all things that need to be taken into consideration if we want to match a simple math equation to what we visibly see out in the distance.
Well, we know it doesn't exist.
What doesn't exist?
Geometric horizon.
Well,
Such thing.
Drop over distance
sure.
doesn't exist. Drop over distance.
Mm-hmm.
That's the main point, is that it can't be experienced. Whether we're supposed to see it or not is irrelevant. You can't experience it because you can there's plenty of observations with lights on the horizon, on lakes. A frozen lake, I've seen one where you've got 6 lights in a line from 3 miles to 9 miles at periodic points, and they're all perfectly flat and level because we're not experiencing any drop.
But then frame it all as positive. What we're going to do is we're going to draw someone in the room.
Somebody's
President?
You see people very important. What's also very important is the way that people know.
Oh, is that not him?
All right, ready, guys? What's your
No, that's not me.
Oh, ultimate guy.
Someone in here is a good listener.
Hello. There you go. Sorry, that was distract. We're
It's
what?
the drop over distance that we don't experience, and there's lots of
Right.
observations to show that.
So, I mean, the way I go about it is it feels to me like they're kind of two separate claims, right? Like one of them is the bottom-up obstruction, which shows that something is cutting off that line of sight, and the other claim is how far we should see that obstruction. And I feel like all the examples we have of things disappearing bottom up are pretty good evidence of curvature. The fact that we don't always see them in the same place, I think, unless we're going to say that the Earth is breathing, especially like with the oil rigs, we've seen the same structures which are fixed to the ground at different positions on different days. I would say that's pretty good evidence of refraction. So taking these two things kind of together, I would say that there's no real contradiction there. I mean, it paints some kind of unified picture to
Except you
me.
can't experience it still.
Experience the drop or experience the drop at that location?
You can't experience the drop at any location past the terminator line of 1.22 miles.
Well, you sometimes see
It
that
just doesn't.
obstruction
It
beyond
isn't there. It isn't there no matter what.
Well, no, it is there. Like, we don't see things forever, right? We don't see the
In
bottom
one
of
breath, you want to
things
say,
all the time,
right. In one breath, you want to say that there's physical obstruction. You know,
right?
another breath, you want to say that that's not a physical obstruction.
Well, what we see is light always, right? And we see light coming through the air. There's always going to be refraction. I'm not taking that off the table.
So boats
That's
disappear
necessarily going to
over
be there.
light bending. So boats are disappearing behind light bending. Light bending is obstructing our view of the bottom of ships, right?
No, what I'm saying is that light's coming from somewhere, right? Like, the reason I was hesitant to agree with the word mirage is that it's not just being like manifested out of nothing. The light's coming from somewhere. We just don't always see that thing where it appears to us. That's bad
But
wording, but I think you get the point.
But you just said that things disappearing from bottom up comport with the dimensions of the Earth. Now
That is
you're not
not what I said. No, that's not what I said.
No, but
how do you know it's not where you're seeing it? How do you know what you're seeing is not where it's actually happening?
Because it's different under different conditions for the same place, like the oil rigs, right?
Because
one of those pictures has to be wrong, right?
How do you know it's not happening where you're seeing it happen?
Because if it were, that would mean the Earth is breathing.
The heck are you talking about?
That doesn't make sense.
There's two black swan photos, right? There's the one with the wavy cranes, and there's the one that people tout out to show here's what it should actually look like, right? We've seen the one with the crisper edge where the second oil rig is actually dipping.
Yeah. I've seen that.
Yeah. So we know that one of those two can't be accurate, right?
Accurate to what?
To what is true to form.
To the geometric horizon that you think it is. This was my argument against you lot 3 years ago.
Sure, I don't.
Yeah,
like
it's you
that
that thinks the Earth's breathing, retard.
No, I think I've been very clear about that.
Shut the fuck up.
What a lovely human. So I can say that.
Go and pretend somewhere else.
Do I have to talk to this guy?
Because you have this religious fundamental view that you live upon a sphere, so what you are seeing has to be bottom-up obstruction due to Earth curvature, correct?
Well, what else would it be due to?
Be a burden of proof reversal fallacy and an argument from incredulity.
Sure. Okay. I would say that matches pretty well what we expect.
It was predicted.
The only other option I've heard that explains that is perspective, and that's not how perspective works.
Was it predicted, or did you make an observation and then numbers for it to suit your expectation?
Predicted? I don't know what you mean by that. Like, was there some specific experiment or something? I don't
You said it
think that's the
matches the
case.
expectation, right? An expectation precedes the thing you're observing. But in this case, you've observed something, then said, "Well, it matches my expectation." That's just
Well,
saying it matches your expectation of your preconceived idea that you live on a sphere.
well, it matches the model, I would say.
Yeah, but a broken clock can be right twice a day, but it
Sure.
doesn't mean it's working.
That's fair, yeah. I mean, this is like one aspect of it. There's a whole bunch of other things that kind of support the same model.
I think you're cherry picking, bro, because you're taking into account all these atmospheric and observation effects, but then all of a sudden, when you get the curvature where you so-called expect it to be, now it's potentially the geometric horizon.
Well, I would say it's a more accurate observation.
The model has
Like,
a standard.
again, you always only see the light, right? Physical objects never enter our eyeballs. So anything you describe has to take that into consideration. And every time I've heard these observations not matching, it's been when something was not taken into consideration to that effect.
They never match.
Sorry?
Never match. It's never no Atmo day.
Right. Yeah. So there's
Never
always going to be.
matches. It never matches.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that you always had to take these things into consideration. There's days when you're going to get closer, right? Where there's less refraction, but even basic observations generally require standard refraction.
How do we know this is occurring on a sphere?
Because of all those other things. Not the least of which, in this particular case, I would say that bottom-up obstruction, again, is pretty compelling.
That would be affirming the consequent.
No, I said pretty compelling, not therefore sphere.
But we see that. Yeah.
Right? Sorry, go on.
Well, I was just going to say we expect to see that on certain days with certain conditions. So if you compare it to the temperature of the day, the refractive index, you probably expect to see that on a flat Earth. So I don't see why that would be compelling for a globe.
Well, I don't know that we would ever expect to see bottom-up obstruction on a flat Earth.
Bro, I can show you bottom-up obstruction on a table in a bedroom.
Is it the coin thing?
No.
Okay.
If you introduce temperature, you can give the appearance of bottom-up obstruction.
Oh, I see.
Just by temperature, just by changing the temperature in a room.
Sure. So yes, you could, and I think a good thing to test, if that's our hypothesis, is on the days that we see more like this black swan image, where we see further instead of obstruction, is there more refractive conditions or less? I haven't done this experiment, but I mean, I'd be willing to bet on it.
Further compared to what?
Compared to days where we see better.
A specific distance or what? What's the
No.
reference?
So when there
Reference
is
is the claimed
refraction,
geometric horizon. In the
sure.
math, the reference is the claimed geometric horizon that we never see.
Right. What's being claimed is that refraction can work on a flat Earth as well to create bottom-up obstruction. Right? So
No, I said temperature. Temperature.
Which would cause refraction. Like, we care about temperature insofar that affects the light that's coming to us.
Yeah, well, if you want to get technical, then potentially I don't understand it the way you've said it, but refraction is the bending of light as light goes into a different medium. The bottom-up obstruction I'm talking about is when you have warm temperature lower in the room or in the image, and you will start to see the horizon rise. And this breathing thing you're talking about is also due to this temperature change.
Yeah,
it's not
sure.
taking it into account.
Yeah, and just for a second. I'll be super quick. So when you're at the pool, right, at nighttime, and you look at the light on the other side of the pool from under the water, the light looks really big, but if you drain the pool and change the bulb, the actual filament is quite small, right? But it looks really big from the other side of the pool. It's because that's how light works as it passes through a medium. It's diverging from its central point. So when you're looking at buildings from like 50 miles away, you're not actually seeing the building. What your eye is detecting is the light bouncing off of that building. So if that light then travels 50 miles away, due to the light diverging in all directions from the central point, some of that light is going to be going down. Now, the sky is the limit for the light that's going up, so you can see the top of the building, of course, but the light that's spreading out and diverging down is going to hit the water and never your eye. So that's why it would appear to disappear from the bottom up. Thanks.
So not quite. So I get what you're saying with the pool. The thing about the building is that light is bouncing off that building. Every point at which light is bouncing off that building, light is bouncing off in every direction. So even the bottom of the building, there is light going down, but we only see the light that's coming at us, which is also coming at us from the bottom of that building.
So if the light is bouncing off in every direction, how come we can't see it?
See everything all the time. I mean, like
Right.
Well, how come we can't see the bottom of the building?
That exactly.
What do you mean exactly?
It's
a
not
question.
what you're describing. It's bottom-up obstruction.
Okay, so it has to be curvature then, right?
It doesn't have to be, but it's not what you're talking about.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be curvature, but there's no way it's what you're talking about. But you guys can use all this refraction where the light's bending down at 8 inches per mile squared, the same curvature rate as the Earth. Lucky, right? That's just a coincidence. So you're a coincidence theorist, right? And if it deviates and it does a little bit less, then the light bends over your head and that causes bottom-up obstruction. And if it deviates more, like if it's going 9 inches per mile squared, then it would hit the surface of the Earth, the water, or the soil, and that would create things disappearing from the bottom up. But it can't be that. Refraction only works when the Earth is really a globe, but it looks flat, right?
That was a lot.
I couldn't address it.
So firstly, let's see if I can remember everything. So first of all, it shouldn't be surprising that a functioning model has specific quantifiable answers to things that happen to match the observations. So I don't know why you would expect refraction on a particular day to be less than what accounts for the phenomenon we're seeing. Second point, when you're talking about light going down, light doesn't only go down, right? It goes in all directions. Some of that light goes down, some of that light goes up, some of that light goes towards us. And that's happening at every single point. It's not some layer of the building where light is only going down, right? That would only work with like spotlights or something.
So we would see everything all the time, no matter if there was obstruction or not, because the light could just bounce over everything and go everywhere.
Sure. So there could be situations where that light bounces around a corner. That's called diffraction,
That's
right?
a double standards.
No, that's just how light works. Nobody's denying that. And there are situations where refraction would apply to a building, but it wouldn't, as far as I'm concerned, account for the bottom-up obstruction that we observe.
Why is everybody muted in here? You're like cucks, just watching from the cuck corner.
Because people are respectful
of
other people discussing things.
This doesn't need to be discussed, Flat Earth.
Sorry, why are you here?
Because I'm bored.
Cool.
And a dick.
Yeah, I know. And what I eat.
So I think Larry has a great point.
What was that?
About
he's saying there's double standards, right? So
Yeah.
saying that refraction can be used as an excuse for why we see something, but it can't be used for why we don't see something partially or fully.
So if the ground were refracting upward, that would cause an obstruction, say. But I
Oh my
don't
God,
think that was his claim.
Wait, are you people actually debating about flat Earth?
Yeah, can you let it happen?
What's this guy's name?
Sponge.
Galileo figured this shit out.
How appropriate. So yeah, I'm not saying that, refraction doesn't work again. Like, to be fair, this whole black swan thing, refraction is pretty inconvenient for our side, right? Because now we have to explain this in some way that's not very intuitive. It'd be great if it weren't the case, but that's just a part of the world we live in, and we have to deal with it.
Right. Because it's not an expectation, right? Because this,
No,
hi,
it
Simon.
is. It's just not an easy
No, it's
calculation
not.
to do.
No. The standard model is 1.32 miles, right? The standard refraction formula, which is the model, right? Right. That's what is basically the go-to, right, for surveying and observations. Academic
Yeah,
field.
but there's a reason it's called
Relying on that
standard
7 over
refraction and
6
not
r,
just like
right?
refraction.
They're not relying on Snell's formula. They're relying on 7 over 6 r, right?
That's
Just
one way
an
to do it.
extension of the it's just an extension of the radius, right?
That's one way to do
So
it.
they're not actually measuring any light bending in the air, right? They're just relying on an assumption that that's the case.
No, you can also do it that way.
So when observations are made which don't match the expectation, which is the 7 over 6 r, they just extend the formula. They just increase the numbers in the formula till it matches the observation. And that's not an expectation. That's not an expectation at all. It's a band-aid excuse for
Well,
why
that depends
it
what you're
didn't
doing.
match the expectation.
No. So I don't know that the expectation is always standard refraction. The expectation is that we should always see some amount of refraction.
Yeah, guess what? It's showing flat, measured so every time. So I don't know what you're on about, but if you could present how you know it's been measured to be anything but a flat surface level, that's
Well,
sea level.
it doesn't,
So
though.
you show us that there's a curve at the horizon. Where is that horizon again? Where's that curve
So,
begin?
right, where it begins is the issue of contention, but that there is a
No, it
curve, I
isn't.
think, is
No,
pretty
only on
well
your side. Wait. Only on your side is it in contention. We've been told what it's supposed to be. We're asking you, since you're here believing it is the globe, to show us where's your evidence that the horizon is exactly where it's supposed to be geometrically. Where's that?
despite the fact that we don't see it where it's supposed to be
No.
necessarily.
Well, how do you measure it if you can't see it?
Other ways.
What other ways?
Well, I think I'll avoid the whole space photos for now.
No, that's
So
not a
one way,
measurement. Wait, no, you don't have to. You don't have to avoid it. You just said it. So listen, if you could show me how that any flying object or a flying device of any kind is a measuring device, but you can't show that it is a measuring device. Because guess what? They're not
well,
measuring
the
devices.
measuring device would be the telescope or camera. The flying device is just a way to get it far enough to see us. But I take your point. That's fine. We can skip that.
Yeah. Okay, so show us any way that it is measured to be anything but a flat surface over
Right.
water.
So how it's measured, there have been different ways to do that. I think somebody mentioned that French experiment, not experiment, excuse me, the French survey that was done in 17. That was, I think, one of the more precise ones, the earlier precise ones.
Tell us how they did that. First.
Sorry?
Tell
Your
us how
mic
they,
is really
tell us
kind
how
of
they
choppy.
did the first. Sorry about that. Tell us how they did the first one.
The first one would have been Eratosthenes.
Oh, really? So
Yeah.
got to go back to the point. Okay, so coming up to more current, because we know sticks and shadows can be replicated on both the flat, smooth surface and a curved surface, right?
Well, not exactly.
We all admit to that. Well, exactly. Yeah. Then,
Well, no.
then
With
can
two,
show
yes, you can.
it cannot be done. It can be done on both surfaces. Wow.
It can be done on both surfaces
It's
with
not
2
inconvenient.
data points. As soon as you start adding more data
And
points,
that
that
is
no
the
longer
data
works.
point that you're guessing at. The data point your side is guessing at is that the rays are parallel, and they're not parallel rays coming from the They've never been shown to be parallel. They're always
right,
converging.
approximately parallel. But when you
I
start
thought they were
adding more data
diverging
points,
and
Oh,
I
they're
thought they
not.
were diverging and
parallel.
bouncing everywhere.
they are.
So
So,
not parallel.
no. The
How could
light
they
that
be
arrives
parallel and
to us from the sun is functionally parallel, which is to say
No, they're
we
not.
can't resolve any
That's
convergence
false.
on it.
That's false. That's
Is it?
false information. No, they're not parallel. They are not parallel by any measurement of the optics at all. Period. They are not,
How's that?
because they're never measured to be parallel. That's how they're not.
How would that measurement be done?
Well, you tell me. I'm not the one bringing the claim forth.
Right. So if we understand,
You're bringing the claim forth. You're bringing the
sure.
claim forth, not I. So
Okay. The
you bring it forth.
rays of light, as far as I know, haven't directly been measured to be parallel. We just infer that
Not
from the
rays.
setup of the
How do you know
different
the rays?
positions of the bodies.
How do you know the rays?
How do I know what?
How do you know light isn't ray? How do you know light is a ray?
It's just how we describe it. It's just the word for it.
Really? So it's not a particle?
Well, a particle or a ray?
Is it a particle or a wave?
Oh, wave. That's a
Ray,
good
or
question.
like you said, ray. So like I'm
Yes.
going by what your nomenclature was.
That's the
Ray.
colloquial
So
term we use for light.
okay, light is light a ray? That what does that indicate? That indicates a divergent ray. Otherwise, you don't have a ray. It comes from the like if you look at the nomenclature, that etymology, ray, it means like spread out like a fan of a peacock.
Mm-hmm. So when it leaves the sun, that's exactly what it is. But we
Yeah,
get a
it
very,
diverges
very,
from the
very,
sun.
very right. But we get a very, very thin slice of that. So the light that arrives to us is functionally parallel.
Curving and bouncing around in all directions as well.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, well,
So,
locally, yes.
Okay, let's just say that's true locally. Like you don't have anything else but locally. So anyway, go on now.
Right. So with 2 data points, right, you can set that up so that you have either a very distant sun with parallel light rays and a curved Earth, or you have a low sun over a flat Earth. But as you start adding more, right, but as you start adding more obelisks or wells or whatever the fuck they were, those incidents, those angles of incidence from those obelisks to that source of light will no longer resolve to the same place.
Was that done?
So that
What does that have to do with your ball? That was the ball.
well, no, that's what Sonny said about that. Also, Eratosthenes also works on a flat Earth. That's only true for
so it makes
2
it null.
obelisks.
So it makes it null.
No, that's only true for 2. If he'd have done 3, if he'd have gone further,
How do
he
you
would
know
have
it hasn't
figured
been
out.
done? When was that done? How do you know that?
It's done like every year in schools. I did it in high school.
Where?
You can
Show
do
Show
it.
me where. Show me one place. Just one place.
Sure. So let's see if I can find it.
Where specifically? What school?
I'm not going to tell you what school I went to, but it was
Tell
on
me
the
another
East
one,
Coast of the
Charles.
U.S.
Come on, man. Come on. You're the one. You got to step your game up because listen.
Yeah.
Now you're bringing forth all these different side claims.
No, well, no. I was
Institutions and
Sonny
what they're
brought the
doing,
side
and it's
claim,
your
and I'm
claim.
addressing it.
No, it's your claim. It's your claim. I didn't make
Yes,
any claim. You
you
made
did.
the claim.
You claim that Eratosthenes also
I
works on a
did
flat
not.
Earth. I'm
It
addressing that.
does. No, that's just an axiom. Everybody knows this. That's how it works.
Sure. So I
It can
just
be done by
posted.
either.
Yeah. So there's
You
a
just
site called
admitted.
SunCalc, right? If you want to do this yourself,
So I'm not getting stuck on Aristophanes because we just found out it's a null because it can be done on either surface. So moving
no,
right
it can't.
along, where's
No,
your
it can't.
measurement of curvature on Earth's surface?
Sorry, can you hear me? Hello? Test.
Yeah, I
It
hear you.
it cannot be done on a flat Earth with more than 2 data points.
Where's
It
your
can't.
measurement of curvature on this Earth's surface?
Are
Where's
we
the measurement
moving away
outside?
from that one?
All right, that's what I've been asking for, and you keep avoiding it.
Okay. No,
I don't know
well,
why.
you sidetracked us a little. All right.
No, I
But
didn't sidetrack
we're
you.
clear on the
I've been on the
Eratosthenes?
same topic. I've been in the same topic the whole time. So you have a null and void pseudo experiment, which is not. It's a parlor trick.
Right. So you
Anyway,
keep saying that, and I keep rebutting that. It
okay,
does
shut
work.
up. That's not true. It's a known fact that Aristophanes can be done on a flat or a curved surface,
Not with 3
achieving the
data
same
points.
results.
Not with the 3 data
I
points.
don't care.
Yes,
Then you
that's not
show
true.
Oh, well, if you don't care, that's
one with
fine.
three.
If you
Okay,
don't
listen,
care,
and
that's
show one.
perfectly fine. We can
Okay,
move on
look,
from
you're
that.
getting
You just
sidetracked.
don't
You're
care.
getting sidetracked. Stop getting sidetracked. Listen, you haven't shown one that's done in actuality, reality, with 3 data points. Have you? Have you shown that? Wait a
Give me
minute.
2 seconds.
I'm listening.
Yeah.
Did you cut out because I didn't hear your answer?
No, give me 2 seconds. I'll find more than one.
Wait a minute. You haven't done it because if you have to look it up, that means you didn't do it yourself.
I
So
did do
you
it
haven't
myself
done it.
in high school. Do you keep all your fucking notes from
Oh
high
my
school? I
God.
burned that
So,
shit as
okay,
soon as
why
I got
didn't
out of
you
there.
say, and why are you feigning that, like, what? You said
You
you
asked.
knew,
You
now all of a
asked,
sudden
has
you found out.
anybody done it since? And I said,
Okay,
yes, it's
okay,
done every
show
year in
me.
schools.
Then
I
show it.
even offered
Show
the
it to
fact
us.
that I had done it myself.
Show it.
I don't
Just
have
shut up
those.
and show it. Get busy.
Okay,
Get busy and show it to us.
Sonny,
Stop.
stop. All right, I'm
You
happy to have this
stop.
discussion with you, but you need to
Listen,
cut that
just
shit out.
post it. Post your proof. Shut up.
I'm.
Post the proof.
Hey,
Get busy.
Sonny, I'm
Show it.
getting it for you.
Show it. Show
Shut
it.
the fuck up.
Show it.
All right,
Show it. I don't
Sonny,
have to. Why can't you show it regardless of what someone else does?
because you're in my
You're that
fucking ear right
affected
now, and I'm
child.
trying to.
Are you one of those
Who's acting
gifted
like a child?
children? You're like one of these children of the corn. Just go to your proof, man.
I'm looking for it.
Stop whining. Stop whining. Stop
I'm not
whining.
whining.
Proof. Yes, you are. Listen, you're still talking.
This is not
Post the
whining.
proof.
I'm trying to get you to
Shut the
behave
fuck up.
because you're acting like a child.
You can't tell me how to behave, bro. You're
No,
out of your
all I can
fucking
tell you
mind.
is
If
that
you think you can
certain
control, you think
behaviors
you can
invite a
control me
certain
from far
criticism.
away, like what do you have a remote control inside my fucking brain or something? How did you get that?
Sonny,
Is that
you're
How
an
did you do that,
awesome
man?
represent of the flat Earth community.
I agree. He's
Yes,
like
thank you.
epitomizes flat Earth.
Yeah, it paints
Yeah,
you
exactly.
guys
Because
pretty
you guys
well.
don't have any. No, because you guys don't have any fucking proof anywhere from
I
any
don't care. It's
source.
a pretty good argument, to be fair.
Wait, yeah,
You
sunsets,
don't have any proof.
GPS, satellite TV,
That's
solar
not proof.
eclipses,
You're
lunar eclipses. What do you mean?
presupposing.
No evidence.
Yeah, in every instance, you're presupposing
No, they're not
the Earth in the
evidences.
first place. So you're
Anyway,
reifying your thing. Yeah, you're
what was
reifying
asked for
your
was
own case against
measurement of
the Earth.
curvature, not inference through measurement of something else.
Oh, you can't
Yeah,
directly
why
measure the
does that?
curvature of the Earth
Why not? Then how did
because it's too big.
it get measured to be so? Boing. How did it get measured that way then?
Oh, it's never been
Because that's
measured.
what
It's
they're
just been
using.
calculated.
Oh, that's not what they're saying in the books.
No, they say it's
They're
calculated, not
saying that.
measured.
Oh, you're out of your mind, Matthew. As
Yeah,
usual, you're off your rocker.
calculated with the pre-assumption of the globe.
Exactly. Eratosthenes
Exactly.
measured an angle and then
With a
calculated the
model that
size.
he already had.
Right.
For a ball.
Right.
So he presupposed it. It's a reification fallacy.
No, Eratosthenes presupposed
Yeah.
the existence
Yeah.
of the globe in order to measure its radius.
And it's a fallacy, bro.
It's a fallacy
That's
if you
what
were
I'm
trying to
saying.
prove it. Yes, it's a fallacy to prove it by
No,
assuming it.
it's already said positively that it's been proven. What are you talking about? Why do you think they have these things, these little boxes on Flat Earth Channel saying that It's scientifically been proven. Well, where's the scientific proof? That's your guy's side. That's your side's claims. Like you're off the reservation. All of you Globers. Off the
So I
reservation.
posted one. That's in the side chat.
You don't have any proof. So,
Well, this was specifically to the Eratosthenes thing, but
you don't have a measurement. Only a presupposition.
Sonny, nobody says that Eratosthenes proved that the globe exists. What we say is that
Oh my God, that's what you guys are saying. Oh my God, you're out of your fucking mind. That's what you guys are
The claim was
saying.
that he measured it.
Right.
Is all.
So, and Sonny, you're
You guys are
right. It would
saying-
indeed be circular reasoning if we said, assume the Earth is a globe, therefore we can calculate a radius, and because we can calculate a radius, that proves the Earth is a globe. That is circular reasoning. We're not doing that.
Yeah,
Plenty
you
of
are.
people do.
Probably shouldn't. I'm not doing that.
Tell us what you're doing instead.
Instead, I'm saying we presuppose the existence of a globe in order to measure a radius, and that's how we get a radius. That's
See,
no, it's just
that's
getting
the same thing.
No, it's not. It's getting a radius. It's
Yes,
not
it
proving
is.
it. You're
It's
just
calculating through a theory or some kind of formula based on something you don't have.
But you guys always
concrete
say, where do you get the
measurement.
radius? And that's the Eratosthenes is the answer. That's where we get the radius from. It's not
Yeah,
a proof
it's
of the
only
globe.
presuppose. That's presupposing the Earth is a ball of a certain size, and that the sun's rays are coming from a infinite distance parallel. They don't do either of the same thing. Either of those.
No, you're right about that. There's two presuppositions that Eratosthenes made. One, Earth is a globe. Two,
That it was a ball.
the sun's rays are parallel. Those are his two assumptions.
Oh,
With those assumptions,
very
he made a
first-
calculation.
So the very first one is he presupposed that it's a ball in the first place. Thank you.
Right,
very
I've
much
said
for
that 3
your
times today.
And that
No,
the two locations on the same meridian.
Because how do you carry a fucking dichotomy inside your head at the same time?
I've
Two
explained
different
it 3
opposing
times.
thoughts. Yeah.
Meanwhile, I
you're the
posted
one that's
another
having
inside
difficulty
chat
here.
for you, Sonny.
Don't try to flip the script. You see how I tried to switch it to make
flipping
it
the
as
script.
if that we don't understand. Like you're the one that's lost in space, bro, not us. So go back to Kitty Land if that's where you're satisfied. Otherwise, why would you come here if the flat earthers are so fucking wrong? That is the most glaring thing. That is the question every day, 24/7, that we have for Globers. Why are you here all the time if we're wrong? Completely, like you claim we're so back-assward.
Meanwhile, I posted 3 examples that you asked of people doing the Eratosthenes experiment with more than 3 data points.
Not a measurement.
It's a calculation.
Show how it's a measurement.
Dude, you're not interested in the truth.
Yeah.
You're interested in continuing to get rid of the flat earth.
Yeah.
You don't care to find out the
Yeah,
truth.
Yeah, that's why they're here.
That's why
There's no
you're
other
here.
reason, because they know we're right and they're afraid. They're shaken.
No, the reason I'm here is to convince people to do their own research, look at all the evidence, and
Yeah,
look at both
based
sides
on BS.
fairly, and figure out which is
Based
right.
on BS, based on globe BS, and when they come here, you turn more people over to flat Earth than you could possibly know, Matthew.
I
They
know.
see what
No
idiotic
reason
shit
to let him speak, right?
globe has. No, they see what idiotic shit the globe has, and that's all they have. It's just a fucking story.
Wait,
They don't have
why is
any.
it
They
that
don't have any.
a lot of the time you flat earthers group the whole room and you talk for the whole room and you're like, you are turning more people? You haven't talked to anybody here who've said, well, now I'm turned away from the globe community, right? Or the globe belief. I haven't heard
Well,
anybody
why
say
don't
that.
they?
So it's just
They can
something you're
speak
spurring
up.
out.
They can speak up right now. They have
Yeah,
plenty
but
of
why
time.
would you deposit that when nobody has indicated that to be the case?
Why
That's
don't
what I'm
you
asking.
shut the fuck up? Like you're not familiar with the culture here, so I'm
Yes,
sorry
I am.
that.
Hello?
No, you're not.
Says who?
Where
See,
are you,
now you're
where are
doing
you
it
from?
again. Like you're assuming other people's thoughts without even conversing. It's
No,
kind of weird.
I don't know you from Adam. Like, were you on the first, second?
So you don't know
Loads
me,
of
but you
people.
also know that I don't know things. Okay. I mean,
80,
No,
loads of
I'm just
people,
asking.
loads of
Doesn't
people that
matter.
we speak
Okay.
to do come to the flat earth. Sorry, Sonny. Go ahead, bro.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Go ahead. You were starting
No,
to
I just
explain
wanted him to know that there's
something.
plenty of people who I have spoken to personally in 24/7 who come round to the flat earth and are now friends on Discord, and you know they came around to the flat earth due to us. Plenty, loads.
That's true.
So I'm just saying, to add context there, you know, what we do here, you know, there's more people we speak to. The people who come with an open mind more than likely leave way more educated, and usually start leaning towards the flat earth. That's pretty standard.
I mean, I would agree
As
with
they
the
get
first
off
half
the
of the question. The people who come here are getting more educated on the matter. I would hope so. That's the whole purpose of the room, right? But you would have to prove to me that the majority of people are choosing to side with the flat earth side of the argumentation. I haven't seen data on that, but
We don't have to prove anything to you, and this has nothing to do with the subject at hand. You've taken it off into the weeds, so I think we should go back to where Larry was.
Thank you.
I mean, you
I
guys
agree.
entertained it, but yeah.
No,
Yeah,
listen,
if I could get back, kind of go on a side tangent. So he pretty much disagreed with me, right? And I was talking about how if the light can curve around the Earth at 8 inches per mile squared, only making it look flat, that he would be a coincidence theorist. It's a coincidence that it's 8 inches per mile squared. That's the curvature rate that we always see, except for when we don't, and that wouldn't make it look like it was disappearing from the bottom up. So you guys aren't claiming a geometric horizon, not for quite a few years now, like 5 years. So at this point, you're saying that, well, you can't see the curvature unless you're in space. And the reason that it looks flat is because of refraction. So if the light's bending more than 8 inches per mile squared, like 10, then the light would be hitting the surface of the Earth, the water, or the land, and it wouldn't reach your eye, right? And that's what would make it disappear from the bottom up, not the actual curvature. Does anybody disagree?
If it were bending more,
right,
it would curve before it got to you.
It would dive. It would nosedive.
Right. Yeah, kind of. I don't know.
So,
But
it
then,
wouldn't be the
wait.
curvature causing that. It would be the refraction causing, because that's the claim nowadays. Like back in 2015, you'd be arguing for boats going to the horizon. Now you're arguing, well, the Earth looks flat because of refraction, right?
No, but
That's your argument.
But for that to happen, so if you think about it, for that to happen, the light does like a tighter arc and then it falls down. You wouldn't see anything under that arc. So all the light coming below that or closer to that point would also be bending down. So all you would see is the top of the building. Would you even see the floor at that point? Like that would cause some really weird visual phenomena.
Yeah. Have you ever like zoomed out or seen a video where someone zooms way out there and the bottom of the building is disappearing, right? And you look at the line between the building and the horizon, and it's not like a solid line. It's almost like a flame in a way. If you ever like look at a flame like dance for a while, that's almost what it looks like. Has anybody else seen that?
Yeah, sometimes. But what you're talking about with the bending light, the curving, the arcing like you're describing, I don't think that's what we see either. Like we would see the building be super duper tall because that light would be curving down at us and we would project that upward like a lot.
Well, think about it. How big is Sears Tower in Chicago, right? Now drive 50 miles away. You can still see the darn tower in Michigan, right? So it would be super duper tall, but it would almost look like it had shrank a little bit because, like I said earlier, the light scattering, the way that light works, the physics of light, the inverse square law specifically, light spreads out. Now put it through an atmosphere and it's going to spread out even more like a light bulb underwater in a swimming
But
pool.
what I'm saying is that it would look like it's getting bigger as you drove away.
Right, it does that. That's why you could see a freaking building from 50 miles away with your naked eye.
No, like you said, apparently in our field of view, it looks smaller, right? And you're saying it looks smaller, but that would sort of equate to it getting bigger.
It's cross canceling.
Right. What I'm saying is it would actually appear to get bigger and bigger.
It would appear to get bigger and bigger as you got further away?
If the light is arching the way that you're talking about?
No, bro. Objects shrink in the distance.
Yeah, I know. Which is why that arching thing, I don't think works that way. It couldn't work that way.
Okay, so does light travel at a 90-degree parallel ray, like perfect little lasers that don't expand, or do we see lasers expanding at 100 yards away?
Yeah, we see them expanding.
Right. So what I'm saying is true, and it's verifiably true. You can buy a $2 laser light, and after you get through, getting the frustration out with the cat and getting all his killer instincts out, then you shine it on your hand 1 foot away, and you draw a little circle on your hand how big the laser light was, and then you shine it 100 yards away. That
Sure.
second circle is going to be much bigger, right?
Yeah, but lasers don't
Right.
really work the same as regular light.
Take that light. Sorry. Now take that laser light and lay it on a perfectly flat, brand new concrete floor. And eventually, the bottom of the light is going to start hitting the floor. And what you're going to see on the wall, 100 yards away, is maybe a semicircle, not a full circle, because some of the light is going to expand downwards, hit the ground, and never reach the wall, while the ceiling is the limit on the other side of that equation, and it's going to hit the wall.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that lasers are a bad example.
No, lasers are a good example because they're collimated on purpose and meant to stay in a column, and yet they still diverge. Now just do it
Right.
with a flashlight. It's going to
Well,
be
that's
even worse.
Yeah, that's because you can't do that perfectly.
Right, because light doesn't travel in perfect parallel collimated rays.
Well, no.
They do
So
in
if you
video
take
games.
no. So the collimation of a laser, it's several beams kind of focused together, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you could take any one of those beams, right, and you could trace its path out into the distance.
Right, they're still going to diverge.
Right, but I'm talking about one beam, one beam within that collimated beam of light.
Yeah, it's still going to diverge from the center.
By how much?
Well, how far are you going out? Are we talking about 3 miles?
Sure.
It's going to
Yeah,
be a pretty big freaking circle.
Yeah, so light tends to travel straight forever unless obstructed or deflected, right?
Wait a
So if you
minute.
take
Light travels straight forever?
unless
Have you seen a
obstructed or
diagram
deflected.
of the... Sorry, bud. Don't mean to interrupt you. Have you seen a diagram of the solar eclipse?
Mm-hmm.
And you think light travels straight forever?
Unless deflected or obstructed.
Deflected or obstructed. So what's it deflected in the solar eclipse in between the moon and the Earth? What's deflecting it?
Between the moon and the Earth.
During a solar
What are you
eclipse.
talking about exactly?
You need to pull up a diagram of the solar eclipse.
No. What's being deflected that you're talking about?
You said light travels in a straight line, but if you look at the diagram of a solar eclipse, the light's doing this crisscross pattern on the other side of the moon from the sun.
I see. Yeah.
So you're wrong.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so we have a moon that's what, 70 miles in diameter?
I'm not sure the exact size.
Yeah, you can look at the path of totality, and if the light's traveling perfectly straight, unless it's obstructed or deflected, there's no giant mirror or glass, because you don't believe in a firmament, right?
I
So
do
in
not.
between the moon and the Earth, there's nothing to obstruct or deflect the light, so you believe the moon is approximately 70 miles in diameter. If you're consistent. We would like to see some consistency if possible.
Mm-hmm. So let's see if I can find one of those diagrams. I saw a good one. What was that?
Checking again. And is this thing on? Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
All right. All right.
Just let me know when you get a good solar eclipse diagram, and we just need you to decide whether light travels in perfect parallel rays, like ray tracing, like computer games, or in reality, does the light diverge due to many factors?
Not in that case.
Oh, so it's a special pleading case.
No.
To where when it's light normally does it, except for a solar eclipse, and in that case,
No. So there's certain things that make light bend. What you're describing is not light bending. So I'm sure that there's some amount of diffraction there around the edges, but that's
what I'm
negligible.
talking about.
You don't see any of that.
Diffraction. The light is
No.
diffracting from the center and diverging, spreading out in all directions, and when it spreads down, the floor is the limit.
Not quite.
What do you mean? Is the light going to just keep traveling after it deflects off the floor at the same intensity?
Kind of, sort of, but you're not going to see.
Wait a minute. You just said a minute ago that light travels forever unless it's deflected, and now you're walking it back?
No.
Consistency, bro. We love to see it.
Yeah, no, I'm not walking anything back. I hold to that. Did I misunderstand your question? What were you asking?
Maybe you did. So when the laser light that's laid on the floor and the light that actually touches the floor because the beam is diverging, that's not going to reach your eye at the same intensity as everything else. And just like a man walking up behind the back end of your car and you're walking towards your car while your brights are on, you're not going to see them.
Yes.
Right?
No. Yeah. What I'm saying is that the laser is a bad example because you're presuming that like all of that light is supposed to be going straight.
Collimated light is not supposed to be going straight? No, I'm assuming that it's going to diverge. Right? That's your argument. You're assuming that it's not going to diverge. Yeah. You're assuming that it's going to go straight.
Sure. What I'm saying is it's not perfectly collimated.
Right? I know. That's what I'm saying. That's my argument. I'm thinking we're agreeing now, right?
I don't know that we are.
Okay, so let me ask again. Is light traveling at 90-degree parallel rays, neither diverging or converging, or does it diverge and converge?
So light leaves a source in all directions from that source. That's why I don't like the laser light as an example, right? What arrives to Earth from the sun, because it's so much bigger than the Earth and because it's so far away, arrives to us virtually parallel. And by that I mean that we can't resolve any convergence from here, right? They do converge, but not perceptibly. It's virtually
so the light
parallel.
Virtually.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Like, if my wife virtually wasn't cheating on me, I'd kind of be upset, right?
Sure.
You know, virtually, I'm not cheating on you. Come on, bro. I need a yes or no question answered. Well, it's A or B, actually. Excuse me. So either A, the light is diverging and converging and doesn't travel in perfectly straight lines forever unless it's deflected or refracted, or B, it does travel like parallel, like railroad tracks, forever unless it's deflected or refracted. Excuse me.
Light travels straight. Now
like railroad tracks that never touch?
Those converging and diverging lines that you've seen on those images of solar eclipses, those are tracing specific paths that, if I can find, I found the one I was looking for. I wanted to find like a bad one. This will do.
Specific paths of light?
Yeah.
That are converging?
So
see what we have? What we have here is a trichotomy, right?
Ah, damn it. Hold on.
Which one is it doing?
Wait.
Is it traveling straight sometimes? Well, I would assume, yeah.
Straight. It's still straight.
Hold on, let me finish. So is the light traveling straight sometimes? I mean, yeah, when you shoot people, targets. Let me rephrase. When you shoot let me go with the people. The longest shot ever confirmed kill in the military, I believe it was a Canadian guy. I think it was like 2.3 miles or something like that. Confirmed kill. So not only did he hit the target, but he eliminated the target. Right? It means it was a good shot, right? If that was a refracted target at 2.3 miles away, and if you ever rode the motorcycle down the highway, there's different temperatures in different spots on the road for different reasons. So 2.3 miles of temperature change, like according to you guys, the light would be like the roller coaster of love, like just all over the place.
Not
But
all
still,
over.
Okay, so what causes refraction in the atmosphere?
Yeah, bending of light, but it's more predictable than that. It's not just chaotic, right?
Well, I rode the motorcycle down the highway, and the temperature can change to where 1 second I'm comfortable, the next second I'm pretty uncomfortable, and I'm not by a lake or anything.
Sure. I mean, yeah, I don't know those specific conditions on that day. Like, I don't know that I can speak to that. But
Well, just
I
take
found
my
the
word
moon
for it.
thing.
Sometimes I'm freezing, and sometimes I'm not.
Sure. Yeah. No, I think that there's going to be some confounding issues for snipers, I imagine. Refraction might be one of those. I'm not a sniper. I have no idea. It's not something I can really speak to.
Right, but apparently it's not, right? Because we can hit our targets. I mean, people successfully go deer hunting. Why? Because they're not shooting at deers behind the hill. They're not shooting at deers that appear somewhere they're not. What I'm telling you is when they shoot the deer, it is exactly where it appears to be, or they wouldn't have got the long shot that they were aiming for. And sometimes the heart shot.
Sure. I mean, I can imagine somebody, misses a shot and readjusts and goes from there as well. Like, I don't know. I'm not a sniper. I have no idea.
I imagine if you miss your deer, you're not going to shoot that deer. He's going to be gone.
Yeah.
Could also be.
I
Yeah.
go shooting. I
I
shoot a
don't
lot of
think you
deer.
shoot deer from 2 miles away, though. Do you?
I haven't shot a deer from 2 miles away. No, I haven't.
Well, they don't do confirmed kills with deer like they do in the military. So the fact that we got it on record is because it was a military thing. If somebody came out of the forest saying, I shot that deer from 2 miles away, nobody would believe them.
Fair enough. I found those moon images in the meantime.
So my point is that you guys are coincidence theorists, and you think it's coincidence that, it looks flat because it's a globe, and I'm sorry, it looks flat because it's refracting because we live on a globe. That's just like a coincidence that you guys believe in, that it's the light's curving at 8 inches per mile squared. I mean, that's a massive coincidence.
No, it's not. It's up to 8 inches. It's not exactly 8 inches per mile squared.
So it never goes past 8 inches per mile square, Matthew?
Sometimes more, sometimes less.
Right, and that would cause it to dive into the ground. The light packet, right, that you guys claim, are particles of light, photons, would actually hit the ground. And, once it hits the ground, it's never going to reach your eyes the same intensity as the top of the building, which is blinding almost and blurring out any light that may have hit the ground 30 miles over there, but you're never going to see that, like the guy behind the car with the brights on at night.
Right. So, by the way, 8 inches per mile squared is a difference in light bending 0.00 degrees versus 0.01 degrees. So that's the difference we're talking about here.
Well, try not to doublespeak, Matthew. We're just talking about 8 inches per mile square so that the layman can understand it. Don't obfuscate.
No, if you're talking about bending, we should use angles. It's not doublespeak. It's the same measurement spelled out in angles instead of inches. Because bending is in angles, not inches.
Yeah, I started to mention that with Sonny, but he wasn't.
I don't think
I'm
Sonny
not fluent in
understands
math. I don't really want to talk about math, but what we're talking about here is...
Good idea. Stay away from math. That's the best way to keep your flat Earth belief.
Whoa, bro. That was a little below the belt. I mean,
No,
can
it's
I
true.
get like a timeout?
People
Can we
who
analyze
understand
that?
math and physics
I was talking
are
about math
rarely
the
flat
whole
earthers.
time, right? I was talking about math the whole time. You converted it into something else.
An angle.
Do you not understand 8 inches per mile squared?
I understand 8 inches per mile squared, but if you're
Can
talking
we
about
talk
angles,
about it like that so that everybody can understand it? Because not all of us are math professors, Matthew. So try not to obfuscate, right? Nobody's trying to steal your code. You don't need to obfuscate, bro.
I thought you were talking about light bending.
Yes, we are.
Okay, so
And everybody
bend,
understands 8 inches per mile squared because everybody went to high school, right?
bends are measured in angles. That's all I'm pointing out.
Okay, so you talk about angles with your hoity-toity math buddies, but when you're talking to the populace, you just use a simpler formula, right?
No, it's not simpler. It's just different measurements.
Funniest thing I've ever read in my life. I don't
Rules out
understand
curved light, man.
angles.
Sorry.
Ollie, what were you
No.
saying, Ollie?
Go ahead.
The funniest thing I've ever read. I don't understand angles. Is the sorry. Just continue.
Look, I've been around for a long time. I've been talking about this since 2015. Matthew recently got here, maybe 3 years ago, and he converted into angles. All of us who've been around this whole time, we're all fluent in this formula, and Matthew wants to change it because he knows that I'm going to get lost in the weeds when we're talking about angles because I'm not used to talking about it at angles. Like, what if I converted it to something else? Like, would the rest of you guys be ready?
It's just worth thinking
That's
about
not a
that.
curve, though.
In one case,
Regardless of
it's off by a factor.
whether he transforms this into an angle or we're using the 8 inches per mile squared, it doesn't really make a difference. He's just trying to sound a little bit smarter than everybody else to win the argument.
Well,
No, I'm not
You
trying
shouldn't
to
need
smart.
you shouldn't need to do that, bro. Like, you should just be able to go 8 inches per mile squared. I know what he means. Moving on. But instead, you're like, I know that Larry isn't fluent in math, so let's make this like a math argument so I can win one. Like, bro, we're not trying to win. We're trying to get to the truth of the matter.
I
That's
agree,
why
and
I
I
was being
apologize. I
extra
wasn't trying
kind.
to make you look like you didn't know what you're talking about. I was just
No,
saying that we
I
need to use
am
the
admitting
right
I'm
angle.
ignorant and I don't know what I'm talking about. So when you brought it up, I said, let's get back to this formula so that we can continue talking. That way Larry doesn't have to take a math class.
Yeah,
So
distances are measured in inches and angles are measured in degrees. That's all I was saying.
Angles.
Right. If you're talking about
Okay.
something bending, then that is an
Yeah.
angle. If you're talking about the distance of something, then it's an inch.
yeah, so there's two things to consider. Like usually when people start talking about refraction, the first contention brought up is, well, that requires a curvature for your formula, and that's not always the case. You can calculate it over how much it curves with the radius, or you can calculate it by how much that light deflects with an angle.
Not curving.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're right. You're right. That's fair enough.
Yeah. Another
I
thing to
apologize,
consider.
Larry.
Another thing to consider is that while expressing it in one way, you get a result that's off by a factor of like 100. Expressing it in another way, you get something that's off by not very much at all. So it really just kind of depends on how you express these things to how it sounds.
Refraction
to
is
the layperson.
never curving light. Never curving light.
Really?
Never. That's not refraction.
What
Yeah,
is it?
Saying
we're
it's
past
light and
that.
curving, then it's not refraction.
What is it?
Definition. I don't know, but it's not refraction because refraction is measured with angles only, ever, period.
It's the
So we're
incidence of attack. It's not curving, right? When it
yeah,
hits the barrier, when the light hits the barrier, and there's a different change in medium density, right? Then it takes an angle, not a curve.
right.
So
We're
if you're
past that
looking
though.
through the fish, if you're looking through the fish and you're spearfishing, the light isn't curving to hit that fish. It's changing directions, and then it hits the fish.
Right, but we already
It's
established
straight
that
lines.
the light bends. Like whatever we want to call it,
Oh, it's not
we're
bending.
past
It's not bending. Like if I take like a ruler and I start adding pressure on both ends, right, it's going to bend, right? But if I take a chopstick and I crack it, but it doesn't split in twain, then it's an angle, right?
right.
It may
And
be
if
an
you do that,
obtuse or an acute angle depending on how far I cracked it. Like I said, I didn't break it in two.
sure. But if you
But
take that
that's
same
more what
chopstick,
it's like.
yeah, and if you take that same chopstick and you do that like 12 times to the chopstick, you can describe each of those cumulative angles as a single curve.
Or you could describe it that way, but it would be
Right.
like a curve, not a curve.
Sure. I mean, that's basically what you're doing with thinner and thinner slices of gradated air. Like Snell's law is not really the best thing to use on that. It probably wants something like Fermat's principle, but
Well, you should definitely break that down. That would be something I'd be willing to listen to. But as far as what we're going by, you globe earthers and anti-flat earthers are saying refraction, which is Snell's law.
Well, Snell's law is one way to do that, but it's not the only way. And even
Well,
Snell's
please
law, by the way, sure. So if you read Andrew Thomas Young, he talks about how that discrete boundary, Omnivore posted the air and glass example. That boundary where that curves, where that bends, you still need a curve. Like there's no way to calculate that. You can calculate it with a sharp edge, but in reality, you're always going to get a curve. That's going to be a tight curve and a very specific one. But
so it's curving like throwing a Hail Mary?
kind of, sort of, just has to do with the, I don't remember if it's the length, the wavelength, or the magnitude, but something about how it hits that angle, it makes it curve, not bend. I'm fuzzy on the mechanics of it.
We're lost in the topic again. So I just need to know, is light traveling parallel, like railroad tracks, where they never touch, they never get any further away, they never get any closer?
Yeah. So at 40 minutes past the hour, I posted two images. You see those?
Yeah. Well, I thought Effie Jedi, hold on, he posted it.
Yeah, I saw that one too. So what I posted, the top one, the grainy black and white photo, that's a representation to scale. So that gives you some idea of the angles involved. The second one is clearly not to scale, but it gives you some idea of how you get an umbra and a penumbra. And this is what people usually refer to when they talk about like crisscrossing light.
So the answer is that light doesn't travel in parallel rays, correct?
It arrives to Earth in parallel rays, in virtually parallel rays. Now, what's happening with this second image, right? I can explain
Can you tell me what you mean by virtually? Because I think that's like a magical word to dance around the topic.
Yeah, that we can't resolve, not convection, what's the word? Convergence. We can't resolve convergence from here. Like they're too straight for us to calculate where they would meet. It's too slight of an angle. It's too precise a measurement, basically.
Okay, now put atmosphere in between there. And that's why when you have a solar eclipse that's closer to the polar regions, just colloquially so you understand what I'm talking about, they get really wonky and bent out of shape, right? Because of refraction.
Yeah.
Right.
That tracks.
But when it's near the equator, it's usually pretty dead on, right?
Usually, yeah. Typically, refraction is going to be when it's going more tangential
at the equator
to that.
at noon. At the equator at noon, right?
That's going to
no
have
daylight
the
savings
least,
time.
Yeah, it's
right?
going to have the least amount of refraction.
Right. So when we're talking about over a body of water like the Great Lake, right, 50 miles, there's going to be those different temperatures that I was talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
On the motorcycle. Now we're talking about a lake, which is going to add even more temperature differential because the deeper you go, the colder the water, etc. And then you got to talk about the air, what it's doing. So you're going to lay a flashlight down, and if you got, a pretty good sized living room to kitchen, like the whole flashlight isn't going to make it to the other wall from your front door to the back part of your house. Some of it's going to hit the ground and get cut off. And if you actually were to point a picture towards that flashlight, some of the flashlight's going to appear to be disappearing from the bottom up on a flat, perfectly concrete, level surface.
Right. So the flashlight is about the same as the laser pointer, right? So when we
it's
think
different.
about
It's
light,
not collimated light. It's just regular light.
I know. What I'm saying is that cone of light that comes out of a flashlight, that's not a good way to think of what's happening normally, right? That's
artificial
given a
light is
direction.
not a good representation of natural light. Is that what you're saying?
If you're thinking of the rays of light coming off an object, they come off that object in in every direction from every point of that object. They're not funneled in that way.
I never said they were funneled.
Well, that's I feel like that's how we think about light coming out of a flashlight, right? We think of that sort of funnel shape that it makes. So if you think of like an orb, say, that's illuminated, like a light bulb, not the ones that, like a light bulb, like those, not the transparent ones, right? You know how those LED ones, like, they're just opaque. Yeah, so something like that.
I don't really get your point. You kind of lost me talking about how light's different. Light, it doesn't matter the source; it matters the frequency. So
Yeah, no. All I'm saying is that it's good to think about the light coming off of each point of that source in every direction, and the light that we're going to see is only the light coming to us towards our direction, right? We're not going to see the light that goes straight up into the ceiling, or the light that goes over our head, right? That's not the light that we're seeing coming off that object.
Yeah, that's my point the whole time. But what I'm saying is that light, it matters the frequency and intensity, right? So
yeah.
So if we're talking about like, a green laser, it's going to be different than a red laser, right? You got guns, right?
Sure.
You know what I'm talking about?
None of my guns have lasers.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe you should look into that. Basically the point is that infrared refracts at a different index than ultraviolet, right?
Sure.
So other than that, there really isn't a difference between a flashlight and a natural light if it's the same frequency, color, basically.
Yes. No, I agree with that. What I'm saying is when you gave the example of the laser light being collimated, but at a distance that beam of light expands, we're talking across purposes. So that beam of light expands because that's the direction that column of light is pointing. It's not by virtue of the light going straight that it ends up not straight later on, right? That's how it's coming out of that thing. It is coming out in a cone, a very tight cone, but it's cone enough that if you're far enough, that light's going to expand.
I just need to know if I need to be careful about misgendering the light. Am I going to get canceled or what? Is it straight or is it not? What's the deal here? Come on. Help me out, bud.
So the light is straight.
Okay.
But which is why the laser pointer is not a good example, because it's not coming out straight. It's straight enough for us because we don't really care about that minor difference, but it's not technically actually straight.
So on what basis do you say it's not straight?
The column of light coming out of the laser is not straight.
On what basis do you say that?
That if you're far enough, that spot of light is like a blob.
Please continue. I think that was Gregory. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and?
So when we say that light travels straight, what we're talking about is like from any point of an object, light is emanating from that point in every direction, but it's leaving that point in every direction in a straight path.
That's obviously self-contradictory. How do you maintain that to be coherent?
So if you think of like, so what I'm imagining in my head is something like a sea urchin, right? It's got like all the little spikes on it.
Okay, so is it traveling in one direct? Is it whatever it is? What is it? First of all,
the light.
Okay.
So let's
So is
take
the light traveling in a line in a particular direction or no?
In many particular directions, but each of those is straight.
Okay. So there's an ontological confusion here. So is light like a needle, or is light like? Notice the keyword is like. Is light like a needle, or is light like a cloud of gas?
Let's say it's like needles.
Okay, so then that doesn't account for the blob at the end of the laser then.
Well, no, those needles are all hitting not as tight a circumference close to the laser, and they're spreading out as they get further, and they're all hitting further apart.
Well, I see. This is obviously the atomistic habit. I see again. So you're describing light as like an innumerable quantity of needles or strings stretching out.
Yes.
On what basis do we say that? Have you ever seen a single string of light?
No. So what we're talking about is the direction that light takes before it gets to our eye. And I think this is a good representation of that to show the directionality of those different paths of light.
Well, it's not just the directionality. What is moving in that direction? You don't have a direction without objects moving in a direction, of course, in this instance of the subject. So,
well, we can describe them as photons for this example.
Okay, you call them light. I mean, that's all. That's what photo means, light. So of course we can call the light light. That's not informative.
Well, photons in the sense of like, particles.
Well, do we see light particles? Have we ever seen a single light particle?
No.
I've seen a single grain of sand. I've seen a single grain of salt. Have you ever seen a single grain of light, as it were?
No, but I've not seen a single atom either.
Okay, so then on what basis do we say this about the world, including light?
I mean, we can call it whatever you want. All I'm trying to illustrate is the directionality of light before it gets to us.
Right, but you're talking about a particular type of object, like a needle of light or a grain of light moving in a particular direction.
Sure.
But on what basis do you say that that kind of object is real and moving in that supposed direction?
No, I'm not saying it's real. I'm only saying that it's a good illustration of how light moves.
Well, on what basis do you call it a good illustration?
Because of the directionality of it, the way that light bounces off objects or reflects or, bends around things.
Okay, you're begging the question as to the nature of light moving in the direction.
That's not part of this conversation. We're not here to establish what light is, only how it behaves.
You can't know how something behaves without knowing what it is.
Oh, we do.
If I ask you, let me ask you a question. Listen.
Before we knew about atoms.
Come on. Because we're getting to where the rubber meets the road, as you can tell. If I ask you, this moved in that direction, what's your response?
That didn't. What do you mean? That wasn't really a question.
Did I say ask? I didn't mean to say ask. If I told you, this is moving in that direction, what's your response?
I would take that at face value.
Really?
Yeah.
That's sufficient for you?
Depends what we're talking about, I suppose, but.
Right.
I'm not sure where you're
so I'm trying to specify something moving in a direction. I'll say it again. I'm trying to specify a thing is moving in a direction. And then I say, this is moving in that direction. Did I specify the thing?
Sure. Yeah, I would ask you what is the thing.
Who's the other gentleman? Go ahead and say it.
Sorry, mate. I was just going to say, and if this guy was being honest, the first question he would ask is, what is actually moving in that direction? He would ask what it is and clarify.
Sure. Yeah. I wasn't sure where the examples go. Yeah, sure.
See? So you not telling me what is moving in the direction, but you just want to take it for granted that your needle of light, your string of light, your grain of light is moving in that direction.
I mean, it's enough for me to just say, sure, it's enough for me to just say light.
But it's not enough because you're talking about light moving in a direction. But if light is not the type of thing to move through space like us walking down the street, then your predication is empirically inadequate.
Yeah, but you could do that with anything. If you say this is moving in that direction, I say, what is the thing? You say it's a car. And it's like, well, what is a car? So it's an automobile. Was a truck an automobile? Like, is a truck a car? Is a trailer a car? Like, It doesn't matter really what the thing
No, that's not. No, you're digressing to another subject. This is not an instance of me. No, that's a different subject. You're digressing to an instance of someone refusing to be satisfied with sufficient specification. That's not what I'm doing.
Okay. So
no,
let me
that's you
explain
haven't
where this whole thing
specified.
started.
That's not what's happening.
Sure. So let me
I'm
explain
not
how this
just
whole thing.
refusing to accept sufficient specification. You've given no specification. You have this so-called light moving in a direction like us walking down the street, but you haven't established as to the justification for saying that light behaves like that.
I think it's sufficient for this example, which was about things being occluded bottom up.
Okay, here we are
because of how
again.
light
We're going in circles now. Again, on what basis do you say it's sufficient?
Because we don't need to know what light is, only how it behaves. We don't need to establish whether it's a particle or a
Okay,
wave.
no.
We don't need to establish
No.
like
That's,
its
that's
frequency.
obviously incoherent. Everyone knows that's incoherent. No one is falling for that. It's right there in the Wikipedia article. One of the necessary prerequisites to physics is ontology, along with math. Okay? You can't just talk about direction without talking about the thing itself moving in the supposed direction.
I wholly
Like the other
disagree.
gentleman just affirmed very clearly. If I
And in
tell
fact,
you
it
this is
happens every
moving in
day
that
here.
direction, this is moving to the right, I haven't identified the entity moving in that direction. And if it's an entity that doesn't have a nature that can move through space, right, from point A to point B in free space, then that's not true.
Yeah, but we don't do this for any other aspect of conversation. Like sometimes
This is
we
not
just
like
take
any other
something
subject.
Do we not believe in Maxwell's equations?
I don't see how that follows.
Well, they describe the behavior of light very accurately. If we can,
On what basis do you say it's accurate?
on the basis of the scientific community, that's not going to work for you?
So, because the majority agree that it's accurate.
I don't think anybody disagrees with Maxwell's equations.
Okay, so everyone believes Maxwell, therefore it's true?
I don't think it's believing the person, it's the various experiments that agree with it and support it.
Such as?
Specific experiments that support Maxwell's equation?
I mean, you have to give argumentation. Like, that's the whole point of the channel.
I mean, I thought, okay, all right. So while I look for this, to your satisfaction, would you agree that we have very often in this room talked about light without going through the rigmarole of describing what exactly light is?
Sure, we've spoken, we've mentioned, we've referred to light. Right now, the subject is that light is moving in a particular direction. But if it's not the type of entity that moves from point A to point B in free space, then that predication is false. That's the problem. That's the fourth time he's saying that.
I don't think it need be a specific particular thing for us to establish that it behaves a certain way.
If it's not a specific particular thing, there is no thing to talk about.
But we talk about it all the time, and it's only suddenly now important.
So then we are talking about a specific particular thing.
Which we've talked about many, many times without going through any of this.
Right, but you're not specifying it.
I've specified it enough for any
If I'm an abstract entity, hello, you're just being annoying now. You just refuse to do the burden of being more specific and rigorous in testing your position. If I tell you that my truth proposition went to go purchase groceries, is that true?
You're asking me to establish something that is currently
answer the question directly, please. Answer the question directly. If I tell you my truth proposition, whatsoever is a truth proposition, walked outside my apartment, walked around the corner and purchased groceries, and then came back, is that true? Could that be true?
It could be true.
It could be true. You think truth propositions can walk out the door, walk their feet on the ground, go around the corner and purchase some groceries and come back?
I'd be giving a lot of charitability as to how you're defining your truth proposition. I would suspect you're not using that word the way I use it, that phrase.
You're being dishonest.
I'm not being dishonest.
No, you are.
I'm capable of engaging with hypotheticals, even though they may
No.
sound to me at
No.
first to be absurd.
No.
I agree that
No.
that's an absurd thing to say.
You're just refusing to acknowledge you need to be ontologically precise and consistent. I know you people don't like this area of knowledge,
No.
but it's a
Sorry.
necessary prerequisite to your beloved physics. This is annoying. Everyone who got sense knows full and well that a sentence doesn't walk. It has no concrete corporeal body to extend in space, to walk on the ground, to walk out the door, to go walk on the concrete, to go into the store, etc., etc.
What I'm saying is the ontological nature of light was unnecessary for this discussion until you got
Absolutely it is. You don't have the right to neglect it.
I wholly disagree with you.
Why do
On
we
what
have to know the
basis?
ontological?
On the basis that we've had
Basis of light.
thousands of these discussions in this room without having to go down this route.
That has nothing to do with the fact that it's logically required to demonstrate your position to be true.
My position was no different than many other positions I've held in this room.
It's logically required for you to demonstrate your position is true.
I disagree.
On what basis?
That it was successfully done without that before.
It wasn't successfully done. If you don't do what's logically required to demonstrate your position to be true, you didn't do it.
Do we agree that something called light exists? That when I throw a switch, I can see in my room when it was dark before. Is that controversial? Okay. All right. So we know light exists, and I can see light reflect off of mirrors. Is that controversial?
Sure.
Okay. I can get a laser pointer. I can put a dot on a wall with a laser pointer. Is that controversial?
No.
Okay. If I shine a flashlight down a dark hall, I will see the back of the hall light up where the light plays on it if the light's bright enough. We agree?
Sure.
I think we've established enough agreement that about how light behaves. You know, I don't see why.
If those are the subjects, then that's fine. But you didn't mention the subject as of now, like Larry was talking about.
I started to.
Okay, well, let's hear the subject.
The subject is light like a needle or like a grain of sand?
No, that was only after you started interrogating me.
I think it's neither. It's not a needle or a grain of
Okay,
sand.
so there's your answer. We haven't got any specification or justification from Manufactotum.
Yeah, I was saying how it can be described in order to illustrate a point.
Right, so it's just an a priori idea, not empirically verified. It's just your idea, which does not sufficiently account for all the various behaviors of light.
Well, you gave him two choices, and he picked one.
And it was insufficient. Yeah.
Okay, then your question was bad.
No, his answer was wrong. His answer was insufficient. He chose out of the two options, both of which are insufficient. My question was sufficient. His answer was not.
Right, he took your question
to begin with.
He took your question in good faith, Gregory.
There's nothing erroneous about my question. You're just determined to try and not accept the fact you're in fault right now. There's no invalidity in the question. Is light like this or that? There's no invalidity in the question.
It's
just
not
because you
asking good
chose
faith if both
one
of
out
them
of the
are
two
wrong.
answers that are untenable has no bearing on the validity of my question.
If the both answers are wrong, it's in bad faith. I'm sorry.
No, it's
I think
not
that's
in
pretty
bad
obvious.
faith. The question is valid. I
It can
wanted
be
to know what he believed. I wanted to know what he believed. The question was valid.
Okay, so it's like neither.
Get your feelings out of here, man.
So, where are we at? I just refuted this cavil that the question was invalid and in bad faith. I really asked the question in honesty and sincerity and wanted to know what he believed and what he wanted to argue. Then he answered. And he picked one of the two answers, both of which are insufficient and untenable, evidently. So, we're still stuck on this unjustified ontology of light in your position.
No, my position was that the ontology of light isn't necessary for the illustration I was trying to.
But it's literally a necessary prerequisite for physics. That's literally what the Wikipedia article says.
So I think those things that was it Omnivore established about how light behaves were plenty sufficient for what I was trying to get at with Larry.
There you go, just begging the question again. Just fiat. It is sufficient because I say so.
What I was describing was an illustration, how you can think of light moving, behaving, not
Right,
what
and
it
I
is actually
scrutinized
in
its sufficiency.
Right. I
And you
think your
haven't given
scrutiny
any
was,
specific objective true premises and a logically valid argument.
yeah, I don't think
You
your
just
scrutiny
fiat
was,
say it is sufficient.
yeah, I don't
I
think your
wanted to
scrutiny,
illustrate, and it is sufficient because I say so. That's all we've got so far.
Okay,
I
so I
don't
think
think that
I
your
think it's
scrutiny
sufficient
was
to
justified.
continue.
I don't even know what the fuck I was talking about anymore. That was like half hour ago.
I
Is
know.
Larry even here still? Oh yeah, he's here.
Gregory, do you not believe in photons as the basis of light?
Look, I'm just asking questions, but I'm just hearing fiat assertions, not specific objective true premises and a logically valid argument. That's what I want.
I just asked you a question. I just asked you a question. Do you not believe in photons as the basis of light?
Do I not believe that light is light?
That light is constructed of photons as described by physics?
What's a photon?
Okay, so the answer is yes, you do not believe in photons as the basis of light. Okay. But that at least is honest about where we're coming from.
So what's a photon?
A photon's a particle of light. Also sometimes
So is it
behaving as a wave.
a bead? Is it like a bead? Is it like a grain of sand?
It's too small for you to see in terms of just seeing one of them.
Okay,
and
but
it's
is
a
it
form
like
of electromagnetic radiation.
that? Doesn't sound like a particle to me.
Well, it behaves as both a particle and a wave, as per the double slit experiment.
It doesn't make any sense.
I
You ever
think
seen
you
a
know
grain of sand waving?
I think you know this. I think you know about the double
No, stop
slit
whistling
experiment.
past the scrutinizing questions. You obviously know
I'm not
why
whistling
I'm
past.
asking the questions.
I'm calling you out on it. I think you
No,
know
you're
this,
not
and you're
calling anyone
pretending
out on
not to.
anything. You're a religious bigot that is trying to defend fundamentalist scientism. I'm scrutinizing it. Is the grain, is the light, the photon, like a grain of sand? If yes, have you ever seen a grain of sand wave?
No.
It behaves like a wave and it registers as a photon.
Okay,
Well, hang on. He wants to ask
you don't have the
scrutinizing
right to say an incoherent metaphysic as though it's
Imagine being
true.
genuinely retarded.
It's not. That's exactly what happens. It behaves as a wave and it's registered as a particle.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
It doesn't make
I know
sense.
you want to just assert it like it's a fact. It's not. It makes no sense.
Just because it doesn't make sense
You
doesn't
don't
mean it's wrong. It means you're retarded.
So that's why I'm scrutinizing it. So stop trying to suppress my questions. You people are going to face scrutiny today. So,
All right. So,
make
Greg,
sense
I
out of
don't
this.
think it's like either of those.
Okay, so what is it like?
It is a electromagnetic radiation, the means by which we see things, and you can describe light as a particle, in which case we call it a photon, or waves, in which case we talk about wavelengths of light. At that scale, which is really tiny, it gets hard for your common sense perspective to understand. I get that, but that doesn't mean
Okay,
it's
so
not
why
true.
should I accept? So why should I accept as sound doctrine something that is explicitly said as not being sensible?
Okay, well, it's not sensible to you, but there could be all kinds of things that aren't sensible to you.
Okay, so demonstrate its sensibility, specific, objective, true premises, logically valid sequence.
Are you familiar with the double slit experiment?
I've heard about it.
Okay, do you want me to walk you through it?
Go ahead.
Okay, so the double slit experiment, which I think was done in the early 1900s, 1927, you have a emission system. They call it an electron beam gun on one end, and you have a board, an opaque board with either a single slit or a double slit. And you have a receptor on the far end. So I'll put a picture of this in chat.
That'll help.
Okay, you can see that? Greg?
Yes.
Okay. So what happens is if you and the receptor thing, the screen in the picture records electrons or photons, some kind of, in this case it's electrons. They can also do it with photons hitting it. So if you use one slit, you get a single point on the screen. The electron goes through like a particle, like a little cannonball fired from the gun, and it's recorded by the screen. However, if you use a double slit, what you get is an interference pattern, all right? Which is what's created by waves when two waves, or when a single wave is hits breaks two holes, and then the waves that propagate through them interfere with each other. You get an interference pattern where some of them are some parts of the impact on the screen are brighter and some parts are darker. Which means that depending on how it is measured, it can behave as both. You can get an interference pattern or you can get a single impact.
So the measurement is, the attempt to measure is causing it to be one way or the other?
Yes. Well, not exactly. It's both. It's something that is neither a particle nor a wave, the way that we would most basically understand it. But when you measure for one or measure for the other, you get that kind of measurement. Yes.
Are you detecting something without interfering with it, causing it to be one way or the other? Or are you causing it to be one way or the other? No wonder you detect it.
Well, you get an interference pattern or you get a single point. So
interference from what?
From the two slits. It interferes with itself. So do you know what wave interference is?
I suppose I can infer something.
Well, no, let me go into that. Let me go into that so when you have two waves that are impacting each other, you can have a case where the trough, think of a wave as an up and down line, like a sine wave. You can have the cases where the troughs line up with the top, or you can have and that's destructive interference, where you can cancel the wave. That's kind of how noise canceling headphones work. If you set up an opposite wave to the wave that's coming in, you'll get interference, and it can cancel it out. Or you can have it amplify if two waves intersect and they have the peaks line up, then it'll amplify. In this case, because the waves are not perfectly aligned, and I put the picture in there, you get an interference pattern that we see, that we recognize as, a wave that is broken into two pieces by the double slit. Piece A through slit A and piece B through slit B interferes with each other. That's what creates that pattern.
Okay, so I'm trying to tie all this together.
If this is the first you've heard of it,
it's not the first.
Well,
it's like what, almost the 10th time.
Okay, well, it was pretty surprising when they did it.
Okay, so just try this again. Beginning to end, you're appealing to the double slit experiment.
Mm-hmm.
The double slit experiment proves X. Go ahead and explain. Boom, 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 boom.
Well, it shows that a photon can be both a particle and wave, depending on how you are perceiving it.
Depending on how you are perceiving it.
Yes.
So the ontological nature of light is dependent on you subjectively perceiving it.
No, the ontological nature of light is something that fits both descriptions.
But you just told me it's a wave or a particle depending on how it's perceived. So it's contingent, its nature is contingent on someone perceiving it. You just told me.
I understand that you're thinking I just told you something, but what I was trying to do was have a conversation with you. If you asked me the ontological nature of light, it is something that can be both. If you test it as a wave, you can see wave characteristics. If you test it as a particle, you can see particle characteristics.
You can only test the thing as it is, yeah?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's a photon.
Is it a particle or a wave?
It can behave as both. It's something that call it a warticle.
So again, why do you people accept what is patently self-contradictory, but you want to hold everyone else to logical consistency?
Because the double slit experiment, that's what the double slit experiment shows.
So you think logical contradictions are possible?
Yes.
To be true?
I do think that it's possible to have something behave as both. I don't think that's a logical contradiction. It just seems like a logical contradiction because you have in your head a fixed idea of that this light must be like a grain of sand or perhaps a needle.
I don't have a preference for that.
Sure you do. You asked me if it was
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Okay.
Ask anybody in here.
Okay. Well, whatever you have that makes it seem like a logical contradiction, it's because of the language that you're wrapping around those concepts, making it seem contradictory to you. The fact is, we can describe light
It's contradictory. It seems contradictory because of me, right?
No,
not because of you, what you said.
No, it seems contradictory to you.
Okay, so make it make sense. Because anytime I've seen something wave, you don't see a wave itself. You only see an object waving, correct?
Well, that depends on what you believe. Do you think sound travels in waves or no?
What do you mean it depends on what I believe? The objective nature of a concrete entity is not contingent upon me believing it to be one way or another, correct?
That's true, but if I'm going to have a conversation with you, I need to know if you believe in sound waves.
Why does that question follow? Yeah, there are sound waves.
Okay, well, you don't see sound waving.
Dude,
hello, I didn't say you don't see things waving. I said you don't see waves themselves. Right? You don't just see waves, you see something waving.
Okay, you're talking about like a medium for a wave.
Yeah.
Do you believe in heat?
Sure.
Okay, do you believe that heat travels in waves?
Sure.
Okay, so I could have a vacuum tube, right? And I can shine an infrared light on it, and I can heat things up, even though there's no medium in there that we can detect, right?
Or there is a medium, right? And you're contradicting yourself again.
Well, what's the medium? It's a vacuum.
Some concrete substratum. Some concretely real substratum.
So something we can't detect, but you believe has to be there.
Hello? You don't see the sound waves, but you do detect them by hearing.
Yeah.
You don't see the heat waves, but you do detect them by tactile sensation.
Something's heating up, right? But
like I just said, tactile sensation. Like, affirm the truth I just said.
I affirm that things heat up when they are heated. But if there's no
you can't heat up nothing, right?
Well, you're heating up the thermometer in the vacuum chamber.
Hello, you can't heat up nothing, correct?
Okay, I guess not, no.
So if you are heating up something, you're not heating up nothing, correct?
Right, okay.
So then it's not an instance of nothing being heated up.
Wait, I didn't say it was nothing being heated up. I said there's no medium.
I'm glad you agree.
There's no medium for these waves to propagate through.
But evidently there is, given that something heated up. So you can't just say that there's nothing there.
No.
If something did heat up, then something there is being heated, not nothing being heated.
Or heat is an electromagnetic radiation and does not require a physical medium to travel through.
What?
A physical medium to travel through.
How do you have waves without a thing waving?
You do, because electromagnetic radiation travels in waves. That's like how radio.
How do you have waves without a thing waving? Can nothing wave?
It's the propagation of energy.
You just refusing to grasp the question. You're just refusing to grasp the question. Look,
no.
stop. Can nothing do something?
Greg, that nothing cannot do something.
Okay, waving is an action, correct?
Kind of. What you're seeing there is the particle behavior, not the wave behavior. When
what? Hold on. Just stop. Waving is an action, correct?
I'm talking about
what a concrete real object does.
Yes.
Okay.
We don't need that, though.
Nothing cannot do anything.
No, Greg, no.
Not interrupt this. No, not interrupt this. Because this is consistent.
No, it's not.
Nothing cannot do something, which includes waving, because something is an action, and waving is an action.
Okay.
So you can't wave nothing.
Sure, that's fine.
So it's not nothing waving. That's the refutation.
Yeah, but that's not what we observe.
You observe nothing waving?
I observe it behaving as a particle.
You observe nothing behaving as a particle?
Yeah, I observe
Do you
light.
now? Please say it again.
Greg.
Say it again for the record, please.
I will. What I observe.
You observe nothing behaving as a particle, yes or no?
What I observe is light behaving as a particle.
Oh, so not nothing. So backtrack on what you just said.
You're if this is the good faith conversation with you, I'm
pressing you. I'm not hiding it.
You're trying.
I am pressing you.
I know, but by doing that,
you're getting annoyed.
No,
because you obviously cannot defend this asinine ontological position.
Greg,
are you not annoyed?
Greg, you gotta. Okay.
No, I am annoyed. I'm annoyed at people talking to me like they know what they're talking about with something that is so obviously absurd.
You are annoyed.
Condescending to me.
I mean, that's most people.
You are. Yeah, I mean, it's clear you're annoyed. Okay.
Right. So we're not talking about me being annoyed now because you're digressing from the point. No, we're not digressing from the point. No, we're not digressing from the point. Might need a moderation. We're not digressing from the point. So you observed nothing behaving as a particle?
I observed light behaving as a particle.
I didn't ask you that. Are you observing?
I observe light behaving as a particle, not nothing.
I didn't ask you that. Or is your answer no? You said no, correct?
I think the answer is no, but I'm kind of confused.
I hope you say no
right now.
If you have sense.
Okay.
But I want you to tell me what you believe.
You are right now. I believe that
we really
light.
Have to define nothing. Come on, really? No thing. Break up the word.
Greg wants to press me, quote unquote, until he thinks he can find some problem with this.
Right, that's not what you do in science, right? You don't scrutinize and try to find the flaw.
You're not doing.
Isn't that what you people do?
You're not doing science, Greg.
Oh, of course I'm not doing science because if I don't accept funny scientism, of course I couldn't be doing science.
You're not doing science right now. Right now, you're just bloviating. I got it. It's fine, but it's not.
We're not distracted from the point with your digression.
You're not.
We're not distracted from the point.
Well,
right.
I can tell you that the double slit experiment means that light can be both a particle and a wave, depending on what.
Stop distracting from the point. Stop trying to repeat things and distract from the point. We're still on the question: do you empirically detect that nothing behaves
as
a particle?
No, I've answered that. No.
Okay, what about quarks and antiquarks? You say that nothing doesn't behave as a particle. What about the particles that pop in and out of existence with quantum foam?
That's true, but I think
the virtual particles. So you're wrong.
If we have a guy who doesn't really understand photons, I don't think we're going to talk about quantum mechanics.
It's not that he doesn't understand photons. He's talking about something that's separate from what you believe in. See, what it boils down to is you're atomist, right? And there are other people that you're not an atomist. You don't believe in atoms? Is everything made of atoms or not?
Like everything, like light? No.
Well,
interesting.
Light.
I thought light behaved as a particle, right, Larry?
But that's not an atom.
To him, a photon is a particle.
That's not an atom.
Okay. So other than light,
that's the thing.
All the elements on the periodic table are made of atoms, right?
Far as I know.
But the Schwinger effect, they popped particles in and out of existence. But with the Schwinger effect, they just proved it recently. In the Think Big article, it says that they popped in and stayed in permanently, proving the Schwinger effect to be true.
That's curious.
So
I would be interested in seeing that for sure.
type in the
But
Schwinger effect.
I
Think big,
I don't
pulling
think
something out of nothing. Go ahead, please.
I don't think so. The Casimir effect does seem to indicate that subatomic particles can appear and disappear, but I do not believe that has any relevance in the macroatomic world. So I don't
Even
think
though it's
relevant.
observable. Even though it's observable.
Yeah, it may be observable in some experiment, but I don't think it's especially relevant to what we're talking about.
Well,
Like I
it
said,
is now, and when you read that article, you'll understand why I say it's relevant.
Okay, well, send me a link. Put a link in the chat. I'll certainly
Sure
look
will.
at it.
Give me just a second. Thanks for being open-minded. Back to you, Gregory. I apologize for interrupting, but I just had to go over what nothing is, because nothing doesn't really mean nothing. Thanks.
It doesn't really mean nothing.
I'm your assistant today, Larry. So I did all that for you to get your point across. So we don't observe nothing at all. We don't observe no thing. We don't observe the absence of things, let alone observe them doing something, let alone observe them doing actions, let alone observe them waving, let alone observe them being particles. So this doctrine is asinine.
No, it's not. No, you're no. Listen, you need to try to understand this. When you project infrared radiation heat, right? We agree that that's heat? No?
Sure.
Okay. When we project infrared radiation, does that heat need to travel through air?
Yeah.
So I can't heat something unless it's going through air.
The heat can't travel through nothing.
Okay.
So it's traveling through some concretely real substrate,
but
whether it be oxygen or not.
I know, but I pressed you about air, Greg. I pressed you about air.
Don't know. I didn't claim to be sophisticated. But I'm not going to accept what it seems to be nonsensical.
You're
not backtracking on a fucking thing. Shut up.
I got it.
Stop. Shut up.
Hey.
Not backtracking on the thing. I'm going to set the record straight now.
Good for the
You're not finna do it. You're not finna do it. You're not finna do it. So set the record straight. I didn't claim to be a doctoral physicist. Didn't claim to be a masteral physicist. Didn't claim to be a bachelor physicist. Didn't claim to be an undergrad physicist. Didn't claim to really give a shit about high school physics. Okay? But today, I'm going to scrutinize what seems to be nonsensical to me. So, of course, if you ask me enough questions, you're going to reach my knowledge. I'm going to make that reach the limits of my knowledge. I'm going to make that very clear. So don't act as though I'm pretending to be an encyclopedia of physics.
I don't
now
think
go
you're
ahead.
pretending to be, but I ask you, does light need to travel through air? Does infrared radiation heat need to travel through air to heat things? Okay.
Not confident on answering that.
Okay, that's much better. And when you when you drop the preacher intonation, it also helps.
Yeah, focus on what the hell I just said.
I did, and you said it in a normal tone of voice.
Does heat travel through nothing? Yes or no?
Yes.
Stand up here trying to condescend to me. It does?
Sure.
We're done. You're done. You can't. How can you empirically verify that? You can't empirically verify that it travels through nothing because you can't detect the nothing.
Okay.
So it's empirically inadequate.
Nothing doesn't exist. Sorry. One more time. Yeah, nothing doesn't exist. There's no such thing as nothing. If you look at
Larry, if I'm having a good faith conversation with somebody, fine. If I'm being preached at by somebody who's thinks they're in a pulpit.
Hey, you're going to get scrutinized. I'm going to interrupt you every time you try to derogate my tone of voice. I don't like people condescending to me like they know so much, telling me something that is patently absurd. Yeah.
All right.
What I was saying is that there's this vacuum energy, right?
I'm familiar with the vacuum energy. I know what you're talking about. Okay. But
right, so when you're saying nothing, you're talking about 0 point energy.
Right.
Please continue.
Okay. So can heat travel through airless space? And the answer is yes, it can. Infrared energy can transmit just fine through airless space. It doesn't require air as a medium. Right?
I never said it required air.
You actually did, but I'm asking Larry.
No, I didn't. No, I did not.
Okay.
You need to listen better. Stop being so determined to condescend to someone.
Larry.
To make yourself feel better.
Okay.
So vacuum is thin air, right?
Right.
There's
Yeah.
never a real vacuum where it's completely empty. Even if you could remove all the atoms that are known and unknown
of course,
the periodic table, there would still be something there.
Sure, absolutely. So there would still be some quantum foam or a quantum field or something like that.
Right, even if it was in some sort of Faraday cage and the bottom of the Earth where nothing was penetrating it, you still couldn't suck all the energy and matter out of it. You could get the matter out, but you can't get everything out. Go ahead.
Correct. Especially because there will be some creation of subatomic particles. But you don't need what we think of as a physical gas or liquid medium for heat to transfer.
You already said that. Stop repeating that.
Well, that's the point, okay?
But you're not refuting anything I said or what he said. So why are you repeating that?
Well, in that case, the heat is acting as a particle, as we see in the double slit experiment. This all
doesn't make any sense.
Well,
you don't have the right to just say nonsense.
It doesn't
like
make
it's
sense
true.
to you, but the reason that you think it doesn't make sense is because, what, do you think light is a wave?
I don't know.
Well,
perhaps it is, perhaps it's not. It makes sense to say it's a wave.
Okay, well, you can choose to think it makes sense as a wave or not. But if it doesn't need to be a wave, then it doesn't need a medium. The same way that I can fire a bullet through void.
Just provide what it is proven to be, and that will suffice.
Well, sure, it's proven to be something that behaves as both.
No, it's not. It's ontologically absurd. You don't have the right to say ontologically absurd statements as though they're true.
Argument
It's
from
not going to work.
Incredulity. You know what that means, Greg.
It's not incredulity.
Yes,
it's
it is.
ontologically absurd. You're contradicting yourself.
No, it's not. It's not ontologically absurd.
It is.
No, it's not.
As you just conceded earlier, stop contradicting me without argumentation. Stop trying to suppress my voice right now. It's self-contradictory. Particles aren't waves. God damn it. So sick and tired of you people condescending to me like you know what you're talking about, saying patently self-contradictory, ontologically absurd statements. Stop interrupting this.
You acknowledge that light could be
It's ridiculous.
You should
stop. Stop trying to talk to my voice and suppress my voice and prevent me from saying the refutation again. It's patently absurd. Stop trying to talk to this.
I'm not trying to suppress your voice. In fact, I wanted to have a conversation
stop making
with
sound
you.
right now. So, you do not have a particle of wave. You don't have anything in a vacuum. You don't have anything in the midst of nothing at all. First of all, neither can nothing wave. Neither can a particle wave. That's asinine. That's why I asked you the rhetorical question earlier. Have you ever seen a grain of sand, a grain of dust, a grain of salt, a grain of anything on any scale, big or small, from the smallest to the biggest, wave? No. So it makes no sense to sit up here and tell me that particles are waving, or that nothing is waving, or that something is traveling in the midst of nothing.
Greg, do you believe I could fire like a bullet through a void, through an airless space?
Well,
Obviously, yes.
Void.
Obviously, yes, right?
No.
I can't fire a bullet through airless space.
Yeah,
you can't fire a bullet through nothing.
I'm talking about airless space. I didn't say nothing. I said airless space.
But we're talking about nothing. Why do you keep talking about airless space?
Yeah, because
it doesn't exist.
Larry was like, "What about quantum mechanics?" I was like, "Yeah, okay, quantum mechanics."
Show it. You can't show it, bro.
I can't show it. I can't show you a vacuum.
Okay, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it.
Go ahead and do what?
And then come back and tell us why you're bringing something forward to
the
table.
No, that doesn't work.
Yeah, it does work because it's your claim. So
it's the last refuge of
your vacuum. No, the backing of your own claim would be nice. Why don't you just back up your own claim
I'm
with
I'm a- I'm
sufficient?
asking if Gregory thinks that a bullet can be
I'm
fired through
sorry.
airless space, and
That's
obviously the
besides the
answer
point.
is yes. Well,
No, how do you know what you're presupposing what space is right off the bat?
I'm not talking about outer space, Sonny. I'm talking about a vacuum chamber.
I don't care.
I know,
So what do you? So how are you? How are you
you're stuck,
correlating
and
that to Earth?
you know it's going to hurt.
No, I'm not stuck. You're stuck, and
Yes, you are.
know it's gonna hurt.
No.
Oh no, I'm not. No. Yeah, you have no fucking idea, son.
All right, Sonny.
Sonny,
Yeah. Yes, son.
omnivore, you know that there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. So why are you making this claim? Why are we dealing in hypotheticals
why
right
are
now?
they saying anything
I'm not making a
doesn't
claim.
exist?
I'm suggesting that we
Yeah,
both
you
know
are.
this
You
is
have
true.
the claim. No, you have the claim in the first place.
Says who? I'll answer. Says who? Because
The globe Earth is
we
going against
know
our
that.
senses.
Oh boy. Okay. All right.
Yeah, oh boy, you want to ignore the part about your senses, your logical senses that you all and everybody else experiences
Sonny,
the Earth as it is.
I don't ignore my
Sonny.
senses.
Yeah, no, you, Sonny, sunshine.
All right, sunshine.
that
I can call you.
All
I
right,
can call you sunshine. I just saw it sunny on the plane, so I
That's
thought
good.
sunny, but sunshine.
You oughta just,
Sunshine's fine.
yeah,
All right, sunshine.
Yeah, good. Whatever.
So,
Whatever.
says who?
Good
Says who?
publicity.
Says
All
who?
publicity is good publicity. So good.
I might as well call him Mr. Who so that your attempt to refer to him makes sense. Because it sounds like
What
a
is he talking
question.
about? Does anybody know what he's talking about?
He's trying to refer to the user with the username says who.
I was.
I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about.
I know.
Because it doesn't sound like you're talking about the globe Earth at all.
Well, sunny, sunshine. Sometimes you
right
gotta
now we're
establish
asking a
a
question
before you get
about.
there.
Let Larry.
Right now the topic is there any such thing as a perfect vacuum? And the answer is no.
Why?
So there's no claim about nothing.
I'm not.
Stop
talking
interrupting
about
him
a
every time
perfect
he's trying to
vacuum.
finish that sentence. Let him finish.
I'm correcting him on what he said.
No, let him finish the sentence. No. Mr. Who?
You're asking if we can fire a bullet in empty space devoid of anything. We call this the nothing, right?
No,
Well, that doesn't
no,
exist. So what are
no.
you talking about?
After we talked about the quantum mechanics exception, I said, yeah, that's true. I'm talking about firing a bullet in a airless or nearly airless vacuum.
And what would that help us prove?
Okay, good question. So what that points out is that you don't require a wave to transfer energy. You can also transfer energy as a particle, right?
It's energy.
What kind of energy are we talking about?
Well, the bullet.
I mean, obviously the powder in the shell is providing the energy. So what are you talking about?
Yes, in that case, yes. But we see from the double split experiment that electromagnetic radiation, for lack of a better term, the electromagnetic radiation or electromagnetic came from historical, points, can behave as either a wave or a particle. What that means is that if I have a thermometer inside a vacuum chamber, doesn't have to be a perfect vacuum. I'm okay with that. Not saying it's nothing. It still has quantum stuff going on. I'm okay with that. I can heat it up without having air to propagate a wave.
Okay, that doesn't refute us. We never said it was required.
Do we agree on that?
Yes, we agree on that. Can you please listen for once? You can hear my voice. I'm speaking not for no reason. So, what is energy?
What is energy? It's the counterpoint of matter in the universe.
What the hell does that mean?
The ability to do work.
That's another
is an ability
description.
A concrete entity?
It's not a concrete entity, no.
Okay, so it doesn't extend in space, correct?
I don't know what you mean by extend in space.
It doesn't have material, concrete extension in space.
So if I shoot a laser at something, it can be damaged. Does that count?
That's not an instance of an ability doing that.
Right. That's electromagnetic radiation in the form of a laser.
Okay, so pay attention. See, this is the problem with you people. with you fundamentalist scientists.
You
You have
people.
PhDs, right? Whether you have a PhD or not. Fundamentalist scientists, at most, which is a sick irony, have PhDs. And you know what that's an abbreviation for, right?
Yes.
What is it?
Doctor of Philosophy?
Philosophy. Goddamn. Philosophy is concerned with metaphysics, correct?
Sure.
Metaphysics is concerned with ontology, correct?
Okay.
And ontology is a prerequisite for physics, correct?
Okay. Kind of.
Kind of. It's right there in the Wikipedia article.
I know. Far be it from me to battle with Lord Wikipedia.
Don't even talk to me like that. I do not think about Wikipedia like that. This is enemy testimony. That's why I appeal to it.
I don't think you. I don't think. Well, okay. We can. I think that's that's good. Okay. But it turns out that there was, in fact, physics before Wikipedia, right?
Okay, but don't break the logic sequence that I'm clearly illustrating to you.
All right.
Right? So why is it that PhDs, doctorates of philosophy, derogate and neglect and are woefully ignorant of philosophy? What sense does that make?
I don't know what sense it makes.
That's a good question. Yeah. So perhaps for the sake, at least for being consistent of the lofty title, right? Woo-woo. Whoop-de-doo, you're a doctorate of philosophy, while you're woefully ignorant of philosophy and even derogate it.
So
not you, but these types. Okay, that's a problem. That's obviously a contradiction. So I'm not going to accept some flagrant contradiction as though it's okay. So again, this is.
I think you're mad at the
necessary
PhDs and taking it out on me.
I'm not taking out on you, but you talk like them. So you might as well be one of them, as it were. So the point being is that you cannot have an absurd ontology and profess your physics theories as being true. You can't stand on midair and then act as though you're standing on solid ground.
What do you think of the double slit experiment? Do you think it's fake, or do you think they really did that?
They did emotion, of course. Their interpretation through their worldview is asinine.
So how do you interpret that?
It's barely been cogently explained to me, and it's a really boring read, so I can't say a whole bunch about it. But what I can say...
I can say something when you're done.
Yeah, just real quick, and then let Brother Larry talk. What I can say is that, at best, this was some attempt at trying to understand the nature of light.
Yeah.
At worst, this was some sort of attempt at trying to boost the credibility of an absurd ontology in an absurd, incoherent, fundy scientist worldview. Go ahead, Brother Larry.
Did you want to respond, Baller, before I went? Because maybe you wanted to rebut what he just said, or I just don't want to interrupt. I'm trying to share the mic. Baller, speak now, or okay, he's not speaking. All right, so the double slit experiment is really interesting to me because, according to Professor Shankar, it debunked Newtonian physics, and it's really interesting because we're studying light, and that worldview debunked Newtonian mechanics, basically. Not all of it, but I could post it in just a minute. It's something I'll post if you give me just a second. But
I mean,
basically,
that tracks.
the light looked like a particle, and it looked like a wave, right?
Yep, correct.
So it can't be both at the same time. So the results are, and this isn't philosophical, this is the actual results. The knower of the which path information collapsed the wave function.
Yep.
Now, that means light was acting like a wave.
Yep.
And then it stopped acting like a wave when we try to detect which slit the particles went through, or the waves went through. And then it started acting like a shotgun blast rather than ocean waves going through slits in the interference pattern. So this is really interesting, but what does it mean? Right? And you could get extremely philosophical and religious, and you could mix your religiosity in there really good and cake batter and bake it into a theory, right?
Right.
But what it boils down to is that you don't understand light. I don't understand light. Anybody who claims that they understand light, they're probably sick in the head with a little bit of psychosis, if you know what I'm saying.
So I actually kind of agree with that, but there's a part that I disagree with. I agree with pretty much everything you said, I think, but we do have, and I mentioned them before, Maxwell's equations and other, physical mathematics that describe how light behaves really well. On things like reflection, refraction, dispersion, things like that. We may not understand, for lack of a better term, the ontological nature of light, but we absolutely know how it behaves. And that, I think, is important to this discussion.
You say that we know how light behaves, but the speed of light has changed. Sorry, real fast. The speed of light has changed several times, and it's not a constant. So you can't even say for sure that we know how it behaves, because you guys are touting, the mainstream narrative is that light is a constant, travels at a constant speed.
Well, wait,
and if you look at Rupert Sheldrake, he is showing how that's incorrect, because it changes over time in different locations. You get different results, and they fudge the data, is what he said.
Okay, well, I'd certainly be interested in seeing that. I don't know explicitly what you're talking about, but it's not that the speed of light is a constant. It's the speed of light in a vacuum is a constant, is the claim.
Yeah, that's what
Show me this Maxwell equation, please.
I put them in the chat.
I just want to see it. Like, what is this such an all-important equation?
It's a lot.
Is the entire equation this entire article?
There's a set of equations. And Maxwell equations are interesting, and you may find this especially interesting. So when he was coming up with them, these are, I think, the equations. He was having, and I don't remember the exact story, but he was having a problem getting the equations right. And what he did was he said, well, creation has to be beautiful. And so he, made some assumptions based on the mathematical beauty that he perceived of in the equations. And that was proven to be correct. I might have the story a bit wrong, but I found that interesting.
Yeah, so of course I'm gonna say this right now. Complete honesty, 100%, 100%. This is gibberish, as far as I can tell.
It's been a minute since I took the physics, the calculus to do that, but yeah, it's not gibberish, it's calculus.
So can you say this out loud? What the hell is supposed to be said here?
The delta of the dot product of E, and I don't know what rho is. I'd have to look up what the symbols mean. But they're saying the change in the dot product of whatever E is. The derivative for the third one down is the delta times E equals negative derivative, the first derivative of B over the derivative of time. So, and C is the speed of light in the fourth one. J, I think, is joules. So these are, I'm not going to, like I said, it's been a while since I did calculus.
I cited my source. That is a long video. I will try to get you a timestamp. But he goes over the 10 constants and debunks every single one of them in his book. In this video, he just kind of gives a presentation of what was in the book. But yeah, let me get the timestamp in the video, and I did cite my source for Newtonian gravity being shot down. Thanks, QE.
Okay. I'm gonna say that.
I mean, so look what happened so far. We're not done, but look what's happened so far. We've come to the point where the
You did
supposed
say I was done.
justification, huh?
You did say I was done.
Wink, wink. I had to say it out loud because you can't see my face, of course, notwithstanding my PFP. What we've come to is this this arcane mathematical language that the vast majority of the human race does not understand when first introduced to it. It's not like you can just read this equation the same way you can just read the sign on the street, right?
Right.
All of that is supposed to be the basis of this ontological doctrine of light.
No, it's not the ontological doctrine. It's the observed behavior.
Can you have behavior without an ontos?
Yes, absolutely you can.
You can have nothing behave?
You may not know what don't have to have a defined ontology.
I didn't ask you that.
Well, that was what I was answering. I don't need to know.
Well, I didn't ask you that. You answered a question I didn't ask you.
Okay.
How am I not supposed to be indignant against that?
Because I answered in good faith.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I thought you were asking if I had to know the ontology in order to be able to observe behavior.
No, you misinterpreted the question.
Okay, well, I still answered in good faith. All right.
So so when I tell you I didn't ask you that, there's no point for you to resist that critique.
Okay.
So
I'm fine.
Can nothing have behavior?
No, I think nothing cannot have behavior.
Okay. So then there must be something that is behaving, correct?
Right, I would say.
And in order for you to justifiably predicate that this thing is behaving in this way, you have to have at least some sufficient specific idea, knowledge about what the thing is, correct?
No.
If you don't have what you need to know in order to know that it behaves XYZ,
you said
can
some
know it still.
Specific knowledge. I don't think that sufficient is the word you want there.
Why not?
Because that indicates a specific knowledge that I would need to know, and I don't think there's a specific knowledge that I would need to know.
So you can have even the most minimal amount of knowledge, which is nothing, and still know it?
No, I think a minimal amount of knowledge is not nothing. I think a minimal amount of knowledge is still knowledge. Yes. Don't you?
So, hello. 1 point out of 10 is not greater than 0 points out of 10?
1 point out of 10 is greater than 0, but if I say I have an amount...
Okay, so the minimum is not 1, right?
Greg, yeah, it doesn't have to be 1. It could be 0.5. It could be 0.3.
Right, all of which is above 0.
Yes.
Right, so the minimal is not above 1. It's not, the minimal is not above 0. It's 0.
This is why I don't think you're in especially good faith. Why are we arguing over this?
Because you're making my sentence far more complicated than it needs to be.
Okay.
So I can play that dumbass game too.
No.
I literally said in no uncertain terms, if you don't have what is sufficient, right? You don't need to have what is sufficient. You can have the most minimal, which is no knowledge, so that you can know things.
I don't know what you mean by sufficient.
What is needed?
I understand that, but I think you are smuggling in an ontology.
Not smuggling in anything. Why are you so determined to neglect ontology? Why?
Because I don't think it's leading you anywhere useful.
Why?
Because, when you were trying to talk about how light reflects off of something, which is well understood, and understood by you, I assure you, in your daily life, and you say, wait, we can't talk about how light reflects off of something until we have an ontological sourcing for it to know what it is. That seems
What is ontology?
The study of being.
Right. What does that mean?
Usually, it means how things came to be.
No.
I don't mean the just so story. I mean the fundamental nature of things that exist, of existence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not talking about a superficial thing. You are talking about the nature of something.
Correct.
You're talking about a distinct category of entities, light, and it's behaving in this or that way. We all recognize the word light. We all interpret intelligibly the concept of light. We all recognize this concrete entity that is light when we look around with our eyes.
Yes.
But then when you start telling me that it's behaving in this or that specific manner, I'm going to ask, on what basis do you say that? Because I've never seen light behave like a string. I've never seen light behave like a particle.
Okay, so you've never seen it, but there's lots of things you've experienced that you haven't seen, right?
Okay, so what I said.
It sounds to me like you're saying if I haven't seen it, I don't believe it.
I'm going to scrutinize it. I'll just take for granted what the fundy scientists are saying.
You're not scrutinizing it. You're trying.
I am.
No, you're not.
I'm asking questions to demonstrate I'm asking questions to test its sendability.
No, you're
yes,
trying
I am.
You're trying to press me, hoping I'll make a mistake or maybe get angry and go
I'm tired
away.
of your condescension.
I'm not.
So yeah, I'm going to talk with contempt.
You're the
quit
one.
Talking
You're
to me,
the
quit talking
one
down to me. Quit talking down to me, and expect me not to react. So
Greg,
that's the kind of man I am.
You're the one who's.
If you can dish it out, you better be able to take it in.
It's not
so.
Me.
Quit condescending to me. Then I won't be so indignant.
Okay.
Period. So. Let's try this again. I am scrutinizing. Now, moving forward. On what basis? Right? That's the question. These damn equations, are you going to tie all this together? Are you going to make some sense out of this? Or are you just going to present to us what is gibberish to us and gibberish to you and think that's a sufficient appeal?
Well, I can't appeal to Larry up there. I am Larry. Do you think the Maxwell's equations describe light?
Yeah, I'm plugging up my computer, so Maxwell's equations. Yes, I think they're pretty legit.
Great.
Are they laws? No, they're not laws, but they are describing light pretty well, I would say. And to be honest, I probably don't even actually fully understand Maxwell's equations, but I probably believe they work. I'll put it like that.
So this is so arcane that we are virtually digressing to trying to interpret these equations and then eventually get back to their logical cogency in the argument.
No, we can if you're willing to accept Larry as you were before, right? We can accept that Larry finds Maxwell's equations to be, I think in his words, pretty legit, which means that we do know how to describe the behavior of light.
No, we don't believe.
Okay, but Larry also agrees with me since we're appealing to Larry. Let's be consistent with your premise. I appeal to Larry right now, and Larry agrees with my critique that you can't have it simultaneously be a particle and a wave, and you can't have nothing in something.
No,
you can't have something and nothing.
Larry, I agree with Larry about something and nothing, but